So aficionados of the sport talk about day 3 of a golf major being moving day, and it's certainly no different here at the European Cricket League. We've got several teams jostling for positions and desperately trying to reach the top 3 before we get into the concluding stages of the tournament on Thursday and Friday. Plenty of action coming up, some massive contests, going to be a couple of close ones today. All the action from the BET2BALL European Cricket League from Cartama Oval starting right now. So welcome to our coverage of day 3 of Group E here at the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. Game 1 of the day, match 11 of this group, and it's two teams with contrasting fortunes to date. We have Malo, the champions of Portugal, who came here with very high hopes, but so far they have failed to register a win, and they're up against the surprise packets, the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. The Cypriot champions have been one of the surprises, led by their captain Guri Singh, who has obliterated bowling attacks. Let's see what he and the team can do today. It's over to the toss with Sir Rob Kemming.
Thank you. You ready to go? Keep us cool. You're betting first.
So there you have it, the toss with Sir Rob Kemming and the skipper Guri Singh of Punjab Lions Nicosia. He called Kibarinu, but it came up as BET2BALL, so Marlow have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Nice to see them have a win so far because they haven't managed to register one on the scoreboard. The team has been gradually getting better though, and certainly led by Najam Shahzad, who's been really solid with both bat and ball. He's probably their only express paceman and has been the only one to really rough up some opposition batsmen from time to time throughout this tournament. He really needs more support, and there were some green shoots yesterday with Amir Zaib, who managed to take the first hat-trick of the week, a superb conclusion to their game yesterday, and certainly gave them something to celebrate on a week in which there has not been too much to get excited about so far. However, they've had one important inclusion yesterday in the form of Conrad Greenshields. He made a really composed 44 before losing his wicket trying to accelerate the chase. He's a high-class batsman. He's played all across the world, in the Netherlands, South Africa and Australia. They really need him to fire if they're to register their first win of the tournament and get themselves some momentum for the concluding stages of Group E in the coming days. On the other hand, their opponents today, the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, they have been the absolute surprise packet. Most experts wrote them off before this week began, but they're currently sitting pretty at 2-1, and they've been led by the inspirational captain, Guri Singh. He has absolutely taken bowling attacks to the cleaners so far this week. Using my golf analogy from before, he's the equivalent of the man who takes the driver off the fairway. He's literally never seen a ball that he doesn't think he can't hit for 6, and look to see him continue with his attacking moves today. However, yesterday what really impressed me was their bowling attack. They've probably got the best swing attack in the entire competition, and led by the opening bowler Tajender Singh, who bowled with exceptional control and no shortage of movement yesterday. If he can continue to do that and pick up wickets in the opening overs, then they will go a long way to reaching the top 3 and getting the extra opportunities when it comes to the final stages of the competition over Thursday and Friday. Plenty to look forward to in this contest. Marlow will be desperate for a first win. I'm going to hand back to the commentary box where we've got the superstar, Mr. Rico Full, ready to take you through the opening stages. Take it away, Rico.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan, and welcome to the Cartama Oval as we get ready for this tasty match. Marlow versus the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. They were the teams making their way out, and of course the Punjabi Lions, they'll be on a high after a good day for them yesterday. They were victorious in both of their matches. And straight up to the action here. And you can see they're very vocal as well. Looking forward to this one, me and Shahzad. Plenty of noise out there early this morning. A bit of dew around the ground, but the sun is shining. There is not a cloud to be seen and that is a good sign after a couple of cloudy days where the forecast has not been so good. It's the first runs of the day. So Nisam putting this out onto the offside to the point area, gets a single. Yeah, you can see that. I mean, if you look at some parts of the ground, especially towards the outfield, you'll see the footsteps of the fielders as this dew starts to literally burn away. If you look around the ground, it's quite sensational. You can see the steam coming off the boundary fence as that dew is being burnt away. Zulfikar Shah faces first. Tajwinder Singh. And this one's going to be a wide ball down the leg side. Good morning to the team there of the Punjabi Lions. They were very upbeat on the way to the ground this morning. And why not? After good performances from them yesterday. Marlow, on the other hand, they need to get going. They need to make a start. It's a nice looking shot. Chase on for the fielder. I don't think he's going to get there, and he won't. And that's the first boundary of the day. Cuatro carreras. That's nicely played by Zulfikar Shah. They just need things to happen for them. You saw a shot there off Conrad Greenshields. Heard him mentioned by Henry Ryan, saying that he's a great inclusion for him. I'd agree. He certainly will be the next one in. Tajwinder Singh just got to get it right to the left hand. It's got to go right across him here. And this is up in the air and just dropped short. They think about two. They take him on, and they will get there. Wasn't able to pick this up cleanly. Yeah, that was Sushil Kumar doing the fielding. Good morning to everybody who's on the YouTube chat. Sam Nick is on there as well. Liam Day, Keanu and Luke Belgium as well. Good morning, everybody. And remember, if you're a first timer on the chat, a very warm welcome to you. But tell your friends, tell your family. The more the merrier, as we say. And we certainly do get some good conversation on there as the day and the matches progress. Nice shot. A single. And of course, namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, eyeball one to all of our global family, especially to everybody watching via fan code as well. Interesting day of cricket ahead. Remember, very important day. It's Wednesday, because by the end of today we'll know which three teams will go into the final, which three will be playing the elimination games going into Super Thursday. After the question, and the finger goes up. So wicket. Tajinder does strike on the last delivery of his over. It's full, it's straight, and gonna go on to hit the stumps. And congratulations all around. They needed that wicket early. They do get it. So it's going to be 9 for 1 at the end of the first. And see this, it's right up there. And yeah, I think there can't be too many issues with that decision there from one of our men in black out there, Joe Foster. And he'll walk down to square leg now as Asad Ali, the Italian stallion, makes his way to the stumps. Saeed goes for 1 of 3 deliveries. Out leg before wicket. The bowling of Tajwinder. And that will bring to the crease a man who had on individual terms, a good day. 44 runs in that match against Harbi Khan out. And he was really perhaps the only shining light, apart from Amir Zaib, who took that hat-trick. But he's not in the squad today because of an injury issue, so they're going to miss him. I mean, though he did, I suppose he did take that hat trick, but it all happened once the majority of the damage had already been done by the bat of the champions from Netherlands. Good. Guri, the captain, comes on, takes him on straight away, and that goes to the boundary. 4 runs, so showing intent and aggression. Rico full here, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce once more Andrew Ryan, who comes into the commentary box.
Morning, Rico. Lovely to be with you here this morning at a wonderful day here at Cartama Oval. Haven't we absolutely been blessed with some fantastic weather, and I don't think there's any chance of drizzling rain today. It's a great morning for cricket, and Zulfi Shah, he's a nice inclusion for Marlow today. Actually surprised he's been in and out of the side.
Yeah,
Last couple of days.
Started well, confident shot. And now he'll take the single as well. And, I think early on here, Andrew, with the dew on the ground, you're going to see the fielders maybe not take the ball clean. He's going to slip out a bit. You can see that a lot of work is being done on the ball before it goes back to the bowler. And always an interesting time of day for me, because when that ball goes aerial, it's always going to be difficult, especially taking those catches first up as well. And I think with that sun coming up as well in this clear sky, that also poses another problem. So not the ideal conditions to be fielding first.
No, not at all, but Marlow won the toss after Guri called incorrectly, so decided to put themselves in first.
A leave there from the Green Shields. You don't see too many leaves in this format. But well, he backs himself to say, yeah, just going to get me eye in, and well, you wouldn't argue against him. Played well yesterday.
Very patient player, Conrad Greenshields. You'll simply see him do this even in T10 games, that he'll give himself a few balls, just stay relaxed, get his eye in.
Taking him on, and the fielder choosing to let the ball come to him rather than attack. That's Tajwinder, which allows Conrad Greenshields to get off the mark.
An interesting position here today, Rico. Marlow started off with a fairly ordinary performance on day one, and have unfortunately improved over the last 2 games, but still yet to register their first win. But they are getting better. They seem to be at least building some momentum for days 4 and 5.
Slow delivery, but it's not the best of line from the captain. Good Pratap Singh, and this has just been worked away down the leg side. No fine leg in place, and it's 4 runs, 4 carreras más, and Zulfikar is looking pretty good out there.
Well, it's one reason why I like his inclusion, and particularly at the top of the order, actually. He's probably got a greater range of shots than a lot of his teammates who have been tried up the top, who really try to force off the front foot as much as possible. He's also giving them the left-right combination, so just making the bowler, particularly the swing bowlers from Punjabi Lions, just give them a different angle to have to work with.
A little bit more in this one from the captain, bangs it into the deck, gets it through to the keeper, and that was the end of the second over. So the score stays on 19. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Andrew. You know me, I'm a lover of a left and right combination up there in the order, because I think if they start to build a partnership, it's certainly just additional worries, if you like, for the opposition. They need to make sure you get the fielders in the right place. The captain's got to be on the ball. The bowlers as well have to keep changing the line. So it's very important as we have a look. We just saw this look at the tables there and see the situation. Marlow at the moment, and got to get points on the board. And the 2 top teams there, RBS High and Out, are in second place behind the team that played really well. And that is a lovely shot. Well, he's not going to leave this one. Cracking shot through the covers from Conrad Greenshields. And well, what a lovely shot, and what a lovely start that is for him. Took the single earlier, but this is what it's about, the boundaries, and that will give him a flood of confidence.
Yeah, he's a class player, Conrad Greenshields. Throws the arms at that ball, which half a metre outside off stump. See Memoir, he's putting the ball wide of off stump. I assume he's probably trying to look for a little bit of in-swing, but there hasn't been much sideways movement. Maybe the dew affecting the ball early today.
And this will be 4 more. And It skids away down that part of the ground. Well, you see Zulfikar, the left-hander, play some nice shots there, ticking them away. With this one, he's nicely played. It wasn't a bad delivery. So he's worked this really well, has Greenshields.
He has. Once again, not trying to thrash over the leg side, just playing the ball on its merits. And while once again, fairly wide of off stump, but not a great deal of movement, so not particularly threatening. It's a bit of a banana skin game for the Punjab Lions. They've got some momentum over days 1 and 2. Talk about them being a bit of a surprise packet in the tournament. But if they lose to Marlow here, then actually their hopes of finishing in the top 3 rest on a bit of a thread.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, you have a look at, they do have 2 matches today, as do Marlow. But I suppose Marlow would feel that their match, as we see this delivery, goes aerial and he's going for more boundaries, and this one, well, I think it may just go all the way. They're just checking. I'd like to double check, and I think the umpires will. When it does go all the way, it will just drop short. Well, no, it has gone all the way. Manos arriba. Don't be shy, Joe Foster. Put him up. And you see, just catching the rope there, giving it a kiss on the way. Seis Carreras.
Cheeky little tickle from the bat of Greenshields. Sort of similar ball to the one that he thrashed through the covers opening delivery this over, but that one he's just opened up the bat face a touch, got the elevation, and lovely shot for a maximum.
Taking him on, there comes the throw. Oh, if this hits, I think it could have been close.
Oh, Greenshields almost lost his footing when going for the single. Fortunately for them, it was Zulfi Shah's end that the throw went to. It's relatively close. Good bit of work from man coming in, Vikram Verma.
Yeah, you can see there, yeah, that would have been out. Good work in the slippery, dewy conditions in the morning. And yeah, you're quite right, Conor Greenshields, when he gets to the other end, he's certainly not coming back for 2. He was slithering and sliding all over the place. Anwar, can he get it right? It's been an expensive over so far. In the air, oh, it's going to go to the boundary. It was half a chance. And I guess the fielder there, you've got to go for it. And that was Tiwari, throws himself at it, and it just drops before him. But, well, it's also gone underneath him to the boundary. 4 more runs, and this over is exactly the sort of over that Marlow needed here.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate, Zulfi Shah pushed hard at a ball that probably wasn't there to play on the front foot, but gets the outside edge of the bat and runs away for 4. It's still a boundary in the scorebook, and Marlow sitting pretty, 38 on the board, still 1 ball to go in the power play.
Oh, this is a Gandhi ball, full toss. Attempted slow delivery, but he gets it wrong, gets the line wrong, and he's lucky that he only just the one. He bowled it again, but you would have expected the left-hander to put that away.
Zulfi Shah happy to take the extra ball. Noticeable, Rico, very little lateral movement for the opening 3 overs, Punjabi Lions.
Yeah, another wide, I think. Yeah, it will. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, especially if you think about what Qasim Anwar was bowling yesterday. He was having a problem controlling the swing, and yet here today, there's hardly anything. And I think you are right. I think in these early morning conditions with that dew, and also, I mean, cloud-wise as well. No clouds in the sky the last couple of days. Plenty of cloud cover, and there was movement. But clear day today. Bit of dew in the ball, and it's doing nothing. Thinks about the single, and set back by Conor Greenshields, and why wisely too, I think, because when you made a good start like this, you don't want to lose any of these 2 softly. End of the over, and that's a good one. Anwar's wasn't so good. 21 he goes from that one. Goes magical. It's 40 for 1. Good power play.
Good power play from Marlow. Probably the most positive stretch of overs in the tournament so far. And just a little moment there that certainly won't go up in the scorebook, but just shows the advantage of having a player of the maturity and experience of Conrad Greenshields. Could have easily had a run out there if they had have tried to push the quick single, but really loud, strong call of no. It's not going to show up in the scorebook, but just shows what quality he brings to this lineup.
Yeah, you just see there the power play, and you see that 3rd over did go magical. So they're going to go for Tiwari now and change up a bit of spin. I've got the feeling that Conor Greenshields is still going to try and take him on. And Liam Day says, Connor Greenshields looks like he's had a good breakfast this morning. Well, it does so far. Maybe he's had his 3 Weetabix. This time, just a cheeky little run taken to the man at third. I mean, they can start to be a little bit more adventurous with the field here. So you've got, is it going to be a similar field to the left-hander? Not so much. I mean, they had 2 sort of in that slip stroke gully position to Greenshields, which was a surprise. More orthodox to the left-hander.
Both long off and long on pretty straight.
Nicely played. It's another single.
So Rico, I think Conrad Greenshields is going to be pretty selective against Tiwari. They've had a good start, but I think he'll bake on Tiwari, giving them 1 or 2 loose ones in this over. Tough for an off spin at a bowl with a slightly moist ball. Suddenly the 4th over, still be a little bit of surface water on the pill. I think he's going to bank on the fact that he might get a full toss here, which he'll put away when it comes.
Oh, he's slow going Zulfikar, and it's going to be disappointment. I mean, Tiwari in the end tidies up. And that's the captain, Guri, there. I don't think he'd be disappointed that he's allowed a single there without attacking Zulfikar.
Yeah, but this is quintessential Greenshields type innings. Just milk the singles when the ball needs to be respected. Wait for the loose ones. He knows they're going to come, and he's confident that he'll put it away when it arrives.
Floats that one up to Tiwari, takes all the pace off it. And Zulfikar quite happy at the moment just to play that out once more on the offside, gets a single.
In the 4th over now, it's probably Zulfi who's the man who can take a few more risks against Tiwari. They'll want Greenshields to bat through to the 8th or the 9th over if possible, even if his strike rate's a little bit lower, but he certainly can accelerate at the back end of the innings.
Gone, and Greenshields is utterly disappointed with himself. He thumps himself on the pads. Well, Guri, he had trouble picking it up when he was on the ground, but he has no trouble taking the catch. This was hit pretty hard, but it's straight at him. And Conrad Greenshields, I mean, you were saying it looks like he's going to be pretty patient and wait for the bad ball, but his eyes probably lit up on this one. Went for the big hit, but finds the big man instead. Guri taking the catch, and he's very, very disappointed with himself.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling by Tiwari. Probably just beat him in flight and a touch, but Greenshields still got a fair bit of bat on that, but smacked it straight to the skipper, who's taken a sharp catch. And tell you what, when they look back on this game, if they manage to grab a win here, the Punjabi Lions, that could be a big turning point. Greenshields probably disappointed with himself. He wasn't really trying to thrash that over the boundary, just a pressing shot looking for that gap between long off and deep cover. Fortunately, just got a little bit aerial. Tiwari managed to beat him in flight, popped it up, and sharp catch.
Yeah, I mean, Tiwari is a good performer for the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus. We saw him, he took 2 for 9 yesterday against Yekkofu, and he was pretty good in the field as well. Took some good catches, made some outstanding stops, and little bits like that, and that catch there, that rubs off on the other players. As we said, nothing going to be easy early on, making these catches and stopping these balls, because this dew, it's still a little wet, and when you do take a catch like that, it certainly does give a little bit of confidence to all the players out there. So they do get a big wicket. Tiwari now to Najam Shahzad. And he gets this one past Guri, but along the deck, takes a single, gets off the mark. And very important that he stays there. We know that he's a dangerous player. And well, it's time for us to say good morning to everybody out there. Hello to our global cricket audience, a global family. Hello there, Rico Full here and Andrew. And Andrew, what do you think? It's a 50-50 start at the moment with that wicket gain?
50-50 start. I think you're right, Rico, but everything felt like it was going to plan for Marlow. They couldn't have really asked for a better start. Zulfikar Shah's brought another dimension to the top of the order. Conrad Greenshields, if he had managed to bat through to the 8th over and just had some hitters come in around him, that would have been a perfect situation. They probably would have been looking at a total of 100, 110.
Yeah.
Now, as it is, they've got Shazad probably in a bit earlier than they would have liked to. A lot rests on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there. I think not just I think Zulfikar as well. Zulfikar's got to be saying, right, I've been here, I've got myself in, I've got to maybe think about batting most of the remaining, 6 overs to go. And Najam has to play the big shots. This one, he may just got enough of it. He has, and that's what he's going to do. He goes with the big shots. He hits the ball pretty well. If he gets his zone right and he gets his timing right, he could hurt them here, and he's got plenty of time to do it in.
Well, it looked like he got this right off the middle of the bat, actually. I'm surprised it didn't carry the boundary by a bit further. The fielders out here at long on, and quite a straight, deep mid-wicket. They were in the game for a moment, but Shazad starts with a maximum.
Nicely timed as well. Zulfikar does get to the other end. Not the quickest in between the wicket, Zulfikar. I think they may want to target him when they look to take these quick singles.
You can always make yourself seem quicker, Rico, by backing up a little bit more aggressively at the non-striker's end. Zulfi sitting back on his heels, particularly in these middle overs when they might have 1 or 2 extra singles around the place. Gotta be ready.
Oh, this goes up in the air a long way, but this is catching territory, and it's been taken so comfortably. What a lovely catch this is, and Zulfikar, he doesn't want to go. He says, can I stay, please? What a great catch that is, and I know who that is. That's one man. There's 2 men out there whose catching has been superb, and Tajwinder Singh is one of them, and the other is the bowler. These 2 are a great partnership. What a good catch that is. Look, I reckon their percentage in taking catches is 100%.
Yeah, they've been really good in the field so far. Probably a little bit less on the ground fielding, but certainly when catches have come their way, the Lions have gobbled them up. I think Zulfi probably feel a little bit unlucky there. Once again, got a good piece of that ball. Suspect maybe there's still a little bit of moisture on the Kookaburra this morning. Ball just not travelling quite as quick, quite as far in the air as would be expected.
Zulfi, who's not travelling very quickly either? It's Zulfikar Shah. He still doesn't want to leave, but he has to go. You can see there, he's so disappointed. He thinks he's done everything right. I mean, the shot was there to play, and he's played it pretty well, but I suppose a little bit like the shot that Shazad played. You thought it was going to go further than it actually did. At least his one did go over the field at that one. Really good catch though. He knew his territory. He knew where he was. He knew he couldn't step back. The balance was important. Takes the catch and stays feet inside planted. Doesn't step over the line.
Yeah, we've seen some good outfielding in this Group E so far, Rico. Quite often, particularly on these smaller grounds, the Cardinal sins to sprint in, thinking the ball might drop short, but Singh just stood on the boundary, stayed calm.
One lefty goes, another comes in. It's Umar Farooq, and he gets off the mark straight away.
Well, Umar Farooq, he's opened in the game so far for Marlow. Probably happy not to be facing one of the steaming opening bowlers, giving himself a little bit of a chance to get settled. Hasn't looked too bad, just managed to get out the power play a little bit too regularly for Marlow's liking, so he's been dropped down the order today.
Well struck, well fielded as well. Irfan Zubin in the strike. Good morning to you, Irfan Zubin. He reckons that 120 is required, otherwise he's pretty confident that the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia will chase them. I mean, 120, I think, in these conditions, I think 100, 105 probably is a good score. I mean, they've got a good bowling attack. And yeah, you get past the 100 mark, I'm sure they've got a good chance, got something to bowl at. As we have a look at that scorecard, Zulfikar Shah, 22 of 12, he didn't want to go, and Conrad Greenshields, and the 2 batters there, very disappointed to be out in the way they were.
Yeah, very. The loss of Greenshields, a big one, but they've managed to keep on moving at a reasonable rate. Run rate's almost up at 11 after the first 5 overs, so Marlow's still probably pretty happy. 3 wickets down though, don't want to lose another one this over.
This one's been thumped up in the air, but look, it's as simple as that. These 2 guys, they make no mistakes, and here's another batter who reluctantly has to make a very slow walk back, and after taking a few steps, he punches himself in the pads with his bat. Tajwinder Singh takes another catch. Cool, calm, and collected.
Well, I hope the manufacturers have created those pads with a fair bit of padding. They've had some smashes on them for a couple of disappointed batsmen, and the latest one, Najam Shazad. Once again, probably thought he'd hit that a little bit better than it ended up. That one actually ended up probably a good metre short of the boundary, but 2 catches almost right on the rope the last 2 overs, and now 4 wickets down and starting to get into that lower middle order for Marlow, who haven't been too productive over the tournament so far, and in particular losing Shazad, who was the man that probably could have really given the run rate some acceleration. They needed him there for another couple of overs, but as it turns out, he's back to the sheds, and Punjab Lions probably feeling a lot happier than they were maybe 2 overs ago.
Yeah, there's 3 wickets lost in just a space of 10 runs, so spot on bother at the moment. I'm going to say that, I'm going to call this, I reckon, obviously you've got a pace off the ball, which doesn't help. But when you've seen some of those shots and the ball not travelling, I reckon that's because the ball's a bit wet.
I agree with you,
It's a bit heavy. It's not flying off the bat. Ooh, well, I'd stay there if I were you. And it swings and misses at this. Could have been close, this.
Pretty good ball from Tawari. He's got figures of 2 for 5 off his 1.2 overs so far. That one just needed to turn a touch more, and Shahid would have been back in the dressing room.
Oh, he's gone right across, but that's probably missing leg stick.
Yeah, sliding down leg side there. Shahid just getting himself a little bit leg side of the ball. Probably could have stepped inside, allowed that one to go through to the keeper.
It's very important here that Mian, the captain, bats sensibly. It wasn't a very sensible shot to start off with, where he could have been cleaned up. He's got to think about his team out. He's got to bat deep. He's got to bat all the way through here. Tiwari, he's on fire here at the moment now, and so are the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. The champions of Cyprus are making all the noise at the moment.
Yeah, they've come back well.
And this one will go the distance. That's 6 carreras. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6. Well, that was more like it. Plenty of oomph in this one. Well, heavy ball or not, that was only going one place, and that was over the boundary.
Oh, well, the moisture must have disappeared from that kookaburra pretty quickly. That has been cracked over the boundary, and Umar Farouk, who hasn't shown any inclination to play that shot so far in the tournament. Beautiful stroke.
Yeah, but this is where you have to be smart. You've got your 6. It doesn't mean you have to go wild here. Take the single. Go on, take the single. No, he wants to go for another. It's in the air, and you got to listen to me. Take the single.
Well, Umar Farouk, if only he had the tactical ability of Rico Fall, probably would have just nudged that ball. Last one from Tawari, who'd already taken 2 wickets. He's bowling well, came back like typical off-spinner. Sees the ball, goes for 6 and just thinks there's an opportunity, and Farouk couldn't resist the temptation. Swings it around, well taken to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, this is where you've got to be smart, and goes for another one, and this time I would say that that's Taranjeet. Those 2 out there, they've just been fantastic. What a team. You've got to have your fielders in the right places, and that's one thing that the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia have done so well, and I'm pretty sure that Richard Cox, their coach, has worked with them relentlessly in the field, because it certainly is showing.
Yeah, after Farouk hit the previous ball over, probably wide of long off, it's surprising that he's tried to fetch one from outside off stump and heave it across to deep mid-wicket. Ball was probably actually in his hitting zone again. We know he's an offside dominant player. Nice bit of bowling from Tawari though. Tossed it up again.
Ian gets a single here. So at the 6 over mark, it was 61, but 5 wickets down. Tiwari taken 3 for 11, well bowled. T-spell over.
New batsman, Ali, come out. Hasn't had too much success in the tournament so far, but he's got to stick there with the skipper. They can even ground out a total maybe in the 90 region. Probably give them something to defend. Nicely tucked off his legs though.
Flicks this away. It's a shot that both batters will be able to play with both men on the leg side. in front of the bat on the boundary. They've only just got the man on the 45 inside. More noise from the champions of Cyprus. Got him! Clean him up! Boogie Oogie Woogie! Kookaburra fireball! Jumped it there! Hotty!
Well, if that Kookaburra still had any moisture on it, Rico, it's soon been rubbed off on leg stump. That's a searing in-swing Yorker from seeing. Good piece of bowling. And the skipper, Mian Shahid, he hasn't had the happiest of tournaments. There's some word going around that this might be his final tournament for Marlow before retirement. He's had a huge amount of success, but unfortunately not troubling the scorers too much in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really, that's swinging in from off to leg. He hasn't really moved his feet at all. He stayed planted. He's hoping that just iron bat combination alone is going to get him out of trouble. It doesn't. He loses his leg stick. Another wicket goes down, and these wickets are falling frantically here. So another batter comes in. Just have a look at that fall of wickets very quickly. So the first fell at 9, then the second wicket at 44, the third at 52, fourth at 54, and then 61 for 5 and 63 for 6. And no batter really has come in and decided that the best approach is probably just to stick around and try and stay there and bat out the 10 overs and finish with a 20 or 30 score. They're going for glory and getting themselves out. And this one should go to the boundary. It's a short delivery to the left-hander from Taranjit. He holds his head in his hands after he bowls it, and that's nicely put away. Valuable runs. They have found the boundary rope. So it just goes to say sometimes it's not about just power and trying to get it over that boundary rope. It's about placement and timing as well. Wasn't the best of deliveries, but still needed to be put away. Good shot.
Yeah, nice shot from Sawa. Short ball after the beautiful Yorker previous delivery.
That's a line from Taranjit.
Scores have really started to stall here, Rico. We'll look at the last 4 overs. From over 3 that went for 21 off Kasim Anwar, the last 4 gone for 5, 9, 7, and now 6 off this one.
It's a nicely timed shot, and if he was in higher up the order, I'd say this guy can bat.
Yeah, we've seen him a few times throughout this tournament. It's the end of the 7th over, and Marlow 68 for 6, so 18 balls left to try to bring themselves up to a defendable score, which might not be defendable depending on how Guri Singh feels this morning, as we see rundown of those that have already qualified for Championship Week. Reminder that's coming up next week here on the European Cricket Network. Tunbridge Wells, they'll certainly be one of the favourites. They were the winners of Group A. And Group B, Brigade, Island, I think they're a real chance for victory next week. But also great to see 2 of the less traditional cricket nations victorious in the last 2 weeks. Brescia Cricket Club, and then the outstanding victory from El Zalmi last week.
Nicely played again. Seems to be reading the situation pretty well, Sawa. He's not going to do anything extravagant, just playing each ball to its merit, taking the singles here, and he's hoping that Ali, and that Saim Ali that is, can do the same.
They've got 17 balls left, Rico. If they get a single off every ball and then also knock in a couple of boundaries, 95 to 100 is still not a big stretch at all.
Oh, well, this one, it will be a dead ball because it goes behind the stumps. So the ball is still a little wet. That was an interesting one. Whoopsie! Well, this one was almost a catchable one for the captain, Guri. Let's have a look at this again. It just literally slips out of his hands. Oh, there he goes. Where is it? Where is it? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's a kookaburra that's going backwards. Dead ball called. Bowled with the length. Guri attacking.
Yeah, it's a good ball, Tejwinder Singh. Didn't get quite the same movement in his opening over that we have seen from him throughout the tournament, but good job coming on late in this innings. Ability to get it really up in the block hole and against these lower order batsmen. It's a tough ask.
Struck hard, but once again, Another catch taken by Guri. This one was a little bit more difficult. He had work to do. Dives forward, takes a really, really good catch. And, well, what a series he's having at the moment. What a catch this is. This wasn't easy.
No, really good catch, Rico. The last one was just pinned straight at him. This one, similar sort of direction, but he had to dive forward. Does really well to keep his balance. The arms tucked in, absorbing the contact with the ground. Great stuff from the skipper, and isn't he having a golden week so far?
Certainly he is. I mean, he's up for it, isn't he? And he leads the team really well. They respect him. I was saying that on the way this morning to the ground that the Punjabi Lions, they were the happier team, the champions of Cyprus, and they're all around the captain. The captain seems to be the one that instigates things. He seems the one that gives them the good feel-good factor and the confidence, and he's certainly doing it out there in the field as well. I think taking that catch earlier of Conrad Greenshields, that was vital, that was key. I think the team sensed it, and from there on in, they haven't looked back.
Yeah, he manages the squad well. He's got pretty solid field placings, but also I like the management of his bowlers. He uses, in particular, Niraj Tiwari really, really well in those middle overs and extracted a couple of wickets when they most needed them. Marlow were really in control after the first 3 to 4 overs, but they have reeled them in with a succession of wickets.
Wickets keep falling, and I think in sort of when we've seen those probably 5 wickets that have fallen the last 5, probably only seen just the one boundary in that period, and that was that nice shot played by Sarwar. Sarwar is still there, but at the non-strikers. Oh, he's absolutely done him with a beaut. What a peach of a delivery this is. Gindi Soni bowling. Zabardasti swad aa gaya swere.
Well, Rico, you took the words right out of my mouth. I think the term peach was invented for that delivery. He's probably looking, saying, why did I waste this one on a tail-end batsman? Jagged back off the deck, and he had every right to play and miss. That's a super seed. So if we get a replay of that again, I think there'd be some very, very good batsmen in this tournament who wouldn't have laid bat on ball. Amir Ikram, a very inhospitable welcome from Tejwinder Singh. He goes for a first ball duck, and Marlow in some real trouble now.
Yeah, I mean, they are. I mean, that is an absolute glorious ball to bowl to a new batter, and that would have got many a batter out, and many batters better than Ikram, and this is just brilliant bowling. It really is, and I think what that does is we're looking at a hat-trick ball here. So hat-trick delivery coming up, and you can see that the field is in. They want it. They want this. 8 down, 69 on the board. Tejwinder on a hat-trick, bowling to Gondal. Ooh, well, it's going to be a wide, and they're taking on a single, and Sarwar wants to... I'm not sure this is that wide. Sarwar wants to get to the other end, but there's only a ball to go. I would have thought he would have just stayed where he was and then try and get as much strike as he can. I think Sarwar here is looking for... Well, it's got to be a boundary or a single. But that one, it's called a wide. It didn't miss leg stick by that much.
No, not much. Looked like he was trying to fire the Yorker in again. We saw that yesterday, I think. Another hat-trick opportunity where the bowler slid one down the leg side.
Sarwar now on strike. He's got to take the single. He does. They reluctantly go. Ball to go because of the wide delivery. It's not looking so good here at the moment, Marlow. I mean, unless we see something spectacular in the remaining sort of 13 deliveries. It looks like they're going to be defending a score around about 90. If they can get there, that is. Takes a single. So Randall will be on strike again. 73 for 8.
Yeah, conclusion of the 8th over, and things going downhill for Marlow very quickly. Haven't registered a double-figure over of run scoring since the 3rd over of the innings, and we can see that that run rate has just plateaued. Too many wickets, losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the last 5 overs. That's not a recipe for success, and all started to go downhill in that 4th over. Also Conrad Greenshields for 18.
Captain Guri back into the attack. Dot ball, and he was first over, went for 10. And after that, the only over that they managed to go over 10 was that one from Simanwa, went for 21. But then, as you say, after that 21 off over number 3, it's just been, well, I'll go through them. The runs per over after that, 5, 9, 7, 7, 5. So it's all been the champions of Cyprus. Goes for it, and the fielder, well, he's made this more complicated than perhaps what it was, but what he needs to do here is try and stop this. And in the end, he's all over the place. You made a reference to one of the bowlers yesterday, a bit like Bambi in the movie getting up. Well, that was a little bit of Bambi about this one.
That wasn't the most elegant bit of fielding we've seen here this week. Tough one on the half volley and the ball spinning towards the boundary. Much needed. 4 for Marlow. It's been a while between balls going to the fence for them. Gondal swinging hard. Got a little bit of luck. He's going to have to continue to do so for the final 10 balls of the innings.
Guri not happy about the fielder's attempt. And this time goes back to pitching. Now, I was surprised that he did bang that one in short, to be honest. Seeing that the first ball he bowled was just pitched up and the batter had difficulty with it. And now you see Sawa, he's trying to do a bit of coaching to Gondal, saying, hey, Gondal, you need to be doing this. And Gondal's looking back at him saying, yeah, the ball move on the air. It's moving too much. What do you want me to do about it? He said, you do know I am number 10. Edge, and he's going to get 4 more. Well, Gondal, doesn't matter how you get him as long as you get him. And this is so far been one of the most productive overs they've had in a while.
Oh, Gondal, can't say he's not using all of the field. His wagon wheel's probably not going to look too spectacular at the end of this innings, but 2 boundaries, absolute gold dust for Marlow. Just edging their way up towards what will be certainly not a substantial total, but one that if they bowl well, they can put some pressure on this Punjabi Lions batting lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to believe, haven't they? They've got to believe that, look, if we can get 90 plus on the board and we bowl really well and we take our catches, there's every opportunity we can get our first win. But the man who's with the ball at the moment, he's the one you've got to get early. Slower delivery, hits this pretty well. It's well fielded as well. So Sawa does get to the other end, and he'll be looking to attack here as well. It's good over so far. 9 off it.
Gondal, first man to reach double figures since the number 2 and 3 batsman.
Thank you very much. I thought I left it on the bus. I will.
Seeing one more ball to get through in this 9th over. Still 2 wickets in the hatch for Marlow.
Nicely played, and that'll do. It's a good finish to the over, sensible. Goes back on strike for the last. 83. 8 wickets down.
Well, it's not what they would have been aiming for after the power play, but they've managed to scrap their way up to at least a passable score. If they can manage to manufacture maybe 10 off this last over, gives them something to work with.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, just having a look, I was reading through the over scores, but also from the 4th over up until that the 8th over, there was also a wicket to fall in each one, and in the 8th, Sajwinder picked up 2. So that's over. Not only have they managed to get good runs from it, 10 off it again from the bowling of Guri, so he's gone for 20, but also no wickets down. So this one is going to be key. It's going to be Kumar to bowl it, and it's a good start from the keeper, but it will be a wide. Mazumdar.
If you're Kumar, first over, he's done this a couple of times, come in late to just bowl a single over.
Yeah.
Difficult when you're coming in cold, particularly first game of the day. Don't know, just let this one go for 16 or 18 and give Marlow a target that they would have been
well hit, and this is going towards the boundary. It does. Balle, balle, kinna sona, shaka lagya.
Oh, Well, it's been a pretty brave effort from these two. Came in when the score was 69 for 8 wickets down. Still a couple of balls left in the 8th over. And they've had a bit of good fortune with a few edges going to the boundary, but wonderful shot from Sawa.
Yeah, very good partnership, very important. Good reply. He's got to make it his, and you can see there Sawa saying, I'm going nowhere. 90 on the board, so they have got to the 90s, and I think, as we said earlier, with one or two people were talking about the 120 being a good score. I was saying 100 would be good. Well, this is not good from Kumar. It's always a risk, I think, when this is your plan, when you're using a bowler hasn't bowled before for the last. I mean, even though there probably wouldn't have been too much pressure on him with the score just in the 80s, if you don't get it right, like you've seen there, 80s now is in the 90s. And a few good hits here. You could even still maybe even get to the 100. This one, they will take the single. Sawa reluctantly goes. And the fielder makes no mistake, gets the throw in. So this is where they'll probably be thinking that Gondal may want to just thinking about drop the bat on this and try and get Sawa back on strike. You see Sawa going over to him and having a chat. And I think that's exactly what he's saying. He's saying to him, look, whatever happens here, you've got to get bat on the ball. It can't be a dot here. We're going to go. If you touch it, I'm coming your way. And looking at this field, it's an easy single in every direction. Now, he's going not for singles. He's going for the boundary. It was a filthy full toss. It was a Gandhi ball. And Gondal smashes it down the ground for 4 runs. And this over is turning out to be just what Marlow need. The 100 is now on.
We've been praising the captaincy of Guri Singh, but I think that might have been an error on his part. Didn't have that man back at long off. Now brought the third man inside the circle. I guess probably trying to have a little bit more defensive presence there, with Gondal having edged a couple already.
Up in the air, and is it going to get past the fielder? No, it doesn't. And that the good fielding from the champions of Cyprus continue. The catch is taken. I think more important here is a dot ball. They desperately needed a dot ball. So with the ball to go, the score on 96 for 8. And look, they'll look back at these last 2 overs. 10 from Guri and no wicket. And, well, 13 of this one so far. 23 of those, those last 3 deliveries. That could come back and haunt the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Rico. There was a 27-run partnership from those two. They really fought hard, took the singles while they were available, and managed to scrape together enough boundaries. But good catch down there. We've actually seen some really, really good grabs from players having to run back from the circle and take it over their shoulders. Good catching from the Punjabi Lions continuing.
Yeah, they have been good in the field, has to be said. Being well drilled. They've obviously put all of that coaching and training into practice here when it matters. And I think that's what's put them in this position. Now then, it's another left-hander's got to get the line right straight away. And he does. And they've just got to run here. You've just got to chance yourself and think you're going to get there. They decide not to. But that's why you've got to run. Oh, dear. Oh, well, they're going to make it. And they're still going. And, well, he's got to go to the other end. Are they going to get there? And not this time. Well, why not? You've got to keep running. He does get run out in the end, but they do get two from what should have been 1. I can't believe the wicket-keepers fumbled that. All of these valuable runs, and if it goes down, can you imagine if this one goes down to the last few runs? You look at that and say, well, that's where they lost it.
Well, I love some last ball theatrics, Rico, and we got some there, but shows the benefit of continuing to push for every last run on the final ball. And, well, I don't think you'd say that Marlow would be happy with that innings, but they probably certainly more satisfied than they would have been with about 3 overs to go, managing to scrape their way up to almost 3 figures. Started off very, very well. Well, not to mention starting off well, seeing a dancing Rico fall in the commentary box. Well, it's just instinct for the young man. But speaking of instinct, Zulfi Shah, a couple of excellent shots, but an early wicket sending the opener back into the pavilion. But Shah then took the long handle on a couple of occasions, showed a good range of shots all around the wicket, including a couple that he tucked behind square, got his teammates energised and gave them some belief. And then they had Green Shields arrive at the crease. Great man to have coming in at number 3, and he cracked a few boundaries through the offside early on, opening the blade, Rico, and that was some quality batting.
It was some quality batting, but then he found a quality player, Guri. It was hit hard, it was thumped, but Guri takes the catch. And that was the end of Green Shields. And when that wicket went down, and that was the bowling of Tiwari, then they started to collapse. Zulfikar, he hits one big, then went for another, but wasn't able to beat that man on the boundary. That, of course, was the safe hands of Tadwinder Singh. And, well, he was very disappointed with himself because those 2 wickets, Conrad and Zulfi going early, but that was always going to cause him trouble. And then Tadwinder doing what he does best, takes another one. It was all smiles at that point from the Punjabi Lions. And this was a big shot, wasn't it? And we thought, well, look, don't get carried away. And he did get carried away. He wanted another. And this time it was the one who takes the catch. And everything was going the way of the champions from Cyprus. That was the dismissal of the captain, Mian Shahid. He went just for one. And this was another good catch from Guri. He's made that fielding position his. And everything, as I say there, was going their way. This was an absolute beauty of a delivery. Absolute beauty. And Tadwinder finished with 3 wickets. But then right at the end there of the bowling of Guri, we saw 2 edges which went to the boundary from Gundal. And 10 came off that, the 9th over. And then, well, the final over, bowled by Kumar. That was an expensive one as well, with 15 came off. So they managed to get 25 runs in the last 2 overs, which helped them to get to a score of 98. And 98 all out they were in the end. That ran out of the very last ball. But again, they did pick up some valuable runs. And some of them were gifted as well. And you just think if this match finishes with the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia ending up a few short, they'll look back at some of those things. Zulfikar Shah, 22 of 12. Conrad Greenshields, well, they were the 2 batters at the top of the order that did the damage. But nobody else was able to come in and support them. But you have to say, Azim Sarwar not out 15. What an important role he played. 3 wickets for Tadwinder Singh, bowled really well, and also 3 for Tiwari. They are the pick of the bowlers, but all the bowlers, you have to say, bowled pretty well. Guri was a little bit expensive. I think he'd be disappointed with the line he chose to bowl, especially in that 9th over when he really should have been looking to get his Yorker activities in. And also perhaps needs to have a think about having Sushil Kumar coming in to bowl the last over, coming in raw, if you like, not warmed up, just asked to bowl 1. I mean, he probably didn't want to give Kasim Anwar another after he went for 21 earlier, but that was in different circumstances. Different batters were in at the time. I think you've got to go with your main bowlers. So a couple of probably errors in judgment from the captain, but having said that, look, you've got to say that if you're saying to Guri, the captain of the champions of Cyprus, before the start of the match, look, it's going to be 99 required for victory, do you want to take it? He'll say, yeah, I'll be more than happy with that. So really, he's got to put all of that behind him at the moment. What's happened there on the field of play, most of it for at least for 8 overs was pretty good. Just the last 2, things went a little bit haywire, but put that behind and say, right, we need 99, let's go out there and get him. And he's going to have to be instrumental in that. Marlow, well, if they bowl well and they take all their catches, they're not out of this match yet. Rico Full here with Andrew Ryan. Join us in about 10 minutes time as we return for the first match of this day 3 of Group E, and it's evenly poised. 99 required by the champions of Cyprus for victory. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. Bienvenidos al campo de Cartama Oval. Welcome to the beautiful Cartama Oval. And a lovely aerial shot there off the ground. A field of dreams for these European cricketers. And well, which one of the 6 teams in Group E will continue their dream? And that dream is to finish top, finish the winners of this group, and go on to next week's finals week. And we know the team's already there. Tunbridge Wells from England, Brigade from Ireland, Borussia from Italy, and Albazalmi, the champions from Sweden. Who will it be? And of course, just to remind you, this week, as well as the 2 teams out there, the Punjabi Lions, Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus, and also the champions of Portugal, Marlow. We have the champions of the Netherlands, RBS crying out, the champions from Jersey, Farmers, and also the champions from Spain, Hakir, Badalona, and Greece, Yuk Corfu. One of those 6 teams I just mentioned will have the opportunity to go into finals week, starting next week, the 14th of March. And then after 144 matches, one of those teams will be crowned the champions of Europe. That's what they're playing for here. A lot of noise around the ground, and it's turn for Marlow to take the field, defending 98, 99 the target. It's going to be Guri, the captain, the big man, the one that you won early. He's going to be on strike. And it's going to be Najam Shahzad bowling the first over. Here we go. Oh, and good carry through. And Guri will just play one way. He just wants to send the ball to the boundary. A lot of noise from Marlow. They've got to believe, haven't they? If they want this victory, they've got to believe. Short again, and he doesn't cue this right. And well, no run either. And Guri examining the bottom of his bat, and the 2 batters will come together. Just, I think it's the opportunity for the non-striker. Sudan just to have a little word with him and say, hey buddy, calm down, calm down. We're not chasing 120 or 130. And that would be good advice. But will he take that advice? Shahzad comes in again. This one is a wide delivery, and good running as well. And they turn that into 2. Think about a third. But Sudan Jamal says no. Yeah, it's just going for that, not pitching up. That's what I think the plan is. We do not pick up to Guri. We do not want to give him anything that he can drive. So now it's turn for the left-hander. Just making an adjustment in the field now, and we need Nazam Shahzad, who just bowled up wide outside the off stump to the right-hander. Now get it right to the left hand. Let's see if he can straight up, first up. It was in the body, and it probably was one of those which if you could have got inside of, probably would have gone down the leg side. Could have been a wide, but angle straight sort of at the batter. And that sort of caught him sort of ribcage area. Uncomfortable. Now, how do you get yourself in front in the game where you don't score 100? Very easy. You get a good, tight couple of overs in at the beginning, keep the runs down, ideally pick up a few wickets as well. This one's called wide. Oh, if he hits, he's in trouble. I think he's gone here. They're going to go upstairs probably. I think this is out. I think he's run himself out here. What a great bit of work from the keeper. Absolutely brilliant, Umar Farouk. And, well, let's have a look at this. Well, this is why they go for it. Let's have a look at that. I think he's short here. Let's have a look. Yeah, go backwards, and there you go. He's gone. He's absolutely gone. That is brilliant work. He's going to be very, very disappointed with himself. He came out, didn't he, with a bit of buzz about him. He was like itchy and scratchy. He wanted to run, and he's only run himself out into trouble. It was a wide ball, and he decides he wants to try and take it. No run there. I think Guri does. And don't forget, when that goes behind, is Guri's call. You've got to be listening out to the non-striker. And that's a cheap dismissal. And Marlow, they do exactly what they needed to do. They're tying over, no boundaries as yet, and they've got a wicket. And it's a gift because it's a, what are you going to say? It's the first baller, really, for Jamal, because the other ball he received was a wide. So he's gone for golden, runs himself out. You've seen a few batters that have made that slow, lonely walk back to their camp. And Jamal Sudan, the left-hander, is one that has to. So now, a bit of pressure being applied on the Marlow batters. Can they make it count in the match here? Shazad Tiwari. Oh, that's well bowled. Good wheels. Once more, going past the edge of the bat. And Farouk, the keeper, doesn't take it cleanly. You won't mind that. It's all fine unless you get, unless there's an edge, I suppose. Shazad. 3 for 1. This one, Tiwari goes after it. I suspect this goes over the stumps. And he could have been in danger. I think here he's more in danger of chopping this onto his stumps than anything else. I want to see this again. Oh yeah, you see that? Good pace being generated. So can he finish the over here well? Last delivery. And he does finish it well. What a great over that is. A little bit of self-destruct as well from the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. They are 3 for 1 at the end of the first. And what a good time to bring back in Andrew Ryan. Andrew, this is getting feisty.
Yeah, it certainly is, Rico. And it feels like a revitalised Najeem Shazad with that first over. Yesterday just didn't seem to have the same zip about his bowling as he showed on day one. But he can generate some pace and bounce, and exactly what he produced in that over, getting a crucial early wicket. Great stuff from Marlow.
Yeah, great stuff. And they've gone with Conrad Greenshields here now. So they want to keep that pressure on. And it's not going to be, Conrad's not going to be that easy to take on. I know that the captain, Guri, he'll want to do that. He'll want to try and take some of this pressure off and relieve some of the tension. Just 3 runs on the board. That rate now has gone above 10 and over, and that's what a couple of good overs do. Good battle this will be. And well, you can see the intent from Guri. He wants to hit this out off the ground. He wants to send this to the moon. And Greenshield just has a little smile to himself. There's that movement as well. There's the swing, and we said we didn't see that ball swing too much. But one man we know can make anything swing is Conrad Greenshields, and that's that movement there. Well, he goes for it. He doesn't quite get the middle of the bat. Fielder getting underneath. This is a big moment. And it's been taken. So Guri goes. And he goes without scoring. It's a 4-ball duck. Conrad Greenshields gets the wicket. A really good catch taken there as well by Najeem Shazad. And you know what? I'm glad that he decided that he's going to make it his, because the other fielder getting underneath this I don't think he was going to take it. He wasn't in the right spot. He was unbalanced. And I just thought for a moment he was going to take this away from Shazad. Look at that. At the right at the last minute, he decides to get himself out of the way. Guri goes, and it's all trouble here at the moment for the Punjabi Lions. Marlow are in this match.
Yeah, big wicket, Rico, and bring in Greenshields to the bowling attack. They haven't used him so far this week, but boy, it's proved a master stroke. He probably swings the ball more than any of the other Marlow bowling attack, and when you're having to face someone like Guri Singh who goes hard from the word go, I think it's a great tactical decision. As you say, excellent catch from Shazad. He was probably in better position than Mysam. Wasn't a huge amount of communication from them to begin with, but safely taken, and hasn't that second wicket thrown the cat amongst the pigeons already?
Well, big, absolutely big that is. I mean, you get Guri out early, you know that you're in with a shout. And still no signs really from sending in Scott Austin. They're still going with the big hitters for now. And this one has been sort of sliced away. Didn't know too much about this, Tajwinder, and he does get himself off the mark at least. And that's that swing, that's that movement again. So is Tajwinder going to be the man that's going to take the captain? Look at this swing, look at that. And maybe not the right technique to be playing a man who swings the ball like that. Diwari, he's not off the mark himself yet. And he won't get off the mark. It's another one. Taken behind. Great catch. And it is the keeper again. What a day he's having. Farouk takes the catch. Oh, they're all over the place here. And it's another. Tiwari goes without scoring as well. Conrad Greenshields picks up another. They are in all sorts of trouble here.
Oh, Marlow Cricket Club on fire. Conrad Greenshields, we've known him as an in-swing bowler predominantly in the ECS over the last couple of years, but he's pulling out some mighty outswingers today, and it's already brought him his second wicket. Sensational start, Marlow.
Oh, absolutely brilliantly. And Andrew, we know all about Conrad Greenshields and his bowling. He produced some amazing figures in Portugal when we were there last year, early in the season at Coimbra ground. And I think it was one time was it a 2-wicket or a 3-wicket maiden?
I think it might have even been a 3-wicket run. Rico, when he was bowling on that damp pitch up at Miranda de Corvo in the night series last year, he was almost unplayable. But if there's one man who's there to diffuse the explosive Greenshields, it's your man, Rico. Scott Austin still absolutely high off that stealing catch that he came up with yesterday. Remarkable grab down at third man off the batsman Manousis. He's got to be brimming with confidence after his efforts yesterday, but big task here, taking on the experience of Conrad Greenshields.
It certainly is. And Greenshields, what an over. And, well, he's still got 2 deliveries to bowl in this one, and no doubt he'll be coming right back to finish off his spell early while he's in this sort of mood. In comes Greenshields now. Austin. This one was more at the body, and you can see there now that's going to be another issue. The batters, the confidence has gone a little. They're under the cosh. And they're not, do we run, do we not go? What are you saying? Yes, no, and a little bit of that happening here as well. 3 wickets down, 4 on the board.
They need any advice on how to deal with this situation, they can just ask their opponents. Marlow's been frequently multiple wickets down with single digits on the board in the tournament so far.
That'll be the end of a magnificent over from Conrad Greenshields. And the noise levels out there at the moment for Marlow are sensational. Tajwinder, he doesn't seem to be bothered. He says, no matter what the score on the board is, I'm still going to play one way. There you go, they're saying, did you see that? It's swinging like that. Yeah, it is. And, well, they get a little reprieve, I suppose. 6 balls from a different bowler before. I mean, I would say you've got to get Greenshields back on straight away and try and finish off the job.
Certainly do. The fact that Greenshields swing the ball both ways, predominantly outswingers that over, but he did get one to tail back. Second last ball, keeping the batsman guessing. And it's probably not going to get much easier for the Punjabi Lions. Adnan and Gondal, they're going to their swing bowlers early. I think this is good captaincy. Big question will be whether or not they give Greenshields another over. I'd be tempted to while the ball's still moving.
Yeah, I mean, I would. I mean, they're going to hold Najam Shazad back. He's not coming to bowl. He's second. Oh, this is being hit firmly, but what a good stop. And that is so important because a boundary takes all the tension off. And though he crunches this, does Tadwinder, it's well stopped. It's just a single. Firmly hit. And good work there. Really well done. That's what they've got to do. They've got to shine out there. And that's Ikram. Be wide, just trying to keep the ball sort of outside the off stump. Just goes a little bit too wide. I don't mind this. I mean, if that's what's going to be your plan, you're going to get it wrong once or twice, and you may give the odd extra away. But it's better to bowl that than be bowling any of the short stuff.
Agreed. Continuing this strong start, we're in the third over of the power play. Only 6 runs on the board.
The dot. So, are we going to see an incredible fight back here from the champions of Cyprus? Oh, Marlow going to go on to register their first victory. Tadwinder's just gone up to Scott Austin and said a few words and trying to give him a bit of advice. Places firmly, and again there's that hesitation. Scott Austin didn't want to go until he saw Tadwinder move. Tadwinder then finally does move to get the single. Tadwinder will want to go big here. He'll be looking to play the big shots, I'm sure. That rate, you know what it started at. It's now approaching 13.
For a team that relies on boundaries most of the time, they just cannot penetrate the infield at the moment, the Punjabi Lions.
Bold. And there's those areas again. Keep it outside the off. Short of a length.
When Gondal's been at his best in this tournament, Rico, that's precisely what he's bowled. He seems to get a nice natural bit of a way swing, but when he pitches it about a foot outside off stump, just gets it to tail away. There's a lot of batsmen flashing outside and missing.
Up in the air, and has he got enough on this? I think he has. He'll get the boundary. That's the first. And it does go to the boundary, but that's nice to see. Also, it's from Greenshields. He turns around and he's applauding the bowler. He's saying, don't worry about that. It went in the air. It's a chance. We don't mind those. It wasn't a clean hit. Tadwinder, though, it probably boost his confidence a little and his team's. They'll believe that with that boundary, maybe they finally got going. A lot of concerns there at the moment from the champions of Cyprus.
Yeah, Gondal's got to stick with this line outside off stump. Good to see his team supporting him.
It's pitched up. And, just get himself in. A bit of ball watching as you're running. Scott Austin as well, rather than concentrate getting to the other end. He's watching the ball. And I think he wants to do away with the helmet. So, preferring to continue with the cap. With the nice baggies. Loving the baggies that the teams have here. Another over comes to an end, and that power play, well, it finishes with scoring 12, but they've lost those 3 wickets. That's the concern here at the moment. But I have to say, Tadwinder doesn't seem to be bothered at all, does he? He seems to be sort of shrugs his shoulders and says, no problem, I'm still here. He needs to stay there because, well, this is going to be the test now. Greenshields coming back, only conceded just the 1 run in his first over and picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, good call to bring Greenshields back for his second.
So does find the edge. Goes to the man at third. Now, Greenshields, with the movement he's getting, would you be tempted to put a slip in with the match situation the way it is?
going to continue to bowl the outswingers, I think, very much so. Although if you're not going to go all-out attack with the slip, I'd have that third man up. Greenshield's not bowling particularly rapid. Give him the chance to have that extra defensive fielder in front of the wicket, and third man in with a chance of catching those flashing edges.
Austin on strike. And allows this one to go. Just losing his line a little bit, Greenshields.
Yeah, you'll take that for a man who's trying to swing the ball. Looks like he just tried to start that one on leg stump. Get it to swing away. Lost the line, but you'll take that. Getting consistent movement, isn't he, Rico?
Yeah. I mean, we were saying that we didn't see that movement at all in the first innings. Well, he's gone for the shot. Fielder is there and takes the catch. No mistakes. And Austin goes. He runs out of patience. He can't believe that he's done it. Marlow, they take another, and his side, Massam, takes the catch. It's another one for Greenshields, another one for Marlow.
Well, 3 wickets for Greenshields. It's been an excellent spell, just being really consistent with his line and length. Scott Austin batted very well yesterday, hit a couple of big bombs to that part of the ground. He looks up the skies, just realises that maybe need to play a more judicious stroke at this time, but that is the dilemma of T10 cricket. The Punjab Lions so far behind the run rate at the moment, they have to keep pressing, but 4 wickets down, only 14 on the board. Rico, who saw this coming?
Who indeed? Like I say, it's all about, you have to believe, you have to get a good start. They did get a good start, and it all goes back to that run out, what started it all. And that was Sudan Chamal getting run out off his very first delivery, and it was crazy cricket. And that dismissal then sparked the collapse. And it is a collapse, 4 down, 14 on the board. Edge, oh, this is so close to the keeper. The fielder does well, throws himself at it, makes the stop. Greenshields could have had another.
Well, if we had that first slip in there, as we were talking about earlier in the over, Rico, not something you see in T10 cricket too much, but if there was ever a time to try to snaffle another wicket, this is it. Beautifully bowled from Greenshields, just on a drivable length. But
would have been straight down his throat. But, not to be, and then the fielder does field it even without a shoe. Slower delivery, and just goes a little bit too wide here. There's that swing again. Good variations from Greenshields as well.
Good variation, just probably lost his action a little bit at the top there. Really trying to impart a lot of swing, almost got a little bit sidearm, and hence the loss of control. But once again, for a guy who's trying to swing the ball this much, you will take the occasional wide. 3 balls to go on the over.
And this time it's trying to get this to swing in from leg to off. Greenshields, he's in the zone at the moment. Takes a slow walk back to his marker, thinking what the next delivery is going to be. And there's that edge again. And just have a look at this. Good stop. There comes the shoe. And fortunately for him, shoe doesn't make contact. In the air. Is this going to go all the way over? I think it does. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's not where he wanted this to go, but it goes for 6 to an over third man. Says Garedas Shaka Lagya.
Greenshields smiling through gritted teeth. He's trying to see the funny side of it, but going for 6 when you've beaten the batsman all ends up.
Look at Richards here. Richards is having fun. He's giving us a wave, the cameraman Richards. A great job being done here by Spring Productions as well. He's still smiling. Firmly striked. Fielder's got to get down, got to get dirty for his team. Oh, he doesn't get dirty. And, well, he does and has taken a really good catch out there. But this one, Syed Mazim needs to stop. He doesn't. It goes for 4 back-to-back boundaries. And, well, maybe that's what was required to just spark a little bit of a fight back from the Cyprus champions, the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia.
Yeah, they've just come through with a couple of boundaries in their last few balls. Syed Massam, frankly, Rico, just got to do better than that. He's a good athlete. Needed to put his body on the line, get down low, just went for the easy stretch. Ball goes through for a boundary. You don't want to allow Punjab Lions to get some momentum with the bat. They are capable of coming up with boundaries.
You certainly don't, but what an over again from Green Shields. I mean, all right, he was unlucky with the 6, and that boundary shouldn't have been a boundary, but 3 wickets he takes, and he certainly put the pressure on. Question is now, in this phase, is what do you do now? How long before you go back to, say, the opening bowler, Najam Shazad?
I suspect they'll hold Shazad back for a few. They've got Masam, who's a pretty handy medium pacer here, can swing the ball as well. Depends if Tejwinder Singh really starts to get going.
And it's straight down the throat. And, well, he tried to get going, doesn't he? But once again, we've seen this in this match, not just in this innings, but the first innings as well. The batter taking on the bowler, going for the big hit down the ground, but finding the fielder. And, well, Najam Shazad is not going to drop these.
Well, you can't keep him out of the game. We were just asking whether he was going to arrive at the bowling crease shortly, but he's got a good set of hands in the outfield. He's in that pressure position right in cow corner, and Singh has managed to pick him out. It's a good catch. And Marlow at this point, 5 wickets down. They've got an awful net run rate at the moment, but that will potentially come into calculations in terms of overall group positioning, and they can start to think they can knock over the Punjab Lions in the next couple of overs by rolling through the tail.
Yeah.
Then they could really give their net run rate a big lift.
That's a very good point. Yeah, absolutely. If they can keep the squeeze on here now and make this a good big victory for them, they certainly will do that, because there's going to be a few teams that are going to be sort of on the same number of points as them. The net run rate is going to be crucial. Well, Wissam, after the misfield, comes back and takes a wicket. So captain will be happy about that. And he comes again. And this one is a wire. You can see every batter that's coming in now has just got one thing on their mind. We know Kasim Anwar can hit it pretty big. Hitting a couple big is not what's required here. What's required is staying there and trying to have a plan in mind to get this victory. This will be another wide, so back-to-back wides.
They were in the box seat to take the position number 3 after yesterday. Punjab Lions, courtesy of their extraordinary victory against Farmers in the first game yesterday. They would have looked at this game as not just a must-win, but one that they should win, given the respective form of each team.
In the air, this is a chance. Fielder comes in and takes a catch. It's another one. And they are falling like flies. And this is what happens when you're not really being sensible about your game. You're not playing smart cricket. And it's catching practice at the moment. This is a good catch, goes a long way in the air. But Anwar, he departs. He's another batter that has not made any impact on the scoreboard. Goes for 0 off his first delivery, because the other 2 were wide balls.
Well, we talked about the potential run rate impact for Marlow, the net run rate impact for the Lions, who are sitting mid-table trying to jockey for either the 3rd or the 4th spot. This loss, on the assumption that they really can't reel in this total, is potentially going to hurt them a lot. Maybe they've just got to take some sensible steps to get themselves up to 70-odd, try to minimise the impact of that net run rate effect. Some choices to make.
Yeah, look, the way they're going at the moment here, and when you see the wickets that they've lost, I mean, I think they'll do amazingly well not to be bowled out here. I really do. And that'll be very unusual, because, of course, we know that Marlow were bowled out. That run out of the very last ball. I mean, it's not often that you see 2 teams losing all their wickets. Take the single. But have the Lions got somebody who can buckle down and say, hey, come on, we can do this. Now, even though all those wickets have gone down, 29 or 30 now for 6, I mean, that rate is still not, it's not crazy. A couple of, if they just get 2 batters that get in, put a partnership together, it's achievable. Hit pretty straight. No power in the shot to get the single. Mazumdar is in there. And Mazumdar is somebody who has come higher up the order. In fact, I believe they've opened with him as well. Taranjit Singh is there too. Not out. There's the umpire. End of the over. Let's have a look at this. He goes, shuffles right across. Yeah, that's outside the line. And probably going to carry on to go over the stumps as well.
Punjab Lions 31 for 6 after 5 overs. Tajwinder Singh, the only man who's made any real impact on the scorecard. In fact, the rest of them nothing but 0, 1s and 2s. But to look at the positives from this game, this is really good to see from Marlow, Rico. We've sung their praises over the last couple of days and probably been questioned on our assessments of the quality that exists in this team, given the way they've gone over the first 2 days. But they're showing us some of their best stuff and showing us that they've genuinely got some opportunity when it comes to the final 2 days of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This one is short. It wasn't a good ball, but it wasn't a good shot either. And it's at Sawa, comes into the attack. Yeah, look, I mean, they are the champions of Portugal. It's simple as that. So we know that they're a talented side. We've seen their talent. They just haven't been able to perform in the first few games. But now, well, today, maybe they're going to show it in this one. And then they've got one more match to complete the round robin. This is horrible. It's Gandhi, and it's been put away. 6 carreras. Ginnasona Shaka.
Well, you talked about Mazunda, Rico, as someone who certainly has had some experience higher up the order, but that's a garbage ball from Sawa. You can understand that he's trying to take the pace off it, just not give the batsman too much to work with, but a half tracker and allowing Mazunda to free his arms. Slap that over the boundary for a max note.
He got away with the first one, didn't he? But not that one. That's been punished. Better, fuller delivery. All the noise, though, even with that 6, it was quite noticeable. That didn't spark anything from the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia bench. They're pretty quiet out there at the moment. But this one has gone through the legs of the keeper. But again, they've thrown themselves at it. Makes the stop. And that's the other thing here. I mean, we mentioned how important it was that the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia, they took all their catches. But so far, Marlow have done the same. And I was saying, wasn't I, that they needed to bowl well, they needed to take the chances. And so far, they have. Going for the big shot. This one doesn't really come up to the bat. Oh, there's the coach. And, well, I expect that Richard Cox has got plenty to write in that book. This will be pretty wide. But again, you see it's a different ball, different length, but same shot. Shot selection has to be better. Needs to be thinking about getting bat onto ball and maybe work around Mazunda here, trying to get him on strike as much as you can.
He's coming from really, really wide of the crease, isn't he, Rico? And if he gets the ball in the right line, tailing back into the batsman, it looks like end of the over.
Yeah, he gets really close, doesn't he, to that sort of that line, the sideline there, which if you cross that or touch that, it's a no ball. But he is, yeah, going really wide.
So Punjab Lions, Nicosia, they are 40 for 6 after 6 overs, so 24 balls left, still needing 59 runs. As you said, Rico, it's not impossible, but 6 wickets down, and they have been put in that position by some excellent bowling from Marlow.
Takes him on in the air, should be caught, and oh, how about that? Well, we are on the Costa del Sol, and I talk about sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. And there you have it there. What a catch that is from Najam Shazad. A one-handed marvel.
That's a super grab from Najam Shazad. We happened that right in front of us, Rico. Got a good piece of that decent length ball from Gondal. At one stage it looked like it was going to clear the boundary easily, and he's lifted Superman-esque, taking it with one hand, as cool as you like, and the folks back in Villamora will be thrilled to see that. The supporters of Marlow Cricket Club, Roman Mazunda back in the pavilion for 8 off 6. Great grab, Najam Shazad.
Oh, what a catch that is. That is sensational. And that's what it's all about. It's players' dreams come true. And Najam Shazad, what an outing he's had in the field. Certainly He's bowled well and certainly be looking to come back with the ball again. It's caught well, and now, well, he's entertained us. Showtime at the Cartama Oval.
We just saw on that replay of the catch just before we tracked back to Gondal for the delivery that he did an excellent job tiptoeing around the boundary line.
Yeah.
Sort of went backwards just to take the catch, and then just managed to keep his last couple of steps inside the boundary. Exquisite work, showing the balance of a ballet artist.
Oh, this could be close. It's pretty full. It's obviously missing leg. And they don't take any overthrows with...
To be fair, Rico, I think this was missing about 3 stumps wide of leg, but no harm in appealing.
Not quite 3 stumps, but yeah, I'm with you. It hits the front. I thought it was going to hit the back foot. But yeah, I mean, it's the right length delivery, wasn't it? But just going down the leg side. This one isn't. It's straight at the stumps. It's another one, and Gondal picks up his second in the over. And this is looking bad now here for Punjab Lions and Nicosia. Well, Marlow means bad in Spanish, and the Punjab Lions and Nicosia, it is poquito de malo because they've lost another. That is 8 down now, 41 on the board.
Gee, that's elite commentary, Rico Fall, showing the benefit of your multilingual skills in the box here, but they could use some skills with the bat out on the ground. The Punjab Lions, I mean, asked some questions by Marlow bowling attack, and not many of them have had a particularly useful response. Taranjit Singh, the last one to head back to the pavilion, bowled by Gondal. He's out for 3 off 7 balls. And this is looking like mission impossible almost now. The Punjab Lions, the Marlow bowling attack, they've got their tails up. 8 wickets back in the shed. Still 3 and a bit overs to go. But this is down to the final stages of the Punjab Lions batting lineup. And this has really, really opened up this group on the assumption that Marlow go on to win this game, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's no way back for the Lions for me. I mean, this is up in the air. This is another opportunity. They've taken everything that's come their way, and I can't see them dropping this, and they won't. And that's Conrad Greenshields. And he puts his name in the book one more time as well. And to take nothing away from his contribution to this superb display in the field from Marlow. Took 3 wickets in his 2 overs, and then now takes his catch. And it's all but over now. That's the 9th wicket to go.
Yeah, good catch from Greenshields. And, oh man, Gondal, 2 wickets in succession. Could we have another Marlow hat-trick? We saw Amir Zaib take one earlier in the tournament. Unfortunately, he was a late scratching today because of an injury that he picked up yesterday. But Gondal may be about to finish this innings with a hat-trick. So it could be an excellent day for Marlow all round.
Well, you don't get a better opportunity, do you? And it's Lakwinder Singh. And, we didn't see him yesterday at all in the team, and he comes to the team, and well, it's not been a good showing from his team. So yeah, hat-trick opportunity. You don't get a better chance, do you? Number 11 coming in, and you've already taken 3 for 8, a ball to go.
Rico, if I'm Gondal, I'd be spearing an in-swinger into leg stump, try to replicate that first wicket of this over.
He comes. Goes full, but again, it's a leg side wide. How many times have we seen that on the hat-trick ball? Oh dear, oh dear. You can see what it is. It's so focused on trying to get the Yorker in. Straight down leg.
Yeah, it was the right ball, just not quite the execution. As you say, yet another leg side wide on a hat-trick opportunity.
Well, that's me, because it's wide. He gets another ball. Gets another chance. Oh, this is going to be wide again. He's trying too hard to get that Yorker in here. The 2 wides.
Oh, Gondal, good figures at the moment, despite those couple of wides. 3 for 10. Skipper will be happy with his work today. He's looked very capable of doing this in the first few games of the week. Good to see him putting it together.
And, well, he gets a bit of bat onto this. We'll go to the man. He's on the boundary at 3rd. Gets himself off the mark. And that is the end of a very good over for Gondali. Picks up 3 for 10, well bowled, and the score moves on to 44, 9 wickets down. I mean, it's a sort of score that you just wouldn't have thought that's what you're going to see. I'm talking about see, well, this is the match you're going to see right after this one. It's going to be the Farmers. And they're going to be coming back, taking on Corfu, so the champions of Greece against the champions of Jersey. And you can see there that the Farmers, they're another team, just like Marlow, and are searching for their first victory. And when you look at their team, similar to when we looked at the players and the team sheet of Marlow, it's quite incredible to think that they themselves have not picked up a victory.
Yeah, they would have come into this tournament with high hopes, Farmers. They've got some quality in their lineup, maybe just enough, not enough dynamism within that batting lineup to take on some of the big hitting teams.
Oh, he's gone. Shazad comes into the attack and gets a wicket, and that's unfortunate, I suppose. But that maybe sums up the sort of batting display that this has been, an innings that they would not want to remember. It's a disappointment, to say the least, for the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. They've been blown away, literally losing by, well, 54 runs here. And that one, he's just trying to play this away. It comes off his body and falls on the stumps. And will go down as bowled in the books. I think this rolls up his body and comes down and boom, on the top. And Shazad says, thank you very much. That's another one for me. And that is the end of the innings. And, well, you mentioned it earlier, Andrew, but the net run rate is going to be absolutely fantastic after that.
Yeah, it's going to take a pummeling, the net run rate for Punjab Lions, and they've been completely outplayed by Marlow Cricket Club today. And Marlow Club getting a rapturous round of applause from the healthy crowd here. It's already building up at Cartama Oval this morning. They have finally pulled out their best cricket, and to be honest, they could have even had a wider margin of victory partway through their batting innings. They lost Greenshields and Shazad in relatively quick succession. They probably would have been eyeing off a total of 110, 120. But as it was, comprehensive victory for them, more than doubling the Punjab Lions side. And well, this innings started badly with the run out of Sadoun, and it just got worse from there. And this man was the main instigator, Conrad Greenshields. What an addition to the bowling lineup he is. Probably one of the best swing bowlers that you'll see here at the European Cricket League, and particularly against top order players going hard, the likes of Guri Singh. He's an absolute weapon to have in those early overs. Keeper did well to grab that one, and just consistent wickets lost, Rico. Yeah, consistent wickets lost. I mean, you mentioned the word wickets lost. I don't know how many times it's happened before where a team batting first is all out. Okay, they were all out of the very last ball, but then go and get the opposition out, all out, and go on to win the game. I don't think that's happened too many times in the European Cricket Network. I don't know if it's happened at all in ECL, but it's quite an amazing statistic. 20 wickets have fallen in this very first match, but it's Marlow that keep their nerve. They held their catches just as well as the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia did, but more importantly for them, by holding their catches, and some of them were sensational. There was a one-hander, which was an absolute delight there from the John Shazad. Well, that's another one that's going to make the highlight reels, and you're going to watch that time and time again. And, well, Marlow is the name, but they've actually come back being muy bueno, because they've got the victory that they needed. That's Conrad Greenshields taking a nice catch. And what an addition, an important addition he's been to their side. Yeah, couldn't agree more, Rico. Just brings a touch of class, good strategic cricket brain. He's an excellent man to have in the side. And they were ably led by the skipper, Mian Shahid, who came back into the team today. So great win for Marlow. But Rico, you've got a cracker coming up next. Yeah, what a game this is going to be. Well, can the Farmers come back and register a victory as well? But it's going to be a hard game, because I think Yet Corfu, they're a good side as well. I mean, you have a look at the sort of fantasy dashboard there. I mean, the two tribes, they've really got to come back strong. I think if they perform, and then you got Sumaria there as well that can chip in with the bat, they're able to score big runs. But then on the other side, when you got Tassa Munusis there, he's been very, very good as well. Though yesterday he didn't get into the act, and you just think that they're just too good a team,
not to register a win. They'll certainly be looking forward to it as we have a look through the scorecard.
Yeah, it's a pretty sorry looking scorecard for Punjab Lions. Tejwinder Singh being the only man who troubled the scorers to any great degree. He ended up 18 off 10. A couple of fortunate boundaries in his innings, so there was really none of the lineup that got on top of Marlow. Their bowling was excellent. Good to see Najam Shahzad bowling with a bit of fire in his opening over. He ended up with the final wicket, but only went for 4 runs. And Conrad Greenshields and Adnan Gondal, the 2 swing maestros early on. Greenshields 2 for 15 with 3 wickets, and Adnan Gondal 3 for 11. That's an excellent performance all round from Marlow.
Yeah, great performance. You saw on that scorecard, 6 ducks as well. And, well, you won't see too many Manhattans like this. Certainly on the European Cricket Network, certainly on the European Cricket League. 10 wickets on both sides has been absolutely amazing.
Well, it's not just amazing, some amazing chat just come in late in the YouTube. Maya Zucchini, who I have utmost respect for now, just referencing how nice it was to spend some time watching 2 handsome commentators today. So couldn't agree more with her opinion, Rico. And speaking of good looking, well, that table is looking much better for Marlow, and they will be much happier. And look at the run rate impact. Their net run rate now down to only -1.9. It was a long way from that yesterday after a couple of tough defeats.
Yeah.
The same front for the Punjab Lions. They are now 2-2 and face probably, I wouldn't say it's a must-win game. Probably depends on how Corfu play today, but a lot of pressure coming up on their final one against Krayanut later today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at that, this next match, how important it is. You can see that the champion of Greece, if they win it, well, they're right up there with the Punjabi Lions, and going to put a lot of pressure on the Farmers. But if the Farmers get a victory there as well, like you said, it really does open up that group, especially the bottom 3. And as we know, the bottom 3 we know will be involved in elimination matches. So trying to get to that 4th spot is so important.
Yeah, I agree, Rico. And tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Farmers rack up their first win of the tournament against Corfu. Corfu were pretty disappointing for me yesterday, and outside of Carvallis and the opener Marusas, they're really looking for a couple of other players to step up.
Yeah,
I think the Farmers are going to take this next one.
Well, look, if you think that, and if that does happen, I mean, the Farmers take it, they go level on Marlow, then what a match we're going to have later on in match number 14, where Farmers take on the team that impressed here, Marlow. Everything happening today is going to be a massive day. Well, we're going to take a short break now, myself and Andrew. Andrew, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be in the box with you, and no doubt if you have your little break, you'll be mingling with the folks in the fan zone. But I'll be back here with Vinny Sandhu in, well, as you see there, the clock that's ticking, thanks to Norcam, our official timekeeper. We'll be back in about 13 minutes' time. Hasta pronto!
How we play cricket
on the coast of our soul.
Time for game 2 here on day 3 of Group E at the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. We've got the Jersey champions, Farmers, who have yet to register their first win. Surprising, given the amount of Jersey internationals floating throughout their side. And they're up against one of the surprise packets, Corfu, the Greek champions. Let's go across for the toss. It's the world's second favourite Sir after Sir Mix-a-Lot, Sir Rob Kemming.
Ready to call?
Yeah. Kibang.
Kiba.
Kiba.
BET2BALL.
Love ball today.
Okay.
So there you have it. The Corfu skipper called Kibarinu, but it ended up once again, second time today, as a BET2BALL. So the boys from Jersey, Farmers, have elected to bowl first in game 2 here today. This is a must-win clash for them. They're surprisingly sitting at 0 wins after the first 2 days of competition. And when Frankie Goes to Hollywood talked about when 2 tribes go to war, a point is all that you can score, he must have been thinking forward to the Jersey team, because they've got the 2 tribe boys, Azza and Zach, who will likely open the batting today. They've shown glimpses of form over the last couple of days, but neither of them has gone on to score big. They really need one of them to crack on and have a major innings here today. Backed up by Julius Summerall and also the class of Chuggy Pershard. These guys really need to start making some major contributions if they'll be able to pull out their first win today. On the other hand, the boys from Corfu have been one of the surprise packets. They've gotten enough from their star players, and in particular Ari Cavalis and Tassos Manousos, who have both played match-winning hands with both bat and ball over the last couple of days. Cavalis was taken to the cleaners by Scott Austin yesterday, and it'd be interesting to see whether Farmers take his lead and really start to attack his bowling. This is going to be a great contest. Really looking forward to this one. Farmers desperate for a win. Hand back up to the commentary box where we've got Vinny Sandhu and Rico Full. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan, doing a superb job with the intro to this match. What an important match it is as well for the Farmers. They need to get points on the board, especially after seeing Marlow register their first points in that. Well, quite a surprising match. 20 wickets to fall during, and I'm sure that Mr. Maximo, when he comes into the commentary box, will have info for us whether that is the first. I do believe it's the first time we've seen 20 wickets to fall in a European Cricket League match. Quick look at both these teams. And yet Corfu, well, they'll be relying, of course, I think, very much on Carvelis. He's the main man for them with the ball and with the bat. Tassos Manousos is pretty key as well. But I think their captain as well, Aslam Mohammed, will want to prove himself in this one as well. And the Farmers, they've, I think, as I said earlier, Asa Tribe and Zach Tribe need to get going. I think Chuggy is going to be important for them as well. And maybe the spin of Reece Palmer, and Ben Kinman will be hoping to show some of his talents as well. A must-win match first up for the Farmers. And they have won the toss and elected to take the field first. And it's going to be Charles Burchard Chuggy, the international captain for Jersey, who's going to open the bowling. There comes the first delivery to Ahmed. And it's down the leg side. I think once again going for the Yorker delivery. And doesn't quite get it right. Get the radar on the button. Good bit of swing there. Pershard. Oh, and this one probably would have been pretty close as well. Taking on the fielder, wanted to get off the mark quickly. And thing is, though, you've got to run pretty quickly as well. And this will be interesting. Oh, it would have been really close. Maybe just. So the field moves around as Manousos, the left-hander, is ready to open his account. And they'll be hoping that it's not a moment of magical fielding that gets him out this time round. He did yesterday. What a catch that was. Remember, Manusis was out to an awesome catch taken by Scott Austin. He is a dangerous batter when he gets going, the left-hander. Very good morning once more to everybody that's in the chat. Let's see, Vinny Sandus. Well, he's around somewhere. He's getting in there. He just gets off the mark. Morning, of course, to Luke Belgium. Helix as well. And Tashan Rahin also. Good morning to everybody, and it's always nice to see plenty of chat happening as we watch the cricket. And what a glorious day of cricket this promises to be. Beautiful, sunny day. Just, I think, expecting to see them in the high 20s today. So hardly a cloud in the sky. Chuggy round the wicket. And have a hit is the cry. He does have a hit. But, good running. Manusis gets back pretty quickly. The running between these two has been quite good at the moment. Aslan Ahmed and Tassos Manusis. Oh, got him. Beautiful delivery. Slightly slower, swinging it in. And Ahmed has to go. The stumps, the castle has been shattered. And that's really good bowling. That's what they needed. And Chuggy Pershad delivers. And the first wicket of the innings. Just have a look at this. He just holds his bat, but look at the swing on that. It comes a long way back. And it's always not a good side, is it, the batter, when you have to turn around and see your stumps have been broken. That's really well bowled. And they needed a good start, and they get one. They get a wicket off the last ball of the over. No, there's one ball actually go. Forgetting there was that wide in there. 6 for 1. So Manusis loses his opening partner. Emphatically bowled by Chuggy. And it's good time to welcome back into the score box, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, we've got some info here. Have a look at yesterday. It's the highest scoring day in a while, 11 and over. You can see that the last couple of weeks have been, well, D in particular was the lowest of any of the groups. Something to do with the finals day, I think. But yesterday, pretty high scoring. A couple of individual performances that really sparked that. Anyway, here's Pershad, who's getting the ball to swing. That's the end of the first over, 6 for 1. A very good morning to everyone. Good morning to you, Rico, of course, and thanks to Andrew Ryan for his great work today. He's on-camera presenter for us on ECN, and hello to everyone in the chat and everybody else, whether you're watching on our fan code network in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company. Just chatting to some of the Jersey guys this morning. They said, we have to change some of our tactics, and one of the things they were going to do, they were going to bowl less cross seamers and actually try and swing the ball, back themselves to swing the ball a bit more seam up, and you see immediate results with Chuggy getting that in-swinger, crashing into the stumps for an early wicket. So that's smart by them, I think. You got to, even though you might not be sure if you can control the swing, I think does add an element that makes it difficult for the batters to contend with. But still, two very good batters at the crease. Tassos Manusis, former Zimbabwean under-19 international. And, of course, we know how good Aslam Mohammed is. Hard to believe he's 50. You're about the same age, Rico. Why aren't you playing in the ECL?
Because you keep me too busy up here.
Won't let you out. How's your night anyway? What did you get up to last night?
It's a very good night.
Hit gym?
Myself and Rhino hit the gym for a bit.
Yep.
We had a nice bit of dinner together, talked a bit of cricket, amongst a few other things. And yeah, it was a very pleasant evening, and it was good to see that the Pakai Care Battle Honour boys were up there as well, and they certainly were on a high note.
William Perchard's going to continue. Well, bit of indecision here. If he hits, would have been gone by some distance. No run, no wicket. It's a great time, of course. The Sunset Beach Resort, where we're staying. We do get to see it a little bit when we're not at the cricket. He didn't have enough time to get back to the stumps there, did he, William Perchard? Goes after this one, but he clunks it. Could be a chance. The fielder comes around and holds on to a very good catch. Julius Samaria takes it. It's a big wicket. 2 early ones now. It's a dangerous Manousis. Well, he looked very good the other night, but he has to go early doors here. Corfu in some early trouble, 6 for 2.
Well, Samaria takes a catch. Well, there is something in the air, Vinny. What's going on today? Wickets are falling all over the place.
I think we're seeing the 2 teams that didn't have any points after 2 days. Well, they've come out and they are on a mission to pick up their first win. We saw the Portuguese do it this morning. It's a very strong start from the Farmers, as they have 2 early wickets now, 6 for 2. But what it does do, it brings a very dangerous batter to the crease in Ari Cavalis. He is probably the biggest out-and-out hitter. So he's one big obstacle in the way for Jersey. And we saw the big man, Guri Singh from Punjab Lions Nicosia yesterday, take them apart. Ari will have similar visions as he comes out at number 4.
Yeah, I mean, Carvel is just coming down a little bit low down the order. I think they decided maybe give Aslam Mohammed a chance coming in at number 3, but they wouldn't. I don't think he would have expected to be in so early. And now this is a huge moment. Both these two have to bat well. And well, they've got the Farmers. They've certainly got a jump in their stride. So, look, we are talking about the Farmers, so we've got to do this one.
Okay, go on.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Cows go.
Cows go who?
Nah, they go moo.
Well, that's out of Rico's jokes for 4-year-olds. Available at all good bookstores near you. I like the caveman one that our little smart speaker told us yesterday. Do you remember that one? Can't tell that one out on here, though, can we?
That was a really funny one.
Perchard's got 1 for none. Now he's dealing with Big Hercules. He just turns this round the corner. Well, it's a touch shot from the big man. It's going to go for 4. Just slightly angled in to the right-hander. And he glances it away. Carvelis off the mark immediately.
Yeah, nice shot. And yesterday, Carvelis, he was having to try and force the issue when they were playing that match because of it was a run chase, and that wasn't him at his best. I think when he's batting first and he's got time to bat, that's when we see him at his best, because he can assess the situation well. The shot selection is a lot better.
Yeah, seen a couple of leaves in this innings, and it's not always a tactic you see a lot in this form of the game. We saw Manousis have a look at one early, and this time we see Carvelis taking his time. Very experienced, high-level cricketer. Yeah, 10 for 2. Jersey coming out firing, but a long way to go still. 2 good batters at the crease. This one comes back, and again you see this is certainly a conscious effort to hold more seam-up deliveries and try and get the ball moving sideways. Yeah. So far it's working well for Farmers.
Yeah, it's coming in, he's hitting the deck hard. Once more, plenty of buzz, enthusiasm in the field. And the Farmers, yeah, I mean, there's a bit of disbelief between them and their supporters that they haven't won a match so far.
Me too, actually. That's for the over. Another leave.
Well, I know
careful.
There is some test cricket, I'm told, going on at the moment. Well, we're seeing a bit of test match smasher out there as well from Carvelis.
How about that? I mean, 4 runs off the over, just that leg glance away for 4. Carvelis doesn't offer it a couple. Well, so you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. As we see the table, and Farmers, they'll be hoping to join Corfu and Marlow on 2 points if they can win this one. So, yeah, I mean, leaving 1, maybe, leaving 2, not so sure. But maybe just deciding Will Perchard bowled a pretty good over and going to show some respect. But, I mean, if you end up losing by a couple of runs, you probably feel like you should have offered at those. Anyway, here's Chuggy back for the 3rd over. They're bowling him out immediately. Full toss, hit hard and hit into the gap. 4 runs. Attempted Yorker there from Charles Pershard, just over pitching. And this is a classical cover drive. A little bit elevated, but he found the gap. Aslam Mohammed gets 4.
Yeah, gets himself off the mark with a nice shot. Opting to go the aerial route, but it's a confident looking shot. He backed himself to play it.
Yeah, let's see if he takes the pace off a little bit now, bowls that leg cutter delivery. He swings it again, and he swings it right between Aslam Mohammed and the stumps. So Pershard's he's kind of toned down the variations, and he's just trying to bowl these hooping in-swingers to take out the stumps, and this wasn't far away.
No, that doesn't miss by too much. Probably does a little bit too much for Chuggy. But, he'll be up with that one. He's more than happy with that.
This is the partnership they really want to break, I think. Break this innings wide open with a third. Swinging down the leg side. Yeah, Farmers, they're dialed in. You know, they remind me a little bit of Albi's Army of Sweden. The way midweek, I remember Albi's Army, they were a bit deflated, I suppose. But they dug deep and they said, all right, what's done is done. We're going to go out. We're going to give it our best shot. If it's not good enough, it's not good enough. And look at them. They went all the way from the bottom 3 to win the entire week. So Jersey will have similar visions. Bowled. These aren't easy to play. To trouble batters, I think, as a pace bowler here, it's not just out-and-out pace. Unless you're a Cameron or someone like that, I think you need to be able to move the ball off the square, and that's what Chuggy's doing right here.
He's bowling really well, isn't he? You can see that he knows. I mean, there's a lot of expectation on him to perform well, especially with the ball. We all know about his variations, so he's looking to lead by example here.
Oh, close. Probably just missing. And almost a run out. I think this is a good call, just eyeballing it. It's just swinging so far. I think it probably hits him in front of middle stump, but I'm not convinced it would have gone on to hit.
It's a massive appeal, isn't it? I mean, Chuggy, he absolutely believes he gets his man.
Just look how far that's going.
Yeah.
That's going a long way. It's a very good shout, but I also think a very good decision from the umpire.
It's doing too much. Yeah, that's gonna go on. It's gonna, in fact, I tell you, the ball that was missed earlier that goes and misses the stumps is a similar delivery to that, and you can see that it does go on to miss the leg stick.
Good umpiring, really good umpiring. Last ball, the over. This one, he's speared it at the stumps, but hit back, and Pershard out. He's delivered for his team. He's done his bit. He takes 1 for 10. Very good start. Good power play for the Farmers. They have Yet Corfu 14 for 2.
Yeah, very good morning to all the supporters out there from the Farmers. Give us a wave. Good morning. Buenos dias. And, yeah, they're up and about supporting their side. They know that they need to give them as much support as they can so they can bounce back.
Just a tiny little staircase, the power play. You saw on the graph there. No tall towers as yet. And, well, now we're into the middle overs. Now I would have been tempted to go back to Will Pershard here because he bowled such a good first over, and just wonder about if he'll be as effective if they bring back later. But I think they are going for spin, and it'll be the off spin of Reece Palmer coming on to bowl over number 4. What do you think? Would you give him Will Pershard one more? Had Carvelis leaving him and stuff.
I just think this might. I think this is a good shot. I think Carvelis, before he gets started, maybe try a bit of spin on him. Let's see if he wants to go for it. Because he's played those 2 leaves, I think they're probably saying, okay, well, let's see if you leave the spinner. No, I like this shot.
Okay. Well, it's good they've got options anyway. A lot of chat out there. Moving day, as Andrew Ryan called it earlier. Good start from Palmer. Carvelis really knows there's a lot of kind of weight on his shoulders to get them out of this mess that they found themselves in. Yeah, Corfu. Oh, I think this takes a little bit of an edge. Or
yeah, I think there's an edge here. Just see. Yeah, giving us the indication, bit of glove on that.
I don't think the keeper can do anything about this one, though. He gets something on it, but such a big deflection. See, that I don't even think that hits his hands. Back to live action. Quicker one from Palmer. Pretty good off spinner, isn't he? Does actually spin some, so that's in the batter's minds, I think. Does actually throw some up and spin some.
He does get good spin, he gets good grip.
He also got that quicker one, which you saw was pretty effective there, and hurrying the batter, upsetting their timing. This one's flat batted, and it is possibly caught. And I'll say possibly, because we didn't get a great view. I'm sure they'll have a look at it. Zach Tribe is the man who comes in. It's a remarkable piece of fielding regardless of the result. If that is out, it'll be 15 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great bit of work. It's one of those which maybe, I mean, he's absolutely 100% sure he's taken it, but the umpires will want to see it again. I mean, you see the ball dipping down here, in he comes, and looks like he's taken that.
Looks like it's carried there. It's all, I think if it carries, he catches it. This one, well, probably just out of shot there. I think it's probably given out the field, though. I didn't see a soft signal, but I think there, hands. Well, there we go.
There you go.
Well, looks to me, looks pretty good based on that evidence. In fact, now the decision has been made and Aslam Muhammad's going to have to go. So what a catch that is by Zach Tribe, because we were behind him there, so we weren't sure. I think he was fairly sure, and the replay's confirmed that Muhammad Aslam has to go. And that is the third wicket now. Yet Corfu 15 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Aslam goes for 4 of 9 deliveries. I mean, he wanted to play an attacking innings, didn't he? You can see that was his intent. And the 4 runs, actually, that he scored of those 9 deliveries he faced was just off that one shot, the boundary that he played.
Frustrating for him, because he can get after the bowling. And so, yeah, what a catch that was. I mean, we were just a little bit unsure as to whether it carried or not, but I think, let's give him all the credit there. Zach Tribe, your best fielders down the ground. That's what you normally have to do in this form of the game, and you see exactly why there. Created a wicket from nothing.
Yeah, the catching today from all the teams we've seen so far has been absolutely amazing. And I don't think one's gone down.
Palmer, I suppose that decision to bowl him has paid off, hasn't it? Yeah. As we see Spiros Bogdos coming in at number 5. Get a bit of a jam. This will help, because this is swung away and it's going to be 4. The only real loose delivery that Palmer bowled that over. It was the length and the fact it was kind of in at the body of Bogdos, who turns on it. He gets off the mark, end 4 overs. It's 19 for 3.
Yeah, nice confident shot from the new batter. Sometimes you're going out there early, you're just a little bit reluctant to play attacking shots straight away. He's done well. He's got a boundary for his team, but these two have to rebuild here. Yeah, well, very good morning to you. I'm in the box for the first time today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Fall, and we're excited for the last day of round robin action. Also, another exciting moment. I heard the ECL trophy has arrived, so stay tuned. Big moment.
At some point throughout the day, we'll try and show you the unboxing of the ECL trophy. It is magnificent. It's for the Kings of European Cricket. It has a crown. It is quite amazing. You remember that one from back in 2019?
I remember. I've seen pictures of you wearing that crown.
Yeah, I have. Didn't earn it, but I said, can I borrow it? Not super comfortable, I'll be honest with you, but it was satisfying, I'm sure, for those VOC Rotterdam players that got to wear it.
Listen, you had a line today, so I haven't asked you, did you have a nice evening? What did you get up to?
I was sensible, had a fairly sensible evening. I just caught up with a few supporters and players back at the hotel and bid them adieu. Okay, this is in the air, but into the gap. And, well, does a pretty good job. I think this is 4.
Yeah, I think it's 4. He doesn't manage to keep he touches the ground before he releases. So I think it's 4. We'll have to check it. He's not 100% sure himself. And let's have a look.
Yeah, I think we'll have a look here. And if we slow this down here, this last step, you see, yeah, that's the incriminating evidence. But still, a very good effort from the binman, Ken Binman, or Ben Kinman, his real name, who gave that everything, but the result is 4 runs. So Carvelis starts the 5th over with the boundary. So they have brought back Pershard. They brought him back early. I like that. But Carvelis in more of an aggressive mood this time around. Really goes for this one. So yeah, I don't mind that. So, I was wondering, why didn't they bring back Will Pershard in the 4th? But they've snuck one in. It was more than a sneak in, really, for Palmer, who picked up a wicket and bowled a very good over. And now they still use him in the first half. William Pershard. Helix is asking, did Corey wear the crown? Well, I think so. His little head probably looked more like a necklace.
I was going to say, it was a bit of jewellery.
On the walk, it's Carvelis, and then crunches it to Deepex to recover. Just this angle.
Well, what a throw that is. It's spicy. Fires it in. Well, there's an arm you don't take. A risky single too.
To use Corey's terminology, I'd say they're fizzed up. Jersey, they're fizzed up. And they've been waiting. I think they would have been really annoyed getting back to the hotel with 0 points next to their name. They're a better cricket team than that, and they're showing it so far this morning on day 3 of Group E. Down the leg side, called a wide. All right, so you're Yet Corfu here. You're Carvalis, you're the key to the innings. You're 10 off 9. What's the approach here? How aggressive is he, and how quickly is he aggressive?
Approach is simple, I think. Knowing what batting you've got to come, he's got to bat all the way through. And he plays each ball on merit. And I think until he gets to the end of the 8th over, he doesn't start throwing his bat at everything.
This is nicely struck by Bogdos. Well, don't forget Spiros, because he gets a classical cover drive away, 4 runs, 4 carreras, and good signs here early in this partnership.
This is a delightful shot of the day so far. This, all right, he gets given the width, but he's still going to put it away, and that is a beautiful shot. That's out of the textbook, that one.
I didn't know that they had the cricket textbook in Greek, because whatever, chapter 3 cover drive, Spiros has read it. That was copybook stuff.
Yeah, delightful shot. And Pershard probably won't give him that length again.
That goes on the onside. Pick up one here. That's a really good sign, though. That gives Carvelis confidence that he doesn't have to panic either. Because Bogdos, okay, he's batting number 5. He's an out-and-out batter. It looked like it from that beautiful drive.
The under-19 international. Pershard will want to finish well. 1 for 15 so far. It's the last ball off his spell.
This is hit extremely hard, but well fielded. Serere, a very good fielder. Love to ping him in as well. End of the first half. And a bit of a resurgence from Yet Corfu, but still they're behind in this game. 5 overs down. It's 31 for 3.
Yeah, the good encouraging signs, though, for the champions of Greece is that both these batters have now hit the ball pretty well. They're timing it nicely. It's coming off nice on the bat. And I think there'll be that little conversation there between them and say, right, okay, look, we're both in. We're both feeling good. Look, we got 30 balls to bat. Let's enjoy it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I meant to enjoy it. And how could you not on a day like this? We're expected to hit 19 degrees or so. Currently 16. Very sunny conditions. Don't know what the weather is in Jersey right now, but maybe you can tell us if you're in the chat. Right now, beautiful day. We had a bit of a cloudy start to Group E, didn't we, over the first couple of days, but yeah, this is more like it. I'm rocking the short sleeves as well. And now they're going to go to George Richardson. So we have seen him opening the bowling at times. And he had a bit of a slight injury concern on day 1, but looks good now. Here's George. Out swinger, and it's going to be out. So, wow, this is another ball that swings, I think, slightly away from Carvelis. So the swing is working for Jersey as they remove the powerful Carvelis. Never got going in this innings. He goes for 11. That's a 4th wicket now. Perfect start for George Richardson. It's 31 for 4.
Yeah, that's disappointing for Carvelis, but it's utterly great start for the young bowler George Richardson. And yeah, like you said, we only saw him bowl just the 1 ball. The first time we saw him, when he bowled the ball, fell down, hurt himself. But fortunately for him and for his team, he didn't hurt himself too much. And another under-19. The son of Joel comes back and gets a wicket of his first delivery. That's disappointment, though, for Carvelis. He's a good player, and to get out of, well, the first ball that's bowled to him from a new bowler, that's something that he would know himself is really not acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, it swings half a bat. I mean, I think it swings out half a bat, and that's what does Ari. It's a funny innings when you look back at it, leaving a couple of balls early. And a T10, I suppose maybe it makes sense to be a bit more careful early, but you know, he doesn't wait to have a look at George Richardson. You know what I mean? He went straight away. So it's almost like he went from too careful to too aggressive on the spectrum. Hindsight's 20/20, as we say in the classics. As Georgios Galanis, the teenage leg spinning sensation, comes to the crease, can also hold the bat. He's batting at number 6. So now, seeing that one go away from the right-hander, George Richardson needs to make the adjustment, get outside the off stump, swing it down the line. And this one doesn't. It could be 2 in 2, and it will be. So they're all over him like a rash at the moment. Galanis gets one that seems away. George Richardson's got 2 on 2. He's on a hat-trick. That's half out already. Yet Corfu, 31 for 5.
Oh, this is really, really good bowling. I mean, you called it, Vinny, that the first thing he's got to do is get it right, because you've got a left-hander in. It's all about getting the ball in the right areas. He does. Look, he goes right across the left-hander. The pace, he hits the seam, it pops up in the air, and, well, no mistakes there from Asa Tribe. And that's 2-2, and another opportunity for a hat-trick today. And it's all happening from the bowlers and the fielding side. I mean, we said we saw 20 wickets fall in that first match. And here in this one, well, it looks like it's going to be another one, which is all about the bowlers. It's 31 for 5, halfway through the batting of, well, the Greece champions here.
Yeah, it's got to really hurt. And I tell you what made that ball dangerous, because for sure, if I was Yorgos Galanis there, I'm expecting something that's going to shape into me based on seeing the last dismissal, right?
Yeah.
But instead, you get one that hits the seam and goes the other way. So he just kind of was in no man's land playing that. And it hits the seam, goes away from the left-hander. So he's moved it both ways in 2 balls. And it just kind of knocks up a catch. A simple one for Asa Tribe. And so, good luck. Coming in now, it's going to be Azra Ahmed, who has to face the hat-trick ball. What's it called if you get a hat-trick off your first 3 balls? I think there's a name for it. People are making up names for stuff all the time. George Richardson, he's having a better time early in his over than he did on Monday, that's for sure. Here we go. Is it going to be hat-trick number 3?
Yep. Oh, wow. Well, I don't think he was expecting this one. And George Richardson, he's really fired up now. But, this was quick, right at him, and he was hoping that he was going to get a little bit of something on this. The thing is, though, the way he had a little shrug off the shoulders there from the batter, quite like that. Ahmed just saying, no worries. Richardson will attack the stumps this time. Goes with a slower ball, and that's good variations. It's clever bowling from the youngster.
Yeah, clever. Don't know if I'd be going for that one just yet. I'd still be probably attacking the stumps of Azra Ahmed. The wickets do save your runs. If you get 6 and 7 right now, it's going to be a right royal mess. Does. Pretty close and gone. He attacks the stumps and he catches the batter in front. And that looked plumb to me. Azra Ahmed, he's got to go. That's 3 wickets in the over for George Richardson. And he has made things go from bad to worse. And the Greeks, they are scrambling. 31 for 6.
Yeah, it's all about variation. Here we go. Well bowled, and he goes all the way back. And yeah, I mean, I don't think you can argue about that. And Ahmed, well, his least favourite fruit is plum, because he has to go.
Yeah, that's just a technical thing. Cross-batting a ball in the stumps. The bat doesn't come straight through. He shuffles across and gets the pads in front. And so he lasts a bit longer than his predecessor, but still not able to add to this total. 31 for 6. I say the Farmers crowing from the rooftops here, but they are here, and their tournament, as far as they're concerned, it starts today. Putting the disappointment of the last couple of days behind them. And, well, they got Spiros Bogdos at the other end, and he's just watching. He's only faced 4 balls, look good for 9. Nikos Bouzis comes in now, and, well, you might hear that vuvuzela going off occasionally in the Greek dressing room, right?
Yeah.
He's corrected me. It's the Bouzazela, because it's Bouzis that's playing it. The Boubazella. Well, nothing to Boubazella about at the moment. There's another swing and a miss. End of an over. And if you don't mind, it's a triple wicket maiden for George Richardson. 3 wickets, ripping the heart out of the order, and 6 overs down. Yet Corfu, 31 for 6.
Yeah, and quite rightly so. Everybody's on their feet, giving the young man a good clap. That's a fantastic over from Richardson. And these are good signs for Farmers here, because not only are they on the up here, but their players, some of the key players, are coming good. We saw Chuggy bowl really well early on, and we've seen both the youngsters bowl well as well. William Pershard and George Richardson as well. Back to the spin of Palmer.
He just slings one through, just a single, so probably don't mind Bogdos at the other end now. Getting another crack at Bouzis, who's new to the crease.
So you see both the batters chatting to each other. Bogdas is really having a big long chat to Bouzis here.
This is driven away. Pretty reasonable shot by Bouzis. But I mean, if I was doing a 6-over check-in, I'd be reaching for the emergency manual. I mean, if you can get to a ball from here, which seems unlikely, and you scrape to 80, at least that's something to bowl at. It goes for it, and could be trouble. Fielder comes in, almost holds onto it. Yeah, just hit more up the wrist area of Ben Kinman, but he did well to get there, slid in, gave it 100% effort, but couldn't come down with the catch.
Yeah, I mean, he knew he had to get down low. That was the thing here. He does everything right, gets a slide in. The only thing was he's just not able to keep that ball in his hands. Good effort, though.
Yeah, pretty good effort. Almost another catch.
Well, it's all happening out there. This time it's a caught and bowled opportunity, which, again, I think Palmer probably just doesn't get to this.
Let's have a look at this. And I'm a bit worried about the trousers here of Palmer. He gives it everything. But anyway, as we used to say, one day we're going to get caught.
What do you mean you worry about his trousers?
I think keeping your trousers on is an important skill in life. Just ask some of the top politicians around the world. But didn't take the catch. Almost lost the draws. But anyway, all's well that ends well. 36 for 6 with the ball to go. Again, more of a pace on off spinner. So pretty good defensive bowling. Palmer just not letting them out of this kind of twilight zone that the batters are in at the moment. It's 37 for 6 after 7. So just 6 off that over. And, the umpires having a pretty good time as well, aren't they, out there? They always tell me how they like to have a bit of a chat when they walk past each other as well. So remember, keeps it fresh for them. 37 for 6. Hey, so 7 overs down. Gives us a chance to have a look at the format. This is the last day of round robin matches in Group E. And then tomorrow we'll have Super Thursday. Top 3 versus bottom 3. That's a very different experience going into finals Friday. Back to live action here. And going to be George Richardson steaming in. He certainly has a lot of confidence, and this isn't it a time where you need to be brave and you need to counter-attack. Not easy against a guy that's just taken 3 for none.
Yeah, I mean, it's the case of what you think best case scenario is. I mean, where you think you want to take this score to, and when you're also having a look at the wickets that have gone down, and Richardson is on fire.
A little touch around the corner, but going nowhere. So another dot ball. Still hasn't conceded a run. Well, hello to Terry, who's in the chat. He's saying I'm always focused on fashion. That's true. I know you are too. Very stylish man. And hello to Jeffrey Maguire, who's watching from Northern Ireland. He's going to be joining us tomorrow, he says, with Grizzly Bear Sports. Well, that's great. Looking forward to seeing you again. Short. Oh, nasty one.
I think this.
Oh, then they make him run.
Lead, and he gets there. ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਯਾਰ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਹੈਲਪ 'ਚ ਬੋਲ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਭੱਜਣਾ ਵੀ ਪਿਆ. But he gets there though, and he's got a smile on his face as well. And I'm liking that from Stefan Gooch, the umpire. He's just making sure he's okay. It sort of hits him sort of neck.
Yeah, it rolls up his arm. Don't know if it flicks the gloves or the bat on the way up. But then it certainly gets him upstairs in the end. Here's a run. So finally, it must have been a tiny bit of bat. Thought there was a little top edge on it. So George Richardson has conceded a run finally, but it wasn't a convincing one. Quarter of this innings remains. It goes for it and gets it pretty good. That's a really good shot by Bogdas, who counter-attacks, counter-punch out of the ground. Maximo! Yek, into the 40s.
That's a really good shot. Sensational. Look, it's not that long ago that I was saying, well, while Bogdas is there with Carvelis, these two are both hitting the ball well. They want to get a good partnership going. Carvelis, I mean, he won't mind me saying so because he's a better player and he knows he throws his wicket away, and Bogdas is still there. Now he's got to play some shots. He's got to try and get as much of the strike as he can.
Yeah, it's a really good bit of batting there. He's got to be brave here, Bogdas. And he tries to swipe this one out of the ground, misses. Very entertaining innings so far, especially if you're a Farmers fan. And their supporters finally got something to cheer about. Last ball for Richardson. Oh, again, push shot. I think this one goes over the stump, so it'll be a dot. And it's the end of the 8th over. So Richardson, what a spell that is. Doesn't take a wicket in his 2nd over, but still limits the damage. Just the 1 boundary off him in his 2 overs. 3 for 7 with 2 overs remaining. Yek are 44 for 6.
Yeah, it's a really good spell of bowling. Absolutely brilliant. Got his team right on top here. And talk about on top. Look at that. Wicket on top of wicket. Well, that was what George Richardson did achieve.
The worm is heading back to terra firma there in the 6th. It's, I think the worm can actually go down, but it almost looks like it does go down there. It's, yeah, look. Nice sportsmanship as well, because I think George Richardson just checking on the batter after he took that blow, kind of high up, whether he's okay. It's been a feature of the series as well. The game's been played in very good spirit, as you can imagine. Great experience for all of these players. Now it's going to be Ace of Tribe to bowl over number 9, so I think they're trying to stick with some pace-off options. You hear that in the middle. This is what the crowds have come for, is what was said. As this is edged away. Wow, very tight run. Gets there in the end. That might have been James Pershard behind the stumps. Just a little shout out to the crowd. And well, you can tell us if you're in the Jersey fan zone. Are you liking what you're seeing at the moment from the boys?
It's going to be thumbs up all around.
Yeah, there's 2 hands in the air over there. Push through, and this is worked around the corner. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. So Ace of Tribe, yeah, just the line of that, allowing the batter to get inside it. And Spiros Bogdos, well, he's a 1-man band trying to resuscitate this innings. Gets another boundary.
Good shot. He's very quick on this. A little bit too short. But look, I mean, he's still taking that off the top of middle stump.
Yeah. It's the length. He just plays it on length. Just gives up his stumps. If he misses it, he knows he's in trouble. They call him Mr. Muscles. Ace of Tribe. It's more like Harry Potter to me. It goes for it straight, and this one's going to carry as well. Maximo brings up the 50 in style. Bogdos has looked a class act since he's come to the crease. He's 28 of only 12, and he brings up the 50 in style.
Yeah, he's timing the ball so well. It's a beautiful shot, this. Just like the way he waits for it, picks his spot, and then smashes it away. And look, we're surrounded by natural beauty here, and flying around us at the moment, as well as kookaburras. Just like a bird of prey as well, but forget about the bird of prey for a moment. It's sliding, trying to stop this one. Feeling the cautious, both get you Palagya Joka.
Really, really good shot. That's just a good cricket shot. We saw Bogdos thrown through the covers earlier. And this one gets the foot down close to the pitch of the ball. Allows him to keep it down, keep it along the ground, and just crack that one. Wasn't so far from the fielder. Got to appreciate good batting, and Bogdos is bringing it right now.
He scored more than half the runs. This one's pitched up, gets past the diving effort of Tribe.
Now, if you're Boozers, you've got the licence to just go for a shot here. Probably not going to get bowled out. You've got 1 ball left in the over. You pretty much want Bogdos on strike, I think. So you want 2, 4 or a 6. That'll do. And how about, 6. It'll be 6. Oh, that's so unlucky. And I thought straight away it was for sure going to be 6. But then I saw this massive figure, Zach Tribe, who takes the catch. I thought it was going to be over him for sure, but I forgot he's not a regular-sized human being. He puts 2 hands up, and you'll see it here. Great catch, but then when he lands, just lands on the rope. So, wow, great effort. Swings the game. So I said they wanted 2, 4 or 6. They got it in the end. Tyrone, he's happy that he saw it. Zach Tribe, he's just a bit unlucky that he wasn't a fraction further in. So after 9 overs, 66 for 6. All the 6s. Number 6 causes a 6. And yeah, now they've got something almost that you could say they could bowl at. If they get up in the 70s, we have seen teams kind of win games with that many runs, but not very often. They'd have to bowl and field very well. And I think Jersey, they'll be on a mission.
Listen, I'm getting worried because that bird of prey that I keep seeing, I reckon he's after the kookaburra.
Is that a dangerous bird?
Look, that is a big bird. I mean, that's flying around. It was right on the top of that tree for a moment, and it was looking at you. I think maybe it's excited by the colours you're wearing here today. See, it's certainly round and round.
Steady on. We just had the worm up after 7 or 8 overs, so the bird can look at that. All right, here we go. 10th overtime. Jeez, it's been a good effort by Bogdos. And then Boozers, he he certainly provided 6 valuable runs by the barest of margins. There we go. It looks
Look
like
at that. What is that? It's beauty.
All right, this is high, and this one I think is coming down again. It's going to be touch and go, and this time it will be out. Yeah, he's just held his nerve there, so 2 and 2. It's Kidman that comes in, and well, he removes Bogdos, but not before a very valuable 33 that he's contributed for the Greeks. A 7th wicket falls, it's 66 for 7.
A bit of a celebration here from Gimman. Well, there's the catch. Well done this time. He stays away from the rope, and then, well, the bowler does a little bit of a shuffle. Well, that's the Binman shuffle, maybe.
Yeah, well, he's pretty happy with his contribution so far, but I think the batter, he'll be very happy with what he was able to provide. Didn't get too much of the strike, 15 balls for 33. Zach Tribe, good catch by him. And so the resistance continues from Jersey, resisting this counter-attack, 66 for 7. The batter comes to the crease, and it's Alexandros Animogiannis. I love saying names like that. It's a great state of Greek cricket, the amount of native talent they've got, the high representation of the ethnically Greek population. And now Kinman, pretty happy with his work as well. 1 ball, 1 wicket, a bit like George Richardson before. Gets one up in the block hole. Good bowling. Just be a single.
Yeah, does well. Gets the ball in the right areas, and we saw in the last match, not that in the end it mattered, but Punjabi Lions and Nicosia didn't finish well. Gave 25 runs away in that last over in a low-scoring contest.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, so 22 off the 9th. All happens in the 9th, as you like to say, Rico. Ace a try. Magical over. That was the only over, apart from the 12 in the 5th. It's the only over that's actually been in double figures. So still important deliveries remain. Close, but given a wide. Yeah, these could matter. I mean, we saw 66 almost win a final last week, didn't we? That's probably fair enough.
Yeah, just catching the line. That movement away there.
Kinman. Turned away, gets bat on ball. Well, this one's into the gap, and it's probably going to run away for 4. Well, that's handy runs. As Bruce's, he's been useful as well, hasn't he? We're seeing a bit more depth in the Greek order than I think we would have expected. And that's a clever shot using the pace of Kinman, and he moves the Greek side up into the 70s.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. Good bit of timing. And he's stuck around, hasn't he, Boozers? He's made a good partnership there, small one, earlier on with Bogdas, and now he's getting valuable runs for his team.
2 to come. Yeah, it's going nowhere, but it'll fall safely. I think they're just happy to concede the single here. So Animogiannis will get to face the last one. Geez, I really liked the last ball of the first innings today. That was great.
Oh,
with the 2.5.
2.5, yeah.
Should have been 1.5. Anyway, here we go. Last ball, 73 on the board. Steps across, gets a bit of pad on this, gets past James Pershard. They'll probably come for an impossible 2. Well, a bit of clever stuff. And now they won't even bother because they only concede 1. So that's actually pretty clever from James Pershard. I would have been going for the stat, but he realises that he's actually retreating. And so I think that's 1. Is that 1 or 2? Well, I thought one guy held his crease, right?
Yeah, I think.
But was it the same guy running back? All right, I need to look at this again. Okay, so he comes back, and then he says no. Oh, okay.
Same guy running back. So
that's where you got to try and get the other guy running to at least force the throw.
And that's why he doesn't fray it. You see, he knows there's no point.
Protector of the average. Yeah, that's what I saw early on, but then I realised if one guy's holding his crease, well, then what's going on? Anyway, after that, we will finish with 74 on the board for Yet Corfu. Actually, not a bad recovery when you consider at one point they were 31 for 6. And Rico or Jersey, they were keen, the Farmers, to get some points on the board. And it was a swinging start from Chuggy that got the ball rolling.
Oh, that was a lovely ball. It really moved a long way. And we didn't see any swing in the first match. Well, not until Conrad Greenshields got hold of the ball, but it hasn't stopped swinging since. But there were some nice shots played as well. And I think Carvelis, he needed to be key. He was pretty patient, but what a catch that was. Absolute great catch, brilliantly done by Zach Tribe. And you can see the bowler, he was absolutely pumped by it. This one, well, he was just put his foot down on the wrong side. And he was going to be in the action again, but that was a delightful shot. And at this point, he thought, okay, these two are looking dangerous. But then Carvelis, he doesn't wait. He went after the first ball from George Richardson. And then Richardson says, well, okay, it's going to be my day today. He was on fire. He bowled really well. And was on a hat-trick at one stage. But he did get the 3 wickets in the over. And what a lovely moment that was for the young man. The youngster certainly did shine here today for the Farmers. Their under-19 stars produced good performances. Bogdas, though, while he was out there, he was still determined to try and get a good score on the board for his team. He played some really nice shots as well. And really, you have to say, if it weren't for his contribution, it could have been a lot worse. This one was given 6. And, well, we saw some interesting nature around the ground as well. Big bird flying around, eyeing up the Kookaburra. But at some point, it was in danger of being knocked out of the sky because there were 1 or 2 that went aerial. But in the end, just didn't get the sort of start that they wanted, did they? Yet Corfu, they needed some of the big guns to perform, but the top 3 went disappointingly, as you see there on the scorecard. And Carvelis, he'll be disappointed with that 11-runner ball, but certainly the way he got out, not waiting to see a little bit of George Richardson before he took him on the very first ball. Spiros Bogdas, well batted for him. 33 very valuable runs. And then, well, shout out also, I think, to Nikos Bouzis, 16 of 12 not out. He certainly held things together there towards the end. All the bowlers bowled very well, particularly George Richardson, 3 wickets for him, 3 for 7, outstanding figures. But I like the opening bowling also of Charles Burchard. Certainly did get his variation right, and plenty of movement. And George Richardson, well, don't forget that his first over, a 3-wicket maiden, absolutely sensational. There was a point he thought maybe we're going to see another team all bowled out, but it wasn't to be. Mainly thanks to Bogdas and Bouzis there towards the end. So midway through, it's going to be another low-scoring match. 74 posted, 75 will be required for Farmers to register their first victory in the group. And well, the sun is shining, it's a beautiful day, so maybe today is a day that the Farmers come good. And they've got 2 very important matches. They want to get the win under the belt here, and then it's going to be a really exciting one for them and Marlow, 2 teams that started today without victories. They come together later in match number 14, but for now all the focus is on this match number 12. And here, a very important day, Wednesday, when we'll know which 3 teams will go through the finals day on Friday, which 3 are going to have that nervy elimination battle tomorrow in Super Thursdays. Join me, Rico Fool, and Mr. Maximo Mini Sandu as we come back for the conclusion of this match number 12. Hasta pronto! Hello and welcome back to the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of Cricket. As we have a look at the fan zone, you can see there it's merrily filling up. So a lot of supporters here watching the Farmers as well. Hello to them. And you just see there in the far end of your picture there was the players zone as well, where the teams camp for the day. And you see a flood of blue pouring on to the field of play, and that is the Yuk Corfu, the champions of Greece. They're looking to make an amazing defence of a low score. 74 they reached, and that was mainly down to some good batting from Bogdos. He certainly held firm for his team. But the question is can they not get these wickets early? That's what they need, quick wickets, and they're going to go with Carvelis to open up. See if he can rip through the top order of Farmers. It's going to be Charles Pershard, Chuggy on strike, and Zach Tribe will be the non-striker. Rico Full here, and alongside me, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. I think we're going to see some fire from Harry Carvelis first up. He's not mucking around. He's going to have the first over. Openers out there. Charles Pershard at the top today, not facing. Looks like Zach Tribe is. This one gets away from the keeper first up. Kyrgos Niktas. Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag behind the stumps yesterday. This one, I think, just dies on him a little bit. Tough second bounce to handle. So we'll get to see Chuggy facing up for the first time. 75 to win. Need early wickets, don't they, the Greeks? Probably would have been a wide, but gets the end of the bat on it. To chase for Azra Ahmed. Will cut it off, but we'll score two. So Charles Pershard off the mark. It's been a highly competitive week, hasn't it, Rico, this Group E? We talked about Group D being the group of death and all the strong sides that we saw. And yes, it was super gripping entertainment, but yes, Group E, group of excitement. I mean, yeah, every game, I feel could go either way.
He played soft hands, yeah, excitement, probably explosion as well. Add another E to that, because we've certainly seen a bit of both.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what we've got coming up next, even though we're a long way away from game 13, but Navguri, he's just won the toss and said we're going to bat, and he looks like he wants to slam some balls out of the ground from the Punjab Lions Nicosia. Carvelis. Intelligent batting. In fact, he's going to get 4 for this. That's just really smart from Zach Tribe. Uses the pace of Carvelis. Pretty low-risk shot. Angles it nicely. Gets 4.
Yeah, it's a good bit of batting. He knows that it's not always about the power. Sometimes it's about being delicate and timing and placement, and that's what's all that was about. Beautifully done.
Smart work. I mean, it's a fairly low-risk way to get these 75 runs, I think. That's the way Farmers will go about it. They'll probably still be aggressive, but selectively aggressive. I think don't have to go after absolutely everything here. Good delivery though. Carvelis didn't appreciate the boundary. This one really takes off a length.
Good reply. That's what Carvelis will do. It's top player, top campaigner. It's a really good delivery. You saw him yesterday. It was a little bit of argy-bargy, wasn't it, when he was bowling to Scott Austin.
Yeah,
he does like getting fired up as well.
That's ball the over coming up. He goes for it and just wrists it out of the ground. This is going to be all the way. Maximo 6 to Zach Tribe. Well, that's a really classy shot. He just turns the wrist a little bit, and he times this one beautifully. It goes the journey. 6 to finish the over, and it's 14 for no loss. A really good start for Farmers.
Yeah, lovely shot, and no wonder he's got a big smile on his face. That's what they need to do, get a good start, and that is a good start. 14 off the first, and it's 14 off Carvelis as well, who's probably the most dangerous bowler in the attack. So it's a good, positive start for the Farmers.
It sure is. And now, second over coming up. Looks to me like this is Aslan Ahmed. That's going to be bowling it. We need to get bunch of wickets. We have seen funny things happen, haven't we? We've seen this kind of score defended. It takes me back to ACT from Austria in the first week. Defended a score like this. Gone. A perfect start for Arslan Ahmed, and Chuggy plays all around this one. Off stump is not back, and that is the wicket that Yek wanted to get their innings going. It's 14 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled, and you see the batter, Chuggy, once he's bowled, he just stands there for a minute and says, yeah, that did a bit of this. He doesn't help himself, though, with this early movement, and looking to take him on, and that's really well bowled, right on the money. That's what you've got to do. I mean, that's one thing that I used to, when I used to see the batter move, a lot of bowlers tend to use that as well. I'm going to bang it in short, but he puts it in the right spot. Well, look at that. That was a magnificent trophy there. And, well, that will certainly be on show from now on in to the start of next week, which is finals week. Loving the look of that. Bit of bling-bling to the occasion here, Vinny.
Yeah, there is. And stay tuned. You see the official unveiling of the trophy in the lead up to the third match, which is in about 50 minutes' time. So stay tuned for that right now. Spanner in the works as Julius Samaria comes to the crease. Though very, very good player. And he's not quite full fitness. We haven't seen him bowling too much, but yeah, when he's gotten going, he's looked very, very good. Yeah, I agree with you. As far as the bowler reacting to the batter moving around the crease, let's keep it simple. Whack the off stump back. Anyway, here we go. Arslan Ahmed. This one. Good length outside the off stump. No run. Good by Tassos Manusis. He'll be disappointed. He missed out today. He's a classy player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they don't go here. I mean, I think he thought about it, and then thought, well, let's just let it get past the bowler first. Yeah. And by that time, I think they've lost the opportunity.
Split second decision making. Oh, he's gone. He's played all around this one. It swung back down the line. My concern was if there was any bat in it, but I don't think there was. And Sumarez's gone for a duck. It's 14 for 2.
Oh, this is fantastic, Bronin. This is what you do. You've got to attack the stumps. It's full, it's straight, and if he gets nothing on this, if this is pad, he's on his way. Keep an eye on it. There's the ball full and straight, and I think that's probably going to go to maybe hit the leg stick.
Yeah, I think it straightens a bit. It straightens a bit, so it's angled in, but it's certainly, for me, it straightens down the line, and I think that's getting some of the leg stump. I think it's a good decision, and Sumarez's going to have to go 14 for 2.
Well, there's definitely something in the air, and well, there's something out there that's nice and shiny as well. What a magnificent trophy that is. And well, Eddie Sandu put that crown on his hand, and ever since then, that hair never grew back.
Partially true. I think they've just put that on display now. It might have inspired some of these players. And not a lot of runs to defend. 74. But we almost saw 66 defended in the final, didn't we, last Friday afternoon? That's a game that we won't forget. I think, yeah, Helix has mentioned in the chat, yeah, teams are going for the movement today, not holding across the seam. They're gambling a bit by holding it seam up, and you're seeing immediate effects. And those that can genuinely swing the ball, Arslan Ahmed, just getting that one to do enough on Sumarez, who's a very good bat. Asa Tribe reunites with his brother. They have been opening together, but now Asa Tribe comes in at number 4. Pretty good delivery, but pretty good shot as well from A-Tribe. That's just a single, gets him off the mark.
Yeah, just leans into this one. Just not quite as full as the Yorker length delivery. So he's had just a little bit more time. So big partnership here. And look, just go back to that first match today. Remember, it was Marlow defending 98, bowled out the Punjabi Lions Nichols here for 45.
Yeah.
So strange things have been happening today. But this one will go to the boundary, and he plays this one with so much time. You see the difference it makes, the lengthy bowl. As soon as that's short, he's got all the time in the world to play the shot and place it nicely.
Yeah, he gambled on the short one. I don't think it was necessary. It just doesn't really get up, gets waist high. Simple put away, really. That's a good shot by Zach Tribe. And just a steadying boundary for Farmers. Got to get it up there. 2 for 5, still a very good over. He does. A really good over from Arslan Ahmed as he tries to bowl his team back into the match. Farmers, though, still in pole position. 19 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, I mean, he has picked up 2 big wickets. So you get a chance to look at that table again. Marlow, you'll see that they've done themselves a big favour with that victory earlier today, and what a victory it was. They did do it in style.
I mean, if you told me that the Jersey team would be bottom of the ladder, that we were looking at the first half of this game, I would have said you need to get your head checked because they're a lot better than that table suggests. They've got a chance to try and climb off the bottom if they can win this. The better they win it, then the better that net run rate will look as well. They'll still have ambitions of perhaps 4th place and an easier path on Super Thursday. Here's Carvelis for his second over. It's cut away, but we've got big trouble if he hits.
Does hit, but does he get back in time? He's pretty confident he does. Certainly was in a hurry. He was in no hurry to try and get back.
Yeah, I mean, the throw seemed either slow to be released or slow out of the hand, because I thought he was so far down, there's no way he's getting back. Let's have a look. I mean, I still think he might be in trouble. It just gets back. Whoa, that's lucky, isn't it? Just don't think he released it straight away. That's Spiros Bogdos. Good throw.
It was a good
Had
throw.
to wait.
I'm just wondering if that was the batter sort of egging on the field and saying, right, come on, go for it. I'm going to get home, and then I'm going to take the single.
Yeah. Tense times out in the middle. You know that brothers batting together is a recipe for runouts. We've seen it at all levels of cricket. Edges this one away, and just one. I think they can negotiate Carvelis without losing a wicket. They'll be pretty happy with that. I mean, they're fine as far as the rate's concerned. They only really need kind of 15 every 2 overs. That's the pace. So 15 off 2, 30 off 4. And so you feel like as long as they don't get into wicket trouble, they should be able to hunt down these runs. Carvelis searching for a 3rd wicket for his team. Oh, genuine edge. This is a lot of work for the 3rd man. He's not going to be able to get there. Cuatro Carreras. Nice to try. Genuine outside edge, but them's the breaks in this form of the game. 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 runs. They just moved the 3rd man a little bit wider because of the genuine shots that were being played out there. But what that does mean is that if there's an edge like that one, you're not going to get to it, and that's 4 runs. Both these batters, 2 brothers, as you know, have played international under-19s, and both known as big hitters.
Yeah, so they got the big man to take on with half an over in the tank. A bit quicker from Carvelis. It's funny how fast bowlers seem to be able to find that extra yard when they get edged to the boundary. This one beats the bat. I think it's called a leg by.
Yeah, leg by called. Just wondering, I mean, Carvelis hasn't unleashed the short delivery yet. I'm pretty sure in this, he's final over. There will be a short one at some point.
It's a risky one. Slips in place. Nobody at fine leg, really. Oh, that's going to beat everybody. What a delivery. This has come in, and it swung so much, and it swings a lot after the stumps. The keeper, he's not going to be able to do anything about this. Just have a look at this one go. Now it really goes. I don't even blame the keeper there too much, because that swung a lot after the stumps. Yet Corfu, that sums up their day really so far. 4 byes.
Yeah, it certainly does. And that one, good delivery, quick, pacey. And that won't make the bowler happy. So maybe this one be a bit fiery. Got a man in slip now. So, take a single. Oh, this has hit the edge of the field. The pitch, rather. It could have gone anywhere. But that man just talked about in slip position. Makes a stop. End of the spell from Carvelis. He goes for 20 off his 2. Didn't see that short ball. I thought thought he would have gone for it at some point. Decides not to. So good recovery. 2 wickets, of course, in that last over from Aslan Ahmed. I think you've got to go back to him really here. I mean, they're having a bit of a discussion. I think you really got to say, look, okay, you've picked up 2 wickets in one. Even if you can get another one here, break this partnership, get one of these brothers out, then we're in with a chance. If they stay together for a couple of overs, you know the game's gone.
Just got to keep fighting, don't you? Got to keep fighting. I always say, anytime the runs required are above the balls remaining, the fielding team has some sort of chance. You can take a wicket or a couple of wickets. You can just create a few dot balls and just take the game deep. But yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough. 44 required of 42. And here's Georgios Galanis, who's going to bowl. leg spinner. I've got a lot of time for him. Said that before. Native Greek teenage leg spin sensation.
Yeah, they've decided to throw Galanis in here, and I think I can understand the call. You'd be tempted to go back to Aslan Ahmed to bowl this one, but you think, well, look, maybe just changing it, spin, while we've got the runs on the board.
Yeah. No, you can always go back to him after this over. It's kind of the way they handled William Pershard in the first innings jersey. A double hat look for Tarsos. Pretty good ball. Just kind of clunked out to the leg side. They can raffle it. Is Bogdos. He's had a very good game. He does the fielding. So just ones. So bit of support from Neil in the chat saying, come on, farmers. He wants to see a Maximo. This won't be one, but still a pretty good shot. This is hit hard. Manusis, we boots it away. Allows a second. I think I'll be just happy that doesn't get booted over the boundary, but still good running from the Tribes.
Yeah, they pick up on the slight misfield from Manusis and turn the 1 into 2. See here, just doesn't have control of it. It's maybe a little bit top heavy with the 2 caps, who knows?
Oh, shot. This has gone straight down the ground. It's going to be 4 runs. It's a flat bat swap from Zach Tribe. And, well, Roger Federer would have been proud of this one. It's like a forehand down the ground. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. He's looked in good shape since he's been out there. He's timed the ball well, and you can see as soon as he hits that, he knows there's no need to run for those. Flights this one up, and this is a lovely shot. Beautiful shot. And that is cricket played at its best for me. And a lot of batters would have seen this one flight it up and gone the full hog, thrown the bat across the line. But, well, when you're a classy bat, you play it beautifully like that. That's top draw. Elegant shot, 4 runs all the way along the deck. Makes a bit of room for himself and plays this one out onto the offside. Takes a single, sensible batting from Zach. And will take control of the next over as well. So the end of 4. And we go to 44 for 2.
All the 4s. Now, I want you to have a look at this. This is what has just arrived. I'm going to get a bit closer to you here and show you. These are, should we do a little unveiling here?
Okay,
here we
go.
go.
Ready?
These are the winners' medals. So this is the, I'm holding the winners' medal here, the gold one. And then Rico's got the runners-up medal, the silver. And this is what the players will receive. And well, you'll see the official unveiling of the trophy just before Game 3. So just at the toss, the unveiling of the ECL trophy. Thanks to our friends at Local Lifestyle. Well, they're magnificent, aren't they? And I remember how proud the players were back in 2019. The only other time that we've been able to hand these out. So it's a lot to play for. Something to last a lifetime. As we see Manusis coming into the attack. He's now wearing 0 hats. And starts with an off spinner, which has just worked away for a single.
Yeah, Manus is interesting. Yesterday, we didn't see him bowl. I was quite surprised. I thought maybe it's a bit of an injury because the time before we saw him picked up 3 wickets. Well, he'd love to pick up a few wickets here now.
Yeah, it's a good cricketer. You know what you're going to get from him. Very, very solid. It's a pretty good off spinner, but it's going to land near us. Maximo! Asa using the muscles as he moves into double figures and does it in a powerful fashion.
Yeah, and he's had a smile on his face all the way through. He's a young man who's enjoying his cricket. And there he goes. Boom! Shaka Lagya! And that one rattles the bottom of our base.
Bowled just okay. Slides across. Hello to Amy, who's in the chat. Hope you're well. And you see that's Tyrone getting his arms up in the air. Good pair of hands. One just misses the mark, so it will be a wide. But I think Manus is just recognising he doesn't want to get too straight to these guys because it's not just one. You might go for 6. Yeah, it's a really good shot. He nails it and gets 4. He goes reaches for this sweet shot and it's all in the timing. And Ace the Tribe had the timing there. Not a terrible ball by Manousis, but it's cracked square to the boundary for 4 more.
Yeah, these two do look good, and they do complement each other really well as well. That's a really good shot. Intelligent cricket.
Helix is wondering, does Corey wear his ECL medal to bed? It's a very, very interesting question. You can ask him next game, Helix. Because Corey was part of the VOC Rotterdam team that won back in 2019. But we will have a new champion, won't we, Rico? Because Rotterdam getting knocked out in the group stage.
Yeah, we're going to see new champions at exciting days and week ahead. Well, how about this? It's showtime here at the Cartama Oval. Cartamania, well, he could have just allowed to let this go, and he said, I can take the wide, but then I think at the last minute, think, well, actually, no, I can put it away. Look at this, quite sensational. Look how late he's played it. So thanks very much, 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best ball. Manousis is bowled. Just missed away behind the batter. Now we'll get 6 more, and this one goes forwards at a pretty decent velocity. Maximo! 6 to end the 5th, 67 for 2, and Farmers of Jersey, they are cruising to their first ECL victory.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Dead straight, all the way over. 6 more runs. And brothers in arms here is certainly doing the job for the Farmers. And that was utterly delightful.
Yes, what's coming up next? It's going to be RBS Kreinhout, and they are a team that had their first loss last night of their ECL campaign to Pack Eye Care. Punjab Lions Nicosia, they didn't have a good morning, did they? Their batting just fell apart. But we know that they're full of danger players. I'm looking forward to seeing Stone Cold Scott Austin as well, as usual. But yeah, Gurpratap Singh, he's the man. I think all eyes will be on. And they have won the toss, elected to bat first. RBS Kreinhout, though, I think Visay, he'll be keen to make amends for last night where he played a slightly loose stroke to Mohamed Kamran. I think he'll be on a mission, so watch out for that one. Might have a bit of an extended break the way that this game is going, but it starts top of the hour or half hour in India. In around about 35 minutes, we'll be back with you for the middle game of the day, and we're letting the patients run the asylum. It'll be Andrew Ryan and Corey Ruckers bringing you that one.
Yeah, 2 big men, 2 big names in the commentary box. And I'm sure they're looking forward to it as well.
Change of bowler. Here's Anamajanis. Starts with a wide. This is Alexandros Anamajanis. Again, it's great. See some of these Greek names and showing the diversity of the sport in Europe. So I bet he'd love to grab an ECL wicket right here. Zach Tribe, though, probably not in the mood for charity, I think. And he gets a full toss. Just completely missed times. I think this might be off the end of the bat.
Yeah, he gets down into position probably a little bit too early here for this.
The cue end. Watch this. It's too early. And then I'll try and do that again. He won't be able to. So he's given up the strike to his bro, who can now win the game with one big swing of the bat. Won't here though. Pretty good block hole delivery from Anamajanis, although he has to try and kind of yorks himself a little bit. Look, Jersey, you know, I told you they're a better team than a bottom of the ladder team. Sign of the strength in this group, sign of the kind of closeness of this group as well. I'm sure they'll take a lot of confidence out of this victory, Rico.
Yeah, they certainly will. We see this one, Anamajanis once more.
All right, enough's enough. This one's up and away. Game, set, match, and Farmers are on the board. The club from Jersey get their first ECL win. They do it easily with 27 balls to spare. Maximo finishes off Zach Tribe with 36, not out off just 17. Good partnership between the brothers there. Just after a couple of wobbles, they end up winning this game comfortably. And Ulrika, it was a key partnership, wasn't it, to finish things off?
Fantastic. It came together when it was 14 for 2. So getting past the half century together, 50, and still going strong. And they never looked in danger when they were out there, did they? They looked confident. Both of these are confident young batters. They're talented as well. They enjoy themselves. That always tells you a story when you've got batters out there. I mean, Zach, even when the pressure was on, always had a smile on his face. He enjoyed what he did out there. And I think there you go. You see, that's what I'm talking about. Enjoyed being out there with his brother. But early on, there were smiles on the other side because this man comes on, Arslan Ahmed. He bowled absolutely brilliantly. Good Yorker length deliveries and got his reward.
He did, but then you probably have to question the fact they didn't bring him back again, and the game had gotten away by then. So I think you have to be a bit proactive sometimes. Again, it's hard when you've got these fixed resources. The Jersey Cow was smiling on the Farmers in this one. They set it up with a very good bowling and fielding effort. Some powerful striking by the Tribes. Well, as Neil says in the chat, when two Tribes go to score, we're going to see some action. He certainly did. As Manousis, he got a bit of tap in his over as well, didn't he? And Carmelis couldn't break through the wicket. Manousis ended up going for 23 magical over in the fifth, and there was no doubt that the Farmers, they had risen. And they ploughed through these runs in pretty quick time. 4.5 overs to spare. And this is what's coming up next. RBS Crinehouse versus Punjab Lions Nicosia. Well, get ready because we're going to see some Guri time. Well, I have to call him Mufasa because he's the king of the Lions. And the big man will be out there first up because they have won the toss and elected to bat. They've got some interesting bowling options though. I think Julian Demay to Gurpratap will be an interesting battle. Let's see if he holds back at all in that first over or whether he just goes from ball one.
Yep.
Andrew said something this morning. I think Gurpratap's never seen a ball he didn't think he could hit for 6. That's probably a good way to describe his batting.
I was going to say the same thing. I think Andrew summed him up pretty well there as we have a look at this scorecard. And you can see it's led really by that Tribe from the top, and then he was supported really well as a Tribe there. The two brothers, and they've been out there a few times, but not been able to get the victory for the team. But no mistake from them this time. They weathered the early storm, courtesy of the bowling from Ahmed. You'll see that in the figures here. But they've led their team to victory, and the Farmers, they're going to be a lot happier.
Yeah, they will. A 62-run unbroken partnership, making it official. Arslan Ahmed, we bowled really good over, but we didn't see him again. 2 for 5, removing 2 of the top 3. 2 very good players as well. This player of the match will be George Richardson for his efforts in the first innings with those 3 wickets. Triple wicket maiden. And what a great moment for Jersey. You can see it there. See the 3 cherries in the 6th over. And as far as the Farmers, well, they didn't even get it to over number 7 because they chased the runs down in plenty of time. 27 balls to spare. So hopefully you can join us. Have a bit of a break now. Back in 30 minutes. And this is a game which I don't think you want to turn away from. RBS and Punjab Lions Nicosia. Let's see if the Cyprus team from Nicosia, can they get back on the board, back on the wagon after a disastrous batting performance this morning. Takes a lot of confidence to bat first after a performance like that. I like it. They're backing themselves, but Tobias Vise, keep an eye on him as well, along with Walbra. Whatever the Cyprus team chase, I think they'll fancy themselves to chase it down.
Yeah, they certainly will. And look, RBS going out, they'll be looking to come back with a bang. I mean, they did lose to the Pakar Barcelona boys yesterday. That's why if you look at that table, the champions from Spain, the team from Barcelona, are right up there at the top of the standings. They're unbeaten, and RBS, they're in second place. But it'd be interesting, that win there from the Farmers, because of the way they did it, and myself and Andrew were talking about net run rate, they've now taken themselves to 4th in the table. So this next match is so important, isn't it? This is about the top. And it's about RBS seeing if they can really get themselves to the top of the standings there. Yeah. And the Punjabi Lions, well, they know that if they don't register a win here, they're leaving the door open for any one of those 3 teams below them.
Yeah, that table there, each one of those teams will play 1 more match. Yeah. So that's what we can get 3 more matches. Each one of those 6 teams will play 1 more match. So each of those bottom 3, they'll have an opportunity to get to 4 points. Yeah. Punjab Lions, they'll be grounded on 4 points. It does seem obviously that 1 and 2 will make it in the top 3, but then there's other things to play for, like how easy your schedule is tomorrow and things like that. So it'll certainly be interesting when we return. Will be Andrew Ryan and Corey Ruckers to take you through the 3rd match of the day. Was match 13, and funny things happen in match 13. We know that so far in the ECL. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. See you in half an hour for more ECL action on the European Cricket Network. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol. It's almost time for match 13 of Group E in this fantastic BET2BALL European Cricket League, brought to you by Keeper Inu. And well, it's a very special moment actually, because look what's just arrived. This fantastic trophy and the medals which the winners and the runners-up will get, that all the people that are involved in that final. And have a look at this. We are almost, just over a week away from handing this trophy over to whoever the winners are. And I have to be very, very, very careful. But what a magnificent piece of silverware it is, thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. Right now, let's get over to the toss. Rob Kemming is with the two captains. It's Habias Krijnhout from the Netherlands against Punjab Lions Nicosia from Cyprus. Let's see who wins the giant coin toss.
Ready? It's my call. Your call. BET2BALL. You bet first. Okay.
Well, just have a look at this. It certainly is a wonderful honour to be involved in an ECL final. These are the winners' medals, the runners-up medals as well. So like I say, about 9 days away from presenting this, and of course, this magnificent ECL trophy. And at the top of it, the crown comes off to crown the kings of European cricket. But here you saw the news from the toss. It was the Punjab Lions Nicosia from Cyprus. They've won the toss. They want to have a bat. That means we're going to get Big Guri Mufasa, I like to call him, because he's the king of the Lions. He'll be out there trying to bash them around. And Habias, they'll want to recover after their first loss of their ECL campaign last night. Let's go over to the commentary box. And well, I'm a bit worried because I've left the inpatients in charge of the asylum. It's going to be Corey Ruckers and Andrew Ryan to take you through this crucial clash. Match 13 is on the way.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back everyone around the world for some T10 action at the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. And looking forward to this clash between Habias Krijnhout and the Punjab Lions Nicosia. Should be a good game and really spicing up in this Group E. A couple of results this morning with Mallow and Farmers winning means that there's a lot to play for. And you have a look at the Habias boys coming out there. They've had a good tournament so far and really looking forward to watching Punjab Lions Nicosia, how they're going to go about it. And, well, we have a look at the two lineups, and it's going to be a good game. Tobias Vise, we know a lot about, and Taya Warborough, but they found some form from Majinder Singh yesterday. He did very, very well. And from the Punjab Lions, well, they've got a lot of talent, but also Chamal Sadoon at the top. I'm thinking big things from him. Gives me a good opportunity, though, to welcome back not Rico Full, not Vinny Sandhu, Andrew Ryan, the dream team. We're finally together.
Mate, how did we swing this? I mean, this is an amazing development for
everybody.
European cricket, I think, a full stop. I mean, notice the American broadcaster, they've now got the Manning cast for the NFL. I mean, if we've got to continue to put up with Rico and Vinny as the primary group, I think we should be the R cast, or maybe Rutgers Ryan. Sounds like a bad 1980s country western band. Either way, I mean, there's entertainment absolutely assured, and not only in the commentary box, but also on field. This has turned into a really vital game, Corey, hasn't it? Particularly with Punjab Lions losing to Marlow this morning.
Well, everyone's beating each other in this group. This group has been quite fascinating to watch, and well, Habias probably do have a top 3 spot sewn up. Well, the Lions, they have a lot to play for.
They really do. After losing to Marlow this morning, they would have come here with dreams of sewing up that top 3 spot. Now they are fighting, and they will have to fight hard against Habias Krijnhout. You're a man who knows a lot about Dutch cricket, Corey. You a bit disappointed with their performance against Pack Eye Care last night?
It happens to the best of them. I'm sure they'll move on, and they enjoyed themselves last night, that's for sure.
No doubt. No doubt talked tactics for a few hours. Managed to reset themselves, and one of their prime movers, Julian DeMay, taking the first ball of the innings.
Whoa!
It's not his best.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I said they enjoyed their night, Rhino. Maybe a little bit too much. He's missed the pitch.
Julian obviously trying to pull out the leg side stumping on the first delivery. The keeper's actually done well to pouch that. Sorry, it's actually Martin Scholter with the gloves this game. Swung up high. There's a man coming in from deep mid-wicket. That's the first
of the free hit.
It's a free hit to no ball. As I was looking at the ball going in the air, Rutgers is standing there as identified. How has he come up with a no ball as a left arm orthodox spinner?
He missed the pitch, so the first ball was a no-ie.
Oh, it was a no balls free hit.
Yep. He missed the pitch by a long, long way, and you've come in a little bit rusty here.
I can't believe he's actually missed the pitch on that first ball, and that's a remarkable ball for
an international
orthodox.
Yep.
It was just the standard wide. Rolling now to see. That's another poor direction for a top quality player.
Well,
It's just sent it down the leg side. It's going to be 5 wides. Julian DeMay, what's going on?
well, I said they enjoyed themselves maybe a little bit too much because his radar is all over the shop at the moment. I've not seen him bowl this poorly in a long, long time. And, well, maybe it's just the earth doesn't know what's going on with you and me in the commentary box. The world's just not balanced anymore.
The axis has been tilted in a very favourable way. Probably not for DeMay. It's gone big. Well, it's just gotten a little bit worse for Crane, who, well, Punjab Lions, who careered to an early loss of wickets in the first game against the previously 0-3 Marlow, suddenly have come out here. And, oh, if there's one man that we know how to biff a few Maximos, it's Guri Singh. Tried again, that one. Drifting in the pads, DeMay seems to have at least got his radar working the last couple of balls.
I missed a bit of Guri Singh yesterday. I came a little bit later, but I heard he hit some big, big sixes.
He did. He's, as I said in the preview this morning, I don't think he's ever seen a ball that he thinks he can't hit for 6. That's an excellent ball from DeMay. Uses his height to get a bit of extra leverage and send through a few quick ones occasionally.
Yeah, that's better from him. He's a tall left-arm spinner. He's represented the Dutch before and played in Nepal in international T20 cricket, so he's definitely got a lot of talent.
Short ball. Guri just punches it straight down the ground. He might be able to get out of this over without too many dramas.
I've got to tell you after this ball, a bit of a world record's been ended as well. I'm going to tell you after this delivery.
Roy Rucker's setting the scene as Guri Singh swings across the line as he has a want to do. Looks like Taylor Warburg coming in from the deep mid-wicket position, fires it in, just a single to end the over. They are 14 for none after 1.
Well, the record's broken of no Mr. Maximo or Mr. Bully Bully Bully. It's over. They had probably about 1,000 games together in a row. And, well, times have changed and the B squad's in, but we're pretty ready for it.
Well, so progress needs to be continually made. You can't stand still. And there's 2 more delightful voices in world cricket at the moment.
Well,
if they had them available, they'd probably bring them in. But for the moment, hope you viewers are enjoying the coverage. Certainly keep sending us messages on the YouTube chat. Corey's in charge of that this afternoon. And in the meantime, the second over coming up here from Majinder Singh.
he's had a good tournament.
He's had a good tournament. I thought he was a little bit subdued in the first couple of games. Came firing with the bat yesterday. Now with the ball. Full ball. Sounded like an underneath edge from Guri Singh. Keeper's parried it down. Does well, actually.
Yeah, he does well. So that is young man, Martijn Schultz. His dad's in the crowd who kept for the Dutch as well. And Tobias Wiese just wants to do a bit of fielding and get the body a bit looser. So he's a good young keeper. Plays in the Dutch under-17s. And, yeah, look out for him.
With his left arms. It feels like he's worked into his tournament. Just bowling a little bit quicker than he was on the first day. Feels like his radar's coming along. Full ball. Just punched out to DeMay, who only feels it, just a single.
And always good to interact with you in the chat. Mesnal Man's jumped in and said, don't put yourself down, guys. You're the alternative A team. Maybe we're the A- team. I'll take that.
I don't mind that.
Small wins, small margins. No, he's a good bowler, and he fired with the bat yesterday. And usually you get guys, when they start firing with the bat, that goes into your bowling as well, goes into your fielding, and the confidence level raises.
Another full ball. Probably not the man you want to do it to, but DeMay swings in from the boundary. Guri Singh, that's consecutive failures from him. He goes for 8 off 7. Big loss for the Punjab Lions.
Yeah, it's a big, big loss because he probably got a delivery that in a normal world, when the axis wasn't tilted, he would have hit that for 6, but sort of cloths it, and it's a simple catch, and that's the first big wicket. And what is it about these low full tosses that batsmen struggle to put away?
Yeah, I don't think it's whether or not he actually managed to deliberately bowl it there. I actually don't think at this level it's a bad ball. The amount of times you get batsmen who come and hit it off the base of the bat and can't quite clear the outfield. DeMay couldn't have been any better positioned on the boundary to take that catch, and he's a safe pair of hands.
Yeah, Julian DeMay doesn't drop him, so that's disappointing. And Guri Singh, he'll go for 8 off 7. 1-6 in there, striking at 114, and he'll be disappointed when he looks back at that later.
He will, and this is probably the big question mark on the Punjab Lions, isn't it, Corey? Whether or not they've got enough depth in the batting when Guri doesn't fire to put on big totals or to be able to chase big totals. And certainly against a bowling lineup of Harvey S. Crane, who Don't think have got one of the premier bowling lineups in the tournament. They're serviceable. There's some nice variety with the left arm orthodox and left arm medium.
Workman-like, aren't they? Workman team with the ball. There's no one that's going to blast you away, but they're just efficient in what they do.
Yeah, we saw that somewhat against Pack Eye Care yesterday when they were heavily threatened by the big hitters of the Pack Eye Care. Top of the lineup, they really didn't have a great response. May took the first over and they left him until the 10th. After that, wasn't a huge amount that was able to blunt the big hitting. Mazumda batting down the order a little bit in the first game today as Singh comes in. Grosser is off stump. That ball's way down the leg side though, called wide.
A little bit of licorice all sorts from RBS at the moment. A couple of wides, a couple of balls off the pitch, a wicket, a couple of full tosses. They'll be wanting to get that radar a little bit more steady. They don't want to be chasing anything near 100, I don't think.
No, they don't. Tell you what, Jinder Singh's got one of the more relaxed bowling actions I've seen in my times. Feeling that he's probably leaving 5 or 10 Ks back in the truck. As he hits the batsman, he comes forward. The Rutgers finger has gone up. It's not replicated by the umpire. He did get a long way forward.
Oh, I've jumped early there. I had my finger up in the com box. I thought that was going to cannon into leg stump. Let's have a look at the replay. It was tight, shaped back in. He sort of lopes in, doesn't he?
This one, decent ball, came back a little bit, maybe just enough to be taken down leg side. Once again, umpire seen his front foot a long way down the track. Another good ball, manages to get almost Yorker length, fired in from the man at square leg. It's turned out to be a pretty reasonable over in the end.
There's a couple of the Farmers supporters from Jersey. They'll be happy. Their team registered their first win this morning. Enjoy the feed out there, people.
A strong win from Farmers in that second game, really reasserting themselves in the tournament.
Much needed.
On down the leg side, well, Schultz has done well to pouch that. He looks a serviceable gloveman, Corey.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, his father, Reinhard Schulte, he played many World Cups for the Dutch, and he's been teaching him from a young age. And when I used to coach at RBS, he was just a young man, and his career's really progressing, and in the under-17s national team now, and got lovely hands, and it's good relief for Tobias Wiese, who doesn't want to keep every single game. It helps give him a break.
Yeah, I agree. Wiese is such an important man at the top of the order. Got to preserve his energy and his hands. And another good ball at the base of the stump. It's a good finish from Singh. A few full tosses early on, although he did get the wicket off one, but that takes the Punjab Lions to 19 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, it does take us to the end of the second, and I always like to ask Rico and Vinny this, and this is our first shebang. I mean, it's new frontier for us. What's the outfit that you're liking from Group E at the moment? What kit is the one? For me, RBS, I'm loving the red and black.
Yeah, I thought you'd default to that, Corey. It's a really tough call. I'm a big fan of the best dressed team competition. I think we should institute it. We get to see all of the teams up on the current standings board. This is a big game. If who can take it, then they put themselves into pole position for second place. It's actually probably a bigger game for the Punjab Lions. They drop this one, still the potential that they could be taken out of that third spot depending on subsequent games.
And there's a couple of the RBS faithful. There's the scorer from RBS there, Mop.
Ball just punched out to cover. They're doing a pretty reasonable job of defending this power play. Vinks come on to bowl third over. He gets a little bit of movement, not rapid pace, but reasonably accurate.
30 Vinks very skillful. A little bit of outswing, but he's got 2 various slow balls he uses quite a lot. He's been the best bowler for RBS so far.
Oh, it's popped up. Maybe even improving his record. Singh sits under it. Easy catch, and that's the second wicket down for the Punjab Lions. Mazumda, his tough day continues.
Yeah, they're just not getting it out the screws at the moment. I mean, for me, that looked like it was a pretty full delivery. Nothing too special about it, but it hits the toe end of the bat and just lobs to Majinder Singh there. Safe hand, safe catch. He looks sharp, that man. And look, he just didn't get any of it. The bat sort of turns in his hands at the point of contact. And another wicket falls. And well, even though I don't think RBS have bowled their best at the moment, they're in control of this game at the moment.
Yeah, they've been up and down with the ball, but actually, as it is, a couple of wickets back in the shed, and they're starting to get into the Punjab Lions middle order. Just bought the bottom hand a little bit too quickly through on that one. It was probably a shot that we were talking with Conrad Greenshields during the break about how there's just too few players who are actually just picking the gaps in the opening overs and still using the carpet. It's a lovely outfield here at Cartama Oval.
Absolutely. Is he a coach or a player, or what's he doing these days?
I don't think there's anything he can't do. Conrad Greenshields.
Yep. Wants to be involved in everything, that man. Here comes a new man to the crease, to Tajwinder Singh. Good luck to him. What do you think about the no hat, no helmet option, just pure taking on the sun?
It's It's pure alpha. Certainly.
It is alpha. There is something alpha about it.
With my hairline, I wouldn't be doing it. He comes in. Nice ball. That's one of the off-speed ones you've talked about, Corey.
Yeah, that's the slow one. He's just tucks his thumb in behind the ball, and it's a bigger wasting. But yeah, a bit alpha, not wearing anything at all. It's a bit of an alpha shot. You should have seen the man last week batting with the Ray-Bans on. That was phenomenal.
Don't know if you'd put that in the alpha category or just the ridiculous categories. I think Steam's in. Another slower ball. It's been obliterated off to the leg side. Slightly agricultural shot, but Singh deciding that he's not going to wait for an invitation. Spanks it for a 6.
Yeah, good batting. He gets himself off the mark, and there was plenty of alpha about that. Gets it in the wheelhouse. It's the slower ball. He picks it and gets enough of it. I mean, if I'm Punjab Lions and I'm thinking if I can get our team to 80, 90, 100, and then you get Visay or Walbra early, we know that middle order isn't as strong as that top order.
It's proved to be a little bit shaky during the tournament so far. The RBS Crane Hood middle order. Wow, that's an ultra slower ball. It's just held up in the pitch. And he does well. Foot touched the boundary a step before he collected the ball, but does well in the end.
Yeah, just inside the boundary there, and he's a good fielder down at deep mid-on, so saves a couple of runs for his team. And well, 30 Vink, he's still working on all these slower balls, and we saw a few teams last week. They did really well just into the pitch, slow, not giving the batsman any pace to work with.
Yeah, it's a credit to him that he's been able to do that on an artificial turf pitch. They're not the easiest thing to get those balls to just hold up in, but he's clearly imparting a fair bit of rotation on it.
Yep, intelligent bowler.
Yeah, nice ball. Changing up the line to the left-hander, Sadoun. He's struggling to get his score moving at the moment. He's now 2 off 6. And the Punjab Lions from Nicosia, they are 26 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, power play, I think RBS got their nose ahead, but we got a bit distracted then. So who's your favourite from Group E? Give me the colour kit. It's all about the colours.
We did get distracted. It is all about the colours, and the Kibberinu jerseys here this week look absolutely fabulous. So the Crane Hoot model is one of the premier ones. We just have a look at the Manhattan. The 2 wickets in those last 2 overs have slowed things after a fairly variable first over from Julian Demey.
Variables being polite. He missed the pitch a few times. There's the flag of Cyprus.
I've got to admit, I'm not sure about the jersey. It'd probably go in my top 2 at least, but
yeah,
I do love the Farmers logo that goes with it as well.
Big count. Here comes Benno Bodendijk. Good luck to him. Young man, left arm seam.
Good hair, good name. That's how he goes with the ball.
Yeah, you were saved by the mailman. Saved by the bell. Remember that show?
Yep. This is Screech.
You reckon? I reckon it's there. Oh, I heard it from Vinny. Look at that. That is Screech all over.
Trying to remember, was the principal Mr. Belding?
I don't know, mate. This was a little bit out of my... How old are you, Andrew?
Just a tick over 40.
Ooh, yeah. This is the first time I met you just 2 minutes ago. They've thrown us just in.
All good, showing some combination already, as are this RBS Crane Hood side, but Bodendijk's just been bashed over the mid-wicket boundary. Mighty 6 and Jinder Singh. You look at his bat playing, Corey, it does actually hang out towards almost point to begin with, but it allows him to create some power over that leg side.
Oh, good analytics from you there, because he's absolutely smoked that, and some guys just naturally have that power hitting ability. It might not look pretty, but they know how to clear the pickets, and he looks like one of them.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be dealing in singles too much. As you just see, he's been good with the ball so far in this tournament. Bit of pressure on Bodendijk. One's popped up. Fortunately, Punjab Lions, no infielder near it as Demey swings in, kicks to a single.
Must be a beautiful thing to be a batsman that just wants to hit sixes and you have that natural ability. I never had it. I mean, just going out there, not worried about a 1, 2, 3, just going, I'm going to hit it as far as I can. Must be such a pure feeling.
I get excited when I time one to long on, let alone pumping it over the boundary for 6.
Deep long on.
Deep long on. Big boundaries in Switzerland, Corey. Big boundaries, not helped by grass that's about 2 inches high.
Get the farmers out there. The cows will really fix it.
Bodendijk. Short ball, rocks onto the back foot. It's a nice shot. Just drops short of Singh coming in from the deep square leg boundary. That's just a 1, but Sadoun looks like he's trying to warm to the task.
Yeah, struggling to get it away. Not the biggest man you've ever seen, but he's 3 off 7. Maybe just needs to be facilitating these singles for Singh here. Bodendijk, well, looks like RBS have that plan. Pace off the ball because he's bowling slower balls here as well.
Yeah, and I think he should continue with that. It's a good way to prepare for the latter stages of the tournament. That one's cracked, and DeMay, big lead, great athletic effort, but Singh has just smoked another one, this time going over long on. That was some crack off the bat.
Yeah, the noise off the bat was sensational. Right? You can see Julian DeMay, he's a little bit disappointed with himself because he has these fielding standards very, very high. He did get a hand to it. Let's have a look at the replay, just the fingertippies. And he'll be disappointed maybe not to rake that back in.
Oh, that's a big hit. I think Elon Musk and SpaceX might have been able to spot that one from close range. That is some strike. And, well, after a few difficult overs for the Punjab Lions, the end of the fourth, they raced along to 46 for 2. Corey.
Yeah, well, good batting. He gets another ball away, and he's raced to 26 off 8. The longer he stays there, they're going to make a big total.
Yeah, so Corey, we're talking about the slower balls that were coming up from the touchies as we try to equalise our height here. Why don't you show the viewers the couple of slower balls that Vink was pulling out?
Well, so Vinky holds the ball like this. This is your normal seam up, but he actually brings his thumb in and holds it under the ball, and because he keeps the 2 fingers on top, it means he gets that away swing as he still uses it, and then to the left-handers, he'll roll his fingers as the off-cutter. So I think a lot of teams in this tournament are thinking pace off the ball instead of it being pace on and going the journey so much.
Yep, got it. And what happens to the thumb once he's actually trying to deliver? Does it try to create some underspin on the ball? So we see the next over commence.
Jeez, you put me on the spot here. You didn't tell me we were going into such analytics. Oh, I'm only doing one game a day these days.
Coach Rutgers, this is playing to your strengths.
Yeah, it is. I'm glad a few people in the chat are saying Corey isn't so small. I think I got the height right there. Stefan Vink, the brother. Same sort of bowl, same sort of bowler.
Another one of those off-speed balls. Grant who'd have obviously come out here with a distinct plan to take pace off the ball.
I think as a batsman, though, I think right now they should be potentially setting up for a slow ball. They should think it's going to be slow and then adjust if it's quick. They're bowling that many. VOC Rotterdam tried this last week, and there's a man in the crowd. Oh, pour it up. Enjoy yourself, young man. Well, that does look good.
That's a good little setup, isn't it? The picnic, middle of Cartama Oval.
That is gorgeous. Sort of reminds me of when you watch the cricket in New Zealand and everyone's sitting around like the ovals and on the grass banks. That's gorgeous, that. I don't think he's meant to be there, though. He's not meant to be there, is he?
Jinder Singh swings that across the mid-wicket. Valiant effort, but nicely struck. I mean, for a guy who is taking some hefty swings, he's finding the middle of the bat consistently.
Yeah, he's made that land in a pocket of space and goes away for 4, but more importantly, it brings up the 51. The 50 for Punjab Lions Nicosia. And, well, we said he was a bit alpha when he walked out. There's plenty of alpha about his batting right now. Wouldn't want to see footage of the security grabbing him in 5 minutes, would you?
One of those ones out of the back of the hand. Good to see the 2 Vinks taking varied approaches to slower balls that they're delivering. Fortunately, this over from Stephen has been somewhat less effective than Ferdy's over.
Less effective at the moment. Still holding his own. I mean, 6 off 4. If he can get a dot ball or a wicket here, pegs it back just a little bit.
Tell you what, if Sadun can get himself moving, they might actually be on their way to a reasonable total here. The 2 early wickets, and particularly with the skipper going.
So I'd retire him. I'm a big thing. I reckon if he doesn't get going in the next 4 or 5 balls, I'm calling him in.
Well, he's gotten a free hit there almost. That full toss. Off-speed ball, swung it around. He's looking to push the 2. Jinder is just saying, what are you thinking? I need to get back on strike as much as possible. Still 1 ball to go in the over, and I've no doubt he's going to be trying to heave this to the boundary.
Absolutely. But, yeah, it might sound harsh, but I think T10, like, the tactics haven't been exploited that much this yet. And let's say he goes on to be 7 off 15. I think I'm calling him in the shed, say, look, it hasn't been your day. Someone else's go.
Final ball of the over. Another one of the rolling the fingers over. Just driven down to the man at long off. Nicely fielded there by Tobias Visay, injecting himself into the game. And at the end of the 5th over, the Punjab Lions from Nicosia, they are 54 for 2.
Yeah, well, after a disappointing start in the power play, they've caught up a bit here, and well, I think they'll be looking at that 105, 110 mark, and if they end up getting some early wickets, they'll be pretty confident. You can see here, it's been a one-man show to Jinder Singh, 32 of 11, 9 extras, 7 wides in 5 overs. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, certainly not helped by that first over from Julian DeMay. He's still got 1 to bowl, and they they've consistently used him to finish off the innings. Even against Pakai Care last night, where I got the feeling they could have actually brought him back maybe 6th or 7th over, just try to reel in that score a touch.
I think they were shell-shocked last night. It's Pakai Care. I mean, they were just thumping it everywhere. 16 sixes. But here's an interesting bowler. Adil Ahmed, right arm leg spin, very slow through the air. So this is either 6 or stumped.
I think Tejwinder Singh is going to play too many defensive shots. Gets on the inside of it, hoiks across the leg side. That's another Maximo.
Yeah, well, I said he's slow through the air, so if you don't run at it, you can sit quite deep in the crease and just collect it, and that's exactly what he's done here. Ahmed's got to be careful not to be too slow because batsmen can adjust, and that's good batting.
Yeah, full credit to him, actually. He's picked it off the pitch. He's sat back pretty deep in his crease, you said, and just worked with the direction of the ball. Nicely bowled, top edge, flying down to short third man. Not a chance at a catch, but good comeback from Ahmed.
Well, Sadun Chamal, the opener, he's enjoying a little bit of the Spanish siesta at the moment. He's 5 off 10. Now, left-hander versus right-arm leg spinner. Get on a knee and let's see it hit the tents.
Well, he may as well take just a crack at having a big hit. If he gets out, certainly no loss for the Lions. That one's thrown up, nicely struck down the ground, but just get in the ruts sometimes in an innings, don't you, Corey, where no matter what you try to do, no matter how much you try to force the pace, you keep on picking out fielders even when you are striking the ball well.
It does happen to the best of us, that is for sure.
Nicely floated. A bit of lateral movement off the pitch. Nicely bowled.
Well, we bowl so slow through the air. When he pitches it right, it is going to spin, and that did turn. I said it was either going to be 6 or stumped. Oh, and well, hold on. I reckon this is going to be close. They're going to have to go up to the third umpire. What's happening? He misses. As he's putting his foot back, he's still in the air. He's gone. That's going to be our stumped. Well, I told you it was 6 or stumped. It went for 6 and he stumped. The young man, he missed the stumps on the first attempt and then he recovered. And, well, the big man didn't get his foot down in time.
That's a remarkable dismissal, Corey. I think when we saw Sholto take an air swing at the stumps first instance, you thought, well, he's missed what was a golden opportunity. But remarkably, Singh didn't manage to get his foot down, just swiveled, and it's just an incredible dismissal.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. And, well, luckily we've got the great pictures here from Spring Productions because we ended up getting that. I don't think the umpires called for third umpire originally. So the right decision's been made. It's a big wicket in the context of this match because they were flying. They're 62 for 3 now. And I don't want to say I told you so. I told you 6 or stumped. He bowls that slow, it's one of the two.
Yeah, remarkable stuff. It's good to see the change-up with the leg spin. We mentioned earlier in the innings, this Habeas Cronhoot side, not a particularly express pace bowler amongst them, but they have got some varieties. We see this one again. Drags the foot outside to begin with, and then just the double effort from Sholto. He's probably looking fairly sheepish at the moment, but it's a dismissal in the book.
Yeah, a bit of lazy batting that. Didn't get his foot back in time after the air swing. Brings a new man to the crease and he'll be looking to continue the good work that Punjab Lions Nicosia have done so far.
Got themselves back in this contest. This is Scott Austin, who took what must be a close one for the catch of the tournament yesterday.
Yeah, I did
down
see that,
third
actually,
man
yeah.
off the edge of Manusas' bat when he was playing against Corfu. Just a remarkable bit of athleticism. Nicely thrown up. Austin a little bit cross bat for a ball that was targeted at the stumps. They're pushing back for 2.
Brave running. I reckon a better throw there might have been a bit tight, but it's good aggressive running. I do like seeing teams push the outfielders a bit more. Now sneak through for a 2.
Probably throwing against the wind to a touch there as well, and got some good arms in that outfield. Both Wolver and DeMay down in the 2 key spots here at deep mid wicket and long on. So Austin will face the last ball of the over. Rocks under the back foot, almost cuts it straight to point. Shy at the stumps, but it's just going to be a single. Sadun is charging up the other end, puts Austin under a lot of pressure. He's almost in kamikaze running form, but it's paid off for them. Managed to pick 2 out of that last ball, and they end up 66 for 3 after the end of the 6th.
I can't believe they got 2 there. On that misfield, it went straight to Julian DeMay, and he was backing up, but then they just got back for the 2. So aggressive running, and every run counts in this T10 format, so they'll take it. And if they have a big finish here, I'll tell you what, they'll be feeling pretty confident, the Punjab Lions. Have a look at the bowling. And, well, plenty of options. It is good when you actually go 6 bowlers of all bowl 1, so that gives the captain 30 Vink options. Now he's looking to the guys that have bowled well earlier to probably finish.
Yeah, I would suggest so. I suspect they'll still keep DeMay for the closing over or the penultimate over, but Looks like Ferdy Vink coming on to bowl his second. He bowled a really, really good over earlier. Nice changes of pace. Showed a lot of variety. Nicely bowled, just coming around the wicket, tailing into the left-hander as Sudun, for the first time in a couple of balls, doesn't look for a second.
I'll tell you what, he's getting close to that fine margin of retiring him out. 7 off 12. I don't want to sound harsh, but if you've got someone in the sheds that can clear the pickets, bring him in.
Well, they may not have someone in the sheds who can create twos out of nothing. Let's have a look at how far he's backing up here, because he's making such good ground. Well, he's actually not backing up full stop. He's just quick between the wickets.
You see that overnight, the rule change from the MCC?
Great rule change.
So it's not a man code anymore. If you do it, it's a run out.
It's a run out. Was the only way of getting out that did not sit in the dismissals section of the MCC rulebook.
Really? Well, you're from Switzerland, so I'll believe anything you say.
Trustworthy, neutral. As Scott Austin swings it around to the man coming in from mid-wicket, Teo Walborough.
Yeah, did you see the other rule change? So we've already done it. We've been pioneering it. If the founding fathers, I don't know where I'm going with this, but the catch now, non-striker, will not take strikes. So the new batsman will always come in and take strikes. There's Vinny Sand. Well, he's watching us, oh no.
I was not sure whether he's listening, saying he's listening, or he's comprehending what's going on. I mean, this is some pretty elite chat as we see Finn come in halfway through his over. Good Yorker, and Sudun manages to do what he's done for almost the entire innings and just hit a single.
But yeah, we've been doing it for a while, that if the batsmen cross over and then you're caught while it's in the air, that the new man comes in. And now the MCC's obviously been tuning into the ECN. Thank you, MCC, and they've caught on.
I've got a question. There are a lot of posts on social media crediting as coming through from the 100, which I thought was a little bit disappointing, but never like the English to take something that they haven't owned in the past, claim it as their own.
Yeah, shock. But no, the 100 can try claim it. It was our idea, and the 100 took it off us. So, well, you're from Switzerland. I'm sure you've got some powerful members that can help us there.
Well, it's an ex-lawyer, very, very disappointed as the appropriation of property that's going on there. Then comes in to try to finish this over. Comes from wide of the stumps. They thrashed it through point. Sudun, just after Corey called for him to be retired, well, he said, take that, Corey Rutgers. Thrashes a 4 through point, and that takes the Punjab Lions just slightly closer to what will be a defendable score.
Well, I'm just trying to think, did they have 5 in the ring, that ball? Because there's usually a sweeper cover, and I'm having a look now, and I think they did. I think that's a tactical error from RBS. Shouldn't have been 4. Hey, but congratulations to Sudun getting one away. I'm not retiring him now. I'm all behind him.
Oh, Rutgers is behind him. He's probably putting him in his fantasy team as we speak, as Punjab at 74 for 3 after 7. Having a look at the summary of the first 4 weeks of this wonderful European Cricket League event. The winners, Tunbridge Wells Brigade, Brescia, Albies Almi, and this is the final group to work through. No idea who's going to qualify for this one at the moment. It is close. It's DeMay. That ball is not close to the pitch anymore. Scott Austin's gotten down on one knee, and the only thing he's proposed is to spank that over the deep square leg boundary. It's tremendous timing.
I'm not too sure what your cricket knowledge is like, but that's Steve Waugh-esque. The old slog sweepers, I love that. He gets on a knee early, and bang, good shot. Hey, Steve Waugh used to love playing that.
Great looking shot. It was basically the only way that Steve Waugh could hit a 6, and I think he implemented it before the 99 World Cup. Great call, Corey. DeMay, a little bit more on off stump. That ball doesn't want to give Austin something into his power area. Scampers through for a single.
Oh, I looked at the table before, but this is a huge game for Punjab Lions, Nicosia, because I believe if they win, they almost basically sew themselves up in that top 3. And we know how important that is before Super Thursday and Finals Friday. They have a chance of a double chance then.
They seem to have been caught a rabbit in the headlights with Super Thursday on the horizon. Julian DeMay also seems to be blinded by something at the moment. This is probably his worst bowling figures of the tournament. He's still got 4 balls to get through. Goes in the leg stump. Sudun's hit it high. It's swirling. 2 fielders converge. Remarkably, they've managed to pouch it. I think it's actually Benno Bodendijk who's ended up with the catch. Hugs amongst the teammates. Might not have been so if they had fumbled.
Well, I'll go to another one. Steve Waugh, Jason Gillespie-esque. I thought that was going to be a horrific collision, but there's all smiles at the moment. It was high in the air, a bit swirly. It's a good catch in windy conditions. You can see here, not too much communication. And in the end, who's got it? Majinder Singh's taken the catch. Well, there's some fantasy points.
I actually thought Bodendijk had actually swiped in front and got it, but actually tell you what, Singh's done even better given the fact that not only would he have had the flash of the hands of Bodendijk go in front of him, but the fluorescent pink labels from the Coronite outfit. That's good catch in the end, although made unnecessarily difficult by lack of communication. Jamel Zardun, he's back in the pavilion for 12 off 15. They are 81 for 4.
Might not be the worst wicket that for Punjab Lions, Nicosia. I've got a huge call. I've been here all week, all month, sorry. I think the Punjab Lions are the biggest underdog story so far. No one, they were the lowest seeded team coming here in this group. They could sneak into third. I haven't seen that in any other group yet.
No, certainly more depth in that side, particularly with the ball. I think their batting is still probably their Achilles heel. Nicely floated from DeMay. Swung out in the leg side. Warborough, he's a safe pair of hands on the boundary. That at one stage looked like it might carry him, but pouched it very, very nicely. And Julian DeMay on a hat-trick. Let's see if he can avoid the typical leg side wide that we've had for the last couple of days.
Yeah, maybe. Good catch from Teo Warborough out there. Just hung in the air. I mean, it's selfless batting. First ball trying to hit it to the moon. Doesn't get all of it and caught right on the rope. And, yeah, he is on a hat-trick. And I like to call this shopping. I think he might go shopping here and give this a little bit of extra flight to try and get himself one. But he'll go for a golden duck, doing the team thing. And I'm sure we'll see more of Taranjeet Singh as the week continues.
Looks like Qasim Anwar, who's coming out to face the hat-trick ball, and he will be on strike as a throwback to that wonderful ECL rule about being irrelevant whether or not the batsman cross. The new batsman takes strike after a catch, and Qasim Anwar came out and hit a pair of sixes in his first game in this tournament. He's probably struggled to make an impact with the bat after this, but Julian DeMay, hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick, you calling it?
I'll call it. DeMay, not as much flight as he wanted. It's gone straight through the batsman. Somehow has ended up beating the stumps, beating the keeper, and then smacking into the boundary line. That must have been close, Corey.
Oh, well, for a hat-trick ball, you can't miss the stumps by much there. You can see how disappointed he's on his face. He wanted to go viral. And have a look. Oh, it's bounced over leg. I mean, you can't get closer than that. And the young keeper doesn't catch up with it. So it's 4 bonus runs as well. That hurts.
That's not what I expected for the hat-trick ball, and serves DeMay right for being about 6'4" and deciding to take up left arm orthodox spin.
Yeah, a bit of Suleiman Ben about him, isn't it? Tall spinner. But yeah, 4 bonus runs.
Qasim Anwar didn't hold back, even though he's facing the hat-trick ball. It's good length. He has not held back on his second ball, and that's careered over the boundary. It's probably a good 15 metres back. Got under it, but got plenty of elevation and plenty of distance as well.
Yeah, good batting, and it's in his wheelhouse. He gets the slog sweep out as well, and he hits a big 6. It takes us to the end of the 8th. It's 91 for 5.
Yeah, the Punjab Lions, it hasn't been the most impressive batting effort, but somehow they're just continuing with enough boundaries. And I guess that's where their way of playing the game is such a big bonus in this T10 format. If we have a look at the way the run rate chart has gone, it was that partnership in the middle innings after they'd lost a couple of early wickets that probably built the base that has now allowed the middle or later order to continue attacking as Austin once again gets down on one knee, but the slow leg spin of Adil Ahmed manages to beat him.
Keeping from the young keeper there. Quick hands, but definitely not out. But yes, slow leg spin. Yeah, they're getting themselves up to a good score here. Maybe 110s on the cards.
Full ball. Swung around. Teo Warbur's not going to have any issues with that. He moves well in the field, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a special athlete, first-class cricketer, the overseas player for HBS. He signed another contract, so his second year in Holland this year.
Flight it again. Got under it very high. This is Warborough coming in. About 15 metres off the boundary. He's not going to drop that. Well bowled from Adil Ahmed. He kept on giving it flight despite getting pumped for 6 earlier in the over.
Yeah, it's good bowling. Gives it flight. He's getting it to turn, so it's hard to go through the leg side with so much spin on top of it. And a nice catch right on cue by Teo Warborough. So HBS, they're picking up wickets just at the right time to stunt that score. But it's still pretty even sort of game at the moment. A little bit of a dance there from Teo. So happy with his catch. Punjab Lions negotiate. They lose another. Yeah, it's hard to... What do you think at the moment? Who's the happier of the two sides?
Crayon have clearly got the batting power to chase whatever target down, as long as Visay and to a certain extent Warborough managed to stay in for long enough, although we also saw Manjinder Singh bat very, very well last night. But from where they were early in the game, I think the Lions will be reasonably satisfied. They've still got an over and a half. Adil Ahmed bowling a good spell. gone wide of off stump. Nicely struck. Beats the man. He didn't have far to move from deep cover. Good shot. Sushil Kumar coming out first ball.
Well, that's good to see because he's spinning it so much. A lot of these batsmen still think too much leg side, and he's just played it on merit there. It's wide of off stump. He gets the half volley, and that's a really good shot first ball with the spin.
Yeah, good ball to a lower order player, actually, getting it way outside off stump, but he's risen to the occasion. That one's more on the stumps. Umpire shaking his head immediately. Nice change, though, from Ahmed.
I think that's pitching outside leg for me. It's a good decision from the umpire. They've had a really good couple of weeks, have the officials. Have a look here. Lots of flight, as we said, but definitely pitching outside leg.
Managing to get some drift, which shows he's putting some rotation on the ball. Another good ball into the block hole, well flighted. Just swings it around for a 1. So on the topic of Ahmed, Corey, do you think as we come to the end of the over, and Punjab Lions are 97 for 6 with 1 still remaining, do you think they'll be brave enough to bowl him when it comes to the knockout games later this week? He provides some variety for their attack.
He does offer variety as maybe the 5th bowler. It wouldn't be the worst thing to look at. I think the problem is with some spinners that like that, they could go for 24 and take a wicket in the same over. So it is a gamble, but I think T10's a bit of a gambler sport, to be honest. You've got to choose the right time to punt and choose when not to.
Yep, I completely agree. I think the rest of their bowling attack outside of Manjinder and Julian DeMay is just a little bit sort of right arm, medium pace, despite the array of change-ups are on display. I wouldn't mind seeing him become a more prominent part of the bowling attack as we move forward to the final couple of days of this tournament. And last over, Manjinder Singh coming into bowl. Crack down to long off, but it's just going to be a single.
Can they get a big finish here? I think they really want that 110 mark. So they're going to need 1 big 6 at least. I think if they get 110, they do get 1 early wicket. They're right on here, the Punjab Lions.
We saw Scott Austin really take the attack up to Ari Cavalis from Corfu yesterday. Charged down the pitch. Wouldn't be surprised if he did the same thing against Singh. He's gone the opposite direction. He's gone back in his crease. Runs the first one hard. Desperate to come back for the second, but partner just holding his ground. Probably a good decision in the end.
Yeah, probably a good decision, but that's the right intent with the running between the wickets. You've got to push the outfielder because then if he fumbles, you definitely go. So, yeah, Punjab Lions trying to scrape their way up to that 110. They need a boundary to get there.
Good full ball. Delivered a pretty good over so far. Manjinder Singh.
And the RBS fielding's been pretty clinical as well. Good movement from all of them. They've taken basically all their opportunities, and that does bring up the 100 with 3 balls to go. There's the fans. They're all enjoying themselves. Bit of a windy day, deep conversations, and I'm sure they're loving all the T10 action.
Good crowd rolling in for the latter stages of today. Great bowl from Manjinder Singh straight through Austin, trying to heave it across the line. That's excellent bowling from the left armour.
Yeah, you miss, I hit, and he gets another wicket for his tally this tournament. He's having a good little tournament, 2 for 7, outstanding figures, and he burst through I was going to say the defence, the aggressiveness there of the batsman, but blows the stumps away. He's gone, doing the team thing, and this has been a sensational last over. Only 3 runs off it so far. Great bowling.
Yeah, we talked about Manjinder Singh earlier in the game and just suggested that he's probably leaving a few kph in the kit bag, but actually this last over, it looks like he's just firing it in a little bit quicker. I think he's got a good action, probably just needs to get a little bit more upper body engagement, and he could send the ball through at pretty decent pace.
He's a cool, calm customer, isn't he? Sort of ambles in, but you're right, when he does go, he can get it through.
2 balls left. Another good full ball, consecutive clean bowls, an excellent Yorker from Manjinder Singh, and he is finishing off this innings very, very well. I mean, he's going to have exceptional figures to begin with. Now got 3 for 7, and yet another hat-trick opportunity. The 9th and 10th overs have just been an absolute bonanza of hat-trick opportunities.
Yeah, clever bowling. He gets that fuller ball, Yorker, leg stump. That's good bowling. That's getting most people out that are trying to slog it like that. So he gets himself another wicket, and what he's doing well in this tournament so far, he just does the right things. He bowls the slow ball at the right time, he keeps it stump to stump, and he's having a pretty good tournament in a group which has been, I think, out of all the groups, the most difficult group for all the teams. I mean, there's some of the talent on show, and some of the players are a high level. So here he goes. There's the trophy. That's what we're all playing for. I've got one of those in my cupboard back home, but someone else is going to win it because VOC Rotterdam, they're gone. It's going to be new champions this year.
You're still technically a defending champion.
Technically for maybe another 7 days, so I'm going to lap it up as much as possible.
Walking around Malaga on the weekend, just mentioning to people, defending ECL champion. Final ball coming in from Manjinder Singh. Another full one. It was the hat-trick opportunity, driven straight down the ground by Singh. They're going to push through for 2. Throw goes to the keeper's end. Well taken. Excellent throw coming in from 30 Vink down there at long off. And that finishes off a pretty handy fielding effort from the HBS Cranhoot side. And they end up on 101 for 9 wickets down. Corey, I think the Punjab Lions would be relatively satisfied with that.
Yeah, I think they would be satisfied from where they were at the start, but that's a really good last over. Only 4 runs coming off it. I was saying 110 they won. They're going to fall 9 runs short of it. And for HBS, they fielded pretty well throughout that 10 overs. I can't think of many clangers or a dropped catch or anything there. So they're doing what they need to do. You feel Punjab Lions Nicosia, if they're going to cause a bit of a shock here, they're going to need to get Visay and Walbra out early.
Yep, couldn't agree more. That opening partnership is dynamic and is what the HBS team build their innings around. You see Rico full unleashing with a huge clap to bring the Cranhoot team back in the field. And well deserved, as we saw some early biffing from Singh out there. He's done very, very well, but Julian DeMay also, after a shaky first over, he was very calm and collected in the field. Plenty of support. The Jersey boys hanging around for latter stages of today. Manjinder Singh couldn't keep him out of the game with both ball and in the field, but Tejinder Singh, he was the main man with the bat. Some lusty blows over to mid-wicket. Another one there, Corey, which he's just absolutely rifled.
Yeah, he came in and he really put some energy into this batting innings. He hit some hard balls through the gap, especially favouring the leg side area. There's Teo Walbra diving around, trying to stop boundaries, but he hit a lot of sixes, and at this stage, Punjab Lions Nicosia, they were flying. They were the happier to until this interesting stumping. He missed the stumps on the first occasion, but he made an atone to his error, did the young man. He got the big wicket. And there's Vinny. Well, he's watching, thankfully, and enjoying another break.
Well, it's just pure sartorial elegance from Mr. Maximo down the boundary line. Fortunately, he didn't distract the fielders who went about their job very, very well. Took just about every catch that came to them, including Teo Walbra, who was exceptional in the outfield as usual. And there was a chance here that the innings was just going to screech to a halt, but the boys from the Punjab Lions, they, if nothing else, will continue to swing and swing hard. And as much as it brought about a number of dismissals, being 9 wickets down, Corey, they still managed to pound the boundary just enough. Yeah,
they did, and it got him over the 100 mark, but it was Manjinder Singh that came big at the end, got a couple of extra wickets for his troubles, with a wicket there and another wicket, getting the Yorker in, doing his job for the team, and he'll be pretty happy with that. And Punjab Lions, a decent batting innings, but they'll be disappointed right at the end to not get as many runs as they should have. So that takes us to the halfway stage of this game. Let's take a quick look at the scorecards. And, well, it was sort of a stop-start innings for Punjab Lions Nicosia, but they still got themselves to that 100 mark. We take a quick look here, and well, the man in the middle, Tejwinder Singh, 39 off 14, didn't have too much technique about him, and he was funnily stumped by Martin Shaw. I haven't seen a stumping like that before, and 39 off 14 for him, and then everyone else sort of just bits and pieces, but 13 extras helps them a lot, and well, RBS might rue the fact of that, and the score actually has just been updated. It ended up 100 for 9 because there was a short run on the very last ball of that inning. So we thought it was 101. In the end, it only ended up being 100 for 9. So that could hurt them later in the game. And we'll take a quick look at the bowling scorecard here, and well, the wickets were shared around a bit, but Manjinder Singh 3 for 7 at 3.5, sensational. Adil Ahmed, the slow right arm leggy, 2 for 18. Julian DeMay took 2 as well. His economy a little bit large. Stefan Vink bowled 1 good over for 8 runs, and well, they all worked together, and you can see they took wickets in clumps to restrict them to 100. So this game, well, I'd say RBS, they're probably the happier of the two teams. And you see all the wickets falling there, and right at the back end, they lost 3 in the over. Very disappointing for the Punjab Lions Nicosia to not maybe have a big last over and they get themselves up to a higher score. But it does take us to the halfway stage in this clash, and it will be an interesting game because we know how dangerous Tobias Visay is to watch at the top. Always excited to watch him bat, but Punjab Lions Nicosia, they need 101 off 60 balls. Join us back in 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the beautiful surrounds of the Cartama Oval here in the Andalusia region of Spain. Fantastic time of year to be here. Fantastic time anytime to be in this part of the world, and also an excellent time to introduce Corey Rutgers back to the commentary box. Corey, we've got a game here, haven't we?
We have a game here, absolutely we do. And look, for people tuning in now, in 1992, USA put together a team, nicknamed the Dream Team. Well, you've got two new commentators. We are the Dream Team. Vinny and Rico on a break, and we're at the halfway stage of an absolute corker of a game. RBS, they need 101. There was a short run on the last ball.
Ooh.
Yeah, you never know. That could come back to haunt them.
You don't. That's really remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, yep. So he was run out on the last ball, and there was a short run. The scores were adjusted, and they ended up with 100. So 101, but we know this man on strike right now opened the batting with Chris Gale a couple of years ago in the Vancouver T20. Good luck to him. And he's exciting watching his partner, Teo Walbrook. They're destructive, aren't they?
Well, I don't think we need to say good luck to Tobias Visay. It's actually good luck to the bowler, Tejwinder Singh, who's got to send down 6 pills to him. Visay's been in excellent form throughout the tournament. He even started strongly last night before getting bowled by Owen Cameron. Tejwinder Singh swings it. Yeah, good ball. Starts on that off-stump line. Not a lot of deviation, but it manages to get a playing miss from Visay.
Yeah, decent enough ball. Beats the bat. I mean, they have to get him out early. If he bats any length of time, let's say he bats 15 balls or 20 balls, game's over. He's hitting 50 or 60. It's the way he goes. One thing I know about Tobes, even though it's sort of a one-man show with the bat, he doesn't feel nerves. He just bats the same way no matter what the situation.
Yeah, he's a relaxed customer, knows how to stay in the moment, as does Tejwinder Singh. Full ball, tries to swing down the leg side. It's a fumble from the keeper, Mazunda. Allows it to go through for an extra off the wide down the leg side.
Definitely can't afford too many extras. It's not a huge total. It's probably just under par, I think. Man on strike now, Teo Walbrook. Well, very talented batsman. Had a lot of runs in Dutch domestic cricket last year. Good to see him back for RBS.
Walbrook's certainly shown a really composed technique when he's had to face some of the better bowlers in this tournament. He's looked very untroubled. In fact, actually getting to watch him side on last night playing Mohammad Kamran, who's by far the quickest bowler in this group. You just see the reactions and the shape that Walbrook keeps. He wasn't troubled at all, despite Kamran getting up into the higher reaches of probably the 130 kphs. Full ball. Sure if there was a bit of bat and pad on there, but either way, it's gone down to the boundary. And Tejwinder Singh, who's been pretty accurate, that's why being called leg buys, just struggling with his line. Not sure whether he's starting it on leg stump, hoping to get a little bit of a way swing.
Yeah, I sort of feel as well, the keeper, he has to stop this. I know it might sound harsh, but you've got to get something on that, because at the moment, Extra is the leading run scorer. Interesting field setting as well. Deep mid off and deep extra cover as the two boundary riders. You have to bowl it outside off stump now.
Well, he's doing the exact opposite, and we've talked a little bit during the tournament so far about bowlers not bowling to their field, particularly in these opening 3 overs of the power play. You've got to be able to use those two defensive fielders as much as you can. Cut by Walbrook, that's too easy. Just eats that for breakfast. Short of a length outside off stump. Cracks it for 4.
Yeah, traditional cut shot, something aesthetically beautiful about watching that. He gets a ball with a little bit of width and, well, just times it enough through the gap, and it races away on this quick outfield for 4.
Yeah, it's a well looked after ground, and particularly after being in the sun for a number of days. Russ is cut reasonably short. You've just got to beat the infield in the opening overs, and it's almost inevitably running to the boundary. Just to get that on a better length.
Bit of shape, he's got enough to work with there, and I mean that's probably the line he wants to bowl if he's got his 2 boundary eyes that side. It's an interesting field. I haven't seen this one before. I think you're asking the bowler a lot, because if you bowl wide of off stump and then he beats the inner ring where backward point R and third man, it's 4 anyway. So I think I'd be bringing my mid off up and at least dropping one of those 2 men.
Stretches out. Finds that man coming off the boundary at deep cover. It's an interesting point, isn't it? Ultimately, you've got to pick your poison, haven't you, Corey?
Yep.
I at least like the fact that if he's going to bowl this line, which he should,
yep,
and if they're going to have the man at deep cover and long off, he has got the double protection at point and backward point.
Yeah, yeah. Look, it's just trying to find the right balance in this power play, because we know how crucial it is. Last ball coming up. This is a big ball. I have a feeling Toby's is going to take this on.
full, almost in the block hole, ended up being a full toss. Just expected Vise to get that really, really rapid bottom hand through it, but as it is, just punts it away for a single. RBS there, 12 for none after the first over.
Yeah, it goes back to those low full tosses. They're just a little bit awkward sometimes, but I don't think, oh, well, here we go. There's Ewell. He's the chairman of RBS. He's flown in today. Welcome. And he's here supporting his club, and he's got everyone there that have come in and supporting the Dutch. Good luck to them, and I know very faithful supporters at RBS, and they do love a party out there. Probably one of the best social teams in Holland. Definitely, actually, I can confirm the best social team by a long way.
Is that part of their recruitment pitch to see Rutgers?
Absolutely. I was there every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
Just a great club man, full stop, as skipper Guri Singh pitches that one on middle and leg. Swung around, actually. The fielder's done a good job to pull it in from the boundary. Scoots through for 2.
See, with most batsmen's bat swinging this, it's pretty full on not to have a deep mid wicket here, or anyone on the leg side. I mean, if you get straight at all, that's not even straight. He's dragged that. But batsmen are that good at getting it through the side. I feel like they've got to have someone on this side.
Yeah, it's a tough call. On the other hand, at least he's making Vise play across the line out here. And just as you said that, Corey, they've pushed a man out here to slightly wideish long on. Once again, outside off stump, manages to get it to the bottom of the bat. Fielder charges in, can't take it cleanly, but managed to keep Vise relatively controlled so far.
Well, usually he's got about 3 boundaries by now, so you'd say that is right. I don't think there's been more pressure on an opening pair for any team in the tournament either. I mean, they are heavily reliant on these two. And if you're the Punjab Lions Nicosia, you're saying you're just 2 wickets away from really getting yourself in this contest.
Yeah, they do operate well with the new ball. Not finding as much sideways movement as they did yesterday. It's well played, just full face of the bat. Not really a T10 shot, but geez, it's a lovely thing to watch.
Oh, and it's going to be an overthrow as well. So just sloppiness filtering into the Nicosia side. He throws it at the stunts when there's no need. And he's getting the death stare from Singh. Singh is not happy, and I wouldn't mess with him. He's a big, big man.
No, I can understand his frustration there. They haven't got enough runs to just be frivolous.
Yeah, good word.
Total.
Ooh, very good word. Improving my English commentating with you, Andrew.
Pulled the dictionary out during the interval break. Singh standing at the top of his mark. It's been a pretty good over so far. Jamming under the bat of Warburg again if he can. It's gone straight back to him. The big man's put the hands up, but it goes down. Wow, wow, wow. Could that be a big moment in this game?
Yeah, it was a big moment in this game, and the gravity of it all almost took him forward into the deck, so I'm glad he kept his feet in the end. Yeah, he did really well to get his hands up and then did really well not to. Oh, I thought he was going to eat the carpet there.
Oh, kept his balance. An elegant mover in the field. Good delivery too.
Moves quite well for a big man, doesn't he?
Really does. We saw him actually take a great catch diving forward at a cover position just on the 30 in the first game. Looked very, very safe. It's wide of off stump. Cracked out to the man at deep cover. Once again, I don't mind that. Bowling to the field. It's probably a little bit short of a length, but at least he's got some protection in that area.
Yeah, that's okay. You'd see Teo's definitely a more traditional 50-over cricketer, 4-day cricketer even, so he just keeps it control. But I think he just wants to facilitate Toby's Vise, because we know, well, he's had 4 balls without a boundary. This one's ball, I guarantee, is a boundary.
Well, it almost ended up a second return catch in the space of 3 balls. It's like no one's putting any wagers on listening to C. Rutgers in the commentary box, but that's the end of the second over. RBS now 19 for none.
Yep. So 19 for none, and well, they're doing a good job at the moment. Punjab Lions Nicosia of just holding them steady. Tobias just hasn't got going yet. He usually does get going early. I jumped the gun a little bit there as well. They're just holding it to their own. If they can get a wicket here, they'll be feeling pretty comfortable.
Do you think this is a slightly more conservative approach from the Crown Hood side as we see Tishwinder Singh coming in for his second over?
I think they're just finding balance. I think there's some big watches here. So Farmers Mallow and Get Corfu, they're watching this closely, because if Nicosia get up, they've got to finish in the bottom 3.
Farmers in particular have got a big game coming up against Marlow.
Well, it might not be a big game though.
Well, could be. Let's hope for the sake of that contest. Walker on strike, second delivery. Good line on off stump again. I think it's probably the way to tie down Warber, isn't it? When he plays on the front foot, just good length balls, the instinct just to get the full face of the bat and drive down to long off.
Yeah, he's a technical player, still trying to find his own in T10. I mean, if you haven't played this format much, it is a bit of a mind boggler because you don't know how to pace an inning. Sometimes you feel like you should be going aggressive or defensive. It's tricky.
Again, just floats away outside. Excellent work from the skipper at cover. We made reference in the last over to his nimbleness in the field. That's where he took 2 catches this morning. Just saves a potential boundary. There's a big gap between cover and long off.
This guy moves that well for a big man. I mean, that's sensational fielding. He saved 4 runs there, and they have to save everything to stay in this contest.
Good ball again. It's been a very consistent over. Berating the fielder, Niraj Tiwari, the off-spinner. Didn't take it cleanly, but it's good bowling from Singh.
So one thing that I think these two have let the Nicosia side do to them, so they've got that field again where no one's deep on the leg side, no mid-on, no square leg. I would love to say, I know I've seen these two a lot, easily just bat on off stump, maybe a chip over the leg side, change their lines, change their lengths. Now they're just showing a little bit too much respect at the moment. Only 2 balls left in the power play. These are massive deliveries in the context of the match.
Yeah, it's an excellent call, Corey. Suspect Visay, who is not shy about moving over to the off stump or even well outside it.
Can I have another go at trying to guess what's going to happen?
You absolutely can.
He's getting on a knee here, and I reckon he's going to help it round that corner.
Tejwin Singh, he's got to be brave. Stick. If I was him, I'd be even trying to push this one well out side of off stump. Drifted onto the leg. Big appeal. The umpire's giving it some thought. Nods probably height as an issue. I'm not sure that was the ball that Singh was intending to bowl. There's a huge gap down there. In fact, no one in between fine leg and mid-wicket inside the circle. Not far off.
It's straight. He's deep in the crease. It hits him on the back thigh. It's probably going over. I think that's a good decision. There's enough doubt for the umpire, but he did try to get on that knee. There is a big gap there.
Goes full. Visay charges it, jams himself, pushes it out for a single, and after a subdued power play for RBS Crane, who they are 20 for none after 3 overs.
If you had told me 10 minutes ago that's the power play we're going to watch, I wouldn't have guessed it. We've been talking about how dangerous this opening pair is, but they've kept them locked in, haven't they? And they're right in this contest. Look at the comparative power plays, and well, you can see. Well, I was going to say VOC. Oh no. RBS, the Dutch side, just haven't got really away yet, and it's 4th, 5th over. Maybe the spinners will hold the key to this match.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Well, certain spinners will hold the key irrespective of the fact that they really need to start powering this run rate along. A few nervous faces in the Crane dressing room. Talk about things being moved off their axis for this game, Corey. We saw Julian DeMay spray a couple. We've now got Visay and Walborough unable to get strike rates over 100.
It's because we're in the commentary box. It's not meant to be like this. It's meant to be catchphrases and balle-balles and maximos and all that stuff, isn't there?
Well, we would have had an opportunity for a Maximo call there. That's been slaughtered over deep cover. Superb shot. And Tobias Visay obviously heard us having a crack at his strike rate at the moment. Launches it for a Maximo.
Yeah, that's more like the Visay we know. His striking before this innings was at 280 in the comp and 190 runs. I mean, when you're doing that, you're a special player. So that's more like it. They needed that boundary as a steadier. And, well, a lot of pressure on Tiwari now.
He's bowled well in the tournament, but has been generally fuller than that. Hasn't dropped too many short. Drops short again. Visay tries to pump it over. He's caught. What a huge dismissal in the context of this game. And look at the lines converge on each other. That is a huge dismissal.
Well, if you wanted a little underdog story, you get around the Punjab Lions Nicosia. That's a huge dismissal. Visay didn't look like himself today. He only got one out the screws. He goes trying to lift it over extra cover. It's a good catch from the man in the inner ring. He made some good ground to his right. It splices off the bat. Never easy with that top spin on the ball. And, well, it's my man out there. Harvinder Singh takes the wicket. First down.
Yeah, good catch, as you say. Just a rotation on the ball. Always difficult with those guys. Visay, 11 off 9. Only 1-6. YouTube chat. celebrating the commentary pairing at the moment, Corey.
Well, we don't need catchphrases because this is high quality entertainment. And well, here comes a man that's been having a really good tournament. Bit of a surprise packet. Manjinder Singh, he comes in at 3. He found good form last night against Pakai Care. But I'm going to make a big call. I think Nicosia, they're well ahead at the moment. I think they'll be very happy with this start.
Well, you're very true. I think if they were asked what position they would have been comfortable with after 3.5 overs, 26 for 1, they would have been ecstatic. But as you say, Manjinder Singh looked subdued with the bat in the early games in this tournament, but unleashed last night against Pakai Care. He's going to have to repeat that performance today.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on. Well, Tawari, what a great response after being hit for 6 first ball.
Got short again, but managed to squeeze inside Singh's bat. Wasn't that far away from the off stump.
I tell you right now, Gek from Corfu, Malo from Portugal, and Farmers from Jersey, they're all very nervous because if there is a win here for the Cypriot team, they will get into that top 3.
Faster one, just punched out. Not going to get past the skipper. Guri standing there at cover. He loves that position, doesn't he?
I like it that they're keeping the cover tight as well. Too many teams last week just let it sit on the ring. Get a dot ball when you can. It's pretty hard to hit it through the fridge there.
If he doesn't want a single, he's just got to tickle it to the leg side. Not a man within about 40 metres of the bat. No one's short. Cuts it out to the player coming in. That's Sadun Chamal, the opener, coming from deep point.
A lot of pressure on Teo Walbra now. He's the main man in this lineup. He needs to stand up and produce a proper innings. He's got himself in, you would say. He's faced 11 balls. And that required rate, she's jumped up to a 12.
That's danger signs.
That is danger. I think once it gets to 14, it's extreme danger. 12 you can still manage.
16, it's probably avalanche risk. Another quicker one. Interesting to see since he took the wicket, Tawari's actually gone for the darts thereafter. It's a pretty good over from him after being pumped for a maximum on his first ball from Visay, but as it is, good result from Tiwari. And Corey, as we're coming into this point, we're 4 overs in, and RBS Cranhood only 28 on the board. Just completely unpredictable. And this Group E, just continues to confound.
Well, I know it's done on seeding and people in the groups, and for me, this Cypriot team really wasn't expected to be one of the front runners, and they are honestly maybe 25 minutes away from finishing in the top 3. I mean, that's a huge call. We all thought Jersey from Farmers and maybe the Mallow side from Portugal would guarantee that top 3. So this group has been everywhere.
Topsy-turvy. We saw Marlow, who hadn't won a game this morning, take down the Lions. So unpredictability. We see Manoir once again driven straight back down the ground.
We definitely got it wrong. We called last week the group of death, but this is that group, and this is the group of entertainment, and it is an exciting group. There's some serious talent in it, and anyone could win this group, honestly.
So the group of surprise.
Ooh. Give us another adjective.
Confounding. That's a really bad suggestion. Might have to go back to the thesaurus. Oh, slapped over to the leg side. Nothing confounding about that from Manjinder Singh. Timed it beautifully. We saw him do that yesterday. It was probably actually a few shorter length balls that allowed him to get his timing, and then he got onto the front foot a few times. But tell you what, when he gets that bat swing flowing, he hits the ball very nicely.
Yeah, definitely efficient through the leg side. Struggles on the offside, but when he hits it, it stays hit. So it's good batting. And that's the first boundary for him. That might get him going. Anwar needs to get his line outside the off stump here.
Ball goes on the leg side, big swing. Ball goes down to the man who's at short, fine leg, inside edge, not too far away from the stumps.
I'm pretty curious here about Teo Walbra. Now, we know he's a class 8. You can just tell from his technique and the way he plays, but he's 11 off 13. You feel like he's fighting himself a little bit. He just hasn't found the rhythm and pace how to bat in a T10. So this is a really important part of the game. He knows he's the key. How do you go about it? I'm curious to watch.
Well, it's a really hard thing to break instinct. You can see he holds his technique together really, really well, even when he's playing his top quality bowling. But sometimes you just got to unleash. Tries to cut that hard straight into the ground.
Yeah, see, that's a great example of that ball there. So you got backward point and short third man in the ring, and you can see he's cutting that down. I'd love to see him just wait a bit longer, maybe cut that up and elevate that over point. He's definitely good enough, but what you said there is very true. He's trying to break his intuition, his natural form that he's had his whole life.
Yeah, and that shot is exactly what he'd be trying to do in a 4-day game, or even in a 50-over game, to be honest. But he's got to identify probably a couple of boundary spots as we see Anwar come in. Drifts onto the leg side, not a great ball, but Scott Austin fires in a throw from deep square. Keeper's got no hope.
That was an absolute cannon. He's missed the keeper by a long way, though. He almost threw that for 4 on the other side of the field.
That's unfortunately spoiled what was otherwise a good bit of fielding. He attacked the ball coming in off the fence, but the throw was just out of control.
Scott Austin, any relation to Steve?
I haven't checked with him, but given he's Zimbabwean born, I'll probably go for Nay.
Okay.
On that one. I mean, it's a fairly unique name.
It's a powerful throw.
Good arm, the young man. Brilliant catch yesterday. It goes wide of the crease.
Oh, how's that missed the stumps? I'm not too sure what's happened there. He must have got some bat on it, but it sort of ballooned to the keeper. Oh, yeah, it is signalled as runs, and well, not signalled, no signal, so it is runs. But geez, it was so close to the leg stump. Oh, he's inside edged it onto his back leg, and then it's ballooned back to the keeper on the bounce. So a little bit lucky. Then the keeper's not. I wouldn't have him in my bowls team. Brings an end to the 5th. It is 38 for 1.
Javier Crane, who keep on expecting that there will be one over in which they will go on a bit of a blitzkrieg and get this run rate under control. It hasn't happened yet. Teo Warburg, he's 12 off 14, and Jinder Singh has probably looked the more likely. He's 9 off 7.
I'm calling Teo in. I'm going retired again. No, I wouldn't be doing it. He's got the class.
Gee, you're harsh on the openers.
I just want to see someone get retired already.
Dwari on the bowl, just slows it down. I like the variety that this young man shows.
Yep. Well, you don't see Jinder Singh block too many. He's blocked the first. I have a feeling we're about to see a bit of a big slog sweepers or something like that on the leg side here.
It's a 3-man field on the outside. Rocks on the back foot, doesn't time it at all. Straight down the throat of the man, a deep mid-wicket. Big one, and Tiwari, the second ball specialist, gets another scalp. He's got 2 for 8.
Well, he slows this one up. We just said we think we're going to see that big hoy across the line. He doesn't get it against the spin. It's a nice, safe catch out there by Taranjeet Singh. And, well, the Cypriots, they're doing everything required of them. That's a big wicket because he was good yesterday and they're in control of this game.
Yeah, really probably shouldn't lose it from here. There's still some ability in the lower reaches of the Cranehoot order, and they're only 2 wickets down, so certainly not the end of the world for them, but the Punjab Lions feel like they've got a lot of momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, he'd be disappointed to get out there, and he had a good day with the ball, couldn't transfer that with the batting innings. Here comes a man that can clear the pickets, and I'm glad to see him bat at 4. This is the captain, 30 Vink. He never gives himself enough credit. He's a talented batsman, and he hits it very far.
Yeah, I think this is a good option. Yeah, coming in at number 4. Joined there by Teo Warburg, who's probably feeling some pressure given that Corey Rutgers has called for his elimination from the centre.
Imagine that, just like on Survivor, the coach stands up with the thing. Eliminated Teo. No, these two, right now, I'm going to say this is still a 50-50 game. It really is.
Yeah, plenty of wickets in the shed for RBS. Tiwari continuing his excellent tournament, 2 for 8. Nicely bowled. Quick single. Teo Warburg is one of the better athletes in the European Cricket League. Scampers through for the 1.
Yeah, good running, and then it helps the captain get off the mark. So it might look like they're well behind, but with these two at the crease, I still think this is 50-50. Teo Warburg will come good. He will start clattering it everywhere.
Good flight, excellent off-spin bowling, right up into the block holes, so not giving Warburg the opportunity to free his arms. Some impressive stuff from Tiwari.
Honestly, if Punjab Lions Nicosia get into that top 3 and cement the spot, that's a fairy tale story. That really is. That's a little plucky underdog.
Bowled again, just pushed out of the offside.
What's the biggest underdog story you know in sport? Leicester City in the football? That's pretty big.
Try to avoid talking about football most of the time, to be brutally honest.
Fair.
Jamaican bobsled team for the Winter Olympics.
Pretty underdog story.
Let's go with a reverse sweep. Big appeal. The umpire, he's pinned him A huge wicket. Teo Warborough desperate to get his run rate moving. Tries the reverse. He's pinned on the pads, and the umpire says, tell your story walking, Teo.
Well, Tawari, he's spinning a web, and that is a huge wicket. He gets another one, and has he got all three? I'm losing track of this. It's a good decision. I think that's hitting middle and leg. It did spin in. Teo, we said something had to give, and he tries the reverse Malachi, doesn't get any bat on it, and he's gone. Huge wicket, and this middle order, a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, great bowling from Tawari. I'd say he's probably been the most impressive spinner of this Group E to date, showing good control, just enough momentum down the wicket, mixing up his pace from time to time. Excellent bowling, and he's really given a weapon to the captain, Guru Singh, that we were probably underestimated, not only this side as a whole, but in particular the quality of their bowling lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I heard a big, disappointed sigh there, because the three teams on the side right now are all against the Punjab Lions winning. This is an amazing set of circumstances.
Vink's been joined by Singh. Tries to pull that. Really doesn't get near it at all, and somewhat trying to manufacture a shot too. All about half a foot outside off stump.
How's can I just touch on Tawari? You said how good he was. His first ball went for 6. He then took 3 for 5 off 11.
Really great comeback. Just goes to show that it's easy to feel like you're defeated if your first ball goes against you, but the good bowlers can reassert themselves. It's a great spell. RBS 41 for 3 after the first ball of the 6th over. Wow, talked about Vink's undoubted power. That's a lovely shot straight down the ground for a Maximo.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed that. They hit the sight screen. That's right in the coach's manual. We've been waiting all innings for a bit of fire from this RBS lineup. There's the first instance.
Yeah, lovely shot. Really clean strike off the bat. And you mentioned earlier that he's a good power hitter, Vink. Showed us an example there.
He didn't swing hard, did he? And that went a long way. He's a powerful, strong young man.
Bowled that right into his hitting zone. A little bit shorter, but still in the Vink zone. Consecutive 6s, and you cannot count this RBS lineup out. They may have lost the 2 big guns, but Birdie Vink is asserting himself at the batting crease.
Yeah, I'm glad everyone's seen this, because that's glorious power hitting. He's hit those 2 6s flush. And while he's there, RBS, well, they'll still feel pretty comfortable. They needed that little bit of an injection of pace, though, didn't they? Just shows pace on the ball sometimes just suits some players.
Yeah, just good to see the experienced Tejwinder seeing the opener, just going and slowing things down, just having a word to Kasim Anwar. You don't want this over to go for 20 and then just to lose control, although his advice seems to have been to go around the wicket. Not sure that's the call. Well, hits it right into the same zone, and that's exactly why right arm around the wicket's not a great idea to a player like Vink. Pulls it around the corner, backward of square, 6-6-4.
It's a horrific call. I harp on about this. Coming around the wicket and then having all those men straighter on the leg side, it's just in the wheelhouse. Basically giving him a free hit at it. Can't get LBW, just block your stumps and swing to the leg side. So he just now goes back over the wicket. He needs to take a breath here, because he's gone for 16 off the last 3. RBS right back in it.
Yeah, I say, Corey, I'll go stronger. I despise that move from a right armer to a right arm batsman, but Anwar back over the wicket. Go full ball, he's clean bowled him. Wow, what a comeback. Shouldn't have gone around the wicket in the first place, but he's gone, switched back to over the wicket, come up with a cracking Yorker that decimates the leg stump of Birdie Vink. And all of a sudden, the assassin who have bludgeoned 16 runs off the over to date, he's on his way back to the pavilion.
What a comeback from the bowler here. I have a feeling this swung in. Oh, it went. What's happened there? They got licorice in their pocket. That is swung in a mile. We haven't seen the ball go at all.
That is an absolute japper. And after he'd just been slapped for 3 consecutive boundaries, comes up with a rip snorter of an in-swinger. Would have been plenty of top-order batsmen who wouldn't have gotten near that one.
Well, how's the ball? The ball hasn't swung for 5 overs. That one's bowed in. That gets anyone out. You can see him shaking his head. He'd be disappointed to get out now, but that was a really good little cameo. Julian DeMay comes to the crease, left-handed, tall. We know how good he is with the ball, but he is good enough with the bat as well.
Yeah, 4 wickets down, but Vink has got them back on track and given them a chance in these later overs.
That didn't swing. Oh, that ball was remarkable.
It's got to be one of the balls of the day, and especially to a guy who had just been on fire. It's the end of the over, and we wouldn't say it was a good one from Anwar, but RBS 57 for 4, 18 balls left in the kitty, still 44 runs needed. So we come up and look at the next clash. Two teams who are sitting at 1 and 3, but at least have won their last start and have built up a bit of confidence. And Farmers, the two tribes, Zark and Asa, they batted well last game. Finally gave a bit of impetus to the Farmers team. Didn't need too many wickets down to chase what was a relatively paltry total from Corfu. On the other side of the ledger, Marlow. Having green shoots back lineup has helped them. This ball's flown high. The skipper's come in. He's juggled it once, twice, 3 times. A dismissal. He's looking down. I'm not sure if he's had a slight injury in the hand, but that is an important wicket just as RBS was starting to get some momentum.
I think the ball's just bopped onto his nose or his face there, but in the end he holds the catch. You can see him there just playing with that big bottom lip. Well, it won't be a bottom lip for too long because he's taken the catch in. Navjeet Singh, that's a big wicket because he found a bit of form yesterday. You look at this, how many bites at the cherry? 1, 2, 3, gives it a kiss on the way and holds it.
Well, completed the catch in the end. It wasn't the most elegant piece of fielding, especially from a man who's been so good in the field over this tournament, but in the end completed the dismissal. And Navjeet Singh, first ball, Dark trudges back to the dressing room, and this Cronhart uphill battle.
This is unbelievable. When I was on the sidelines before, I heard some of the Portuguese and the Jersey teams, they had their first win and they're thinking, well, maybe we can sneak into third because no one expected this. And this is right on now. They're ahead. Adil Ahmed, the slow right arm leg spinner, comes to the crease. Can hit a big ball as well, so there is still firepower there. But the pressure is right on now. Someone from the lower order has to play a remarkable innings.
Yeah, still capable of doing it. They've got some quality players down the lower stretches of their team. Some good cricketers sprinkled amongst this group.
Oh, he's come in with the arm out. Can you do that?
He's almost been coat-hanged by the umpire.
The clothesline. Can you run around the arm and just go, no, I'm bowling no matter what?
I'm sure as a bowler how you miss the umpire having the big mitt stretched out, but probably some excitement after that last wicket from Taranjit Singh. He's got 1 for none. Good length ball. It's an inside edge on the pad, but well bowled.
Yeah.
Good over from him so far.
Yeah, he absolutely smashed that, so he'll get off the mark there. Brings on Julian to make the left hand. So you got the lefty-righty combination at the end here as well. You see here, big inside edge. So the lefty-righty combination always makes it a bit more difficult for the bowler to adjust in the fielding positions. Right now, Punjab's Lions, Nicosia, they've got their head at noses in front.
Length ball, beautifully driven by DeMay. That's an outstanding cricket shot.
Well, there's not many more superlatives you can say to that. That is gorgeous batsmanship. He just times it, and that's why there is still room for cricket shots in this T10 format. Leans on it. He's a very tall man, puts his hands through the ball and times it for a classical cover drive form.
It's like watching a young, tall Conrad Greenshields.
Oh, don't you dare.
And a left-handed version. Well, not Greenshields-esque there. Comes in with the next ball and plays and misses outside off stump.
There's the RBS fans out there. They're getting a bit nervous, a bit twitchy. Can't sit in their seats. It's all on the line here, especially for the Lions.
Goes wide. That's nicely struck once again. Elegant shot, but great timing from DeMay. 2 boundaries in this over.
Yeah, once again, he gets some width and he works with it. He doesn't go against it, just goes with the ball and the line of the ball, and he's timing them beautifully. That raced away for 4. I'm going to call it early. I've got the tingle.
Ooh,
I think this has golden ball on it.
Call. That is a very early call, Corey.
You don't know me too well, but I don't like to leave things too late. I'm going this has a golden ball tingle on it.
Yeah, I'm not. I suspect I'm going to be right. If nothing else, the numbers are probably in my favour of not ending up as a draw. But look, let's see. I'll have to get a read from Rico Full, who is the primary tingler. That one's outside off stump. He drives, but beat the bowler. It's the end of the over. RBS, only 2 left. Still 35 runs required. They are 66 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, look, you would take a gold ball from here, 34 off 12. Someone still has to do something special, but I just have a feeling there's a late twist in this one. We look at the Worms, not my favourite graph, but you can see, yeah, RBS, they just never really have got going in this run chase, have they? And then they lost wickets at the awkward times when they wanted to kick on.
Yep, absolutely, and particularly those key players in terms of Vise and Warburton, neither of whom really got rolling at stage throughout their innings, but it's left quite a lot of work for the lower order to do. Ahmed on strike would have been helpful for Greenwood if DeMay could have at least pushed a single on that last ball. It was a good result for Punjab Lions as the skipper, Guri Singh, comes in. Well, puts that on a length. Ahmed's popped it up. That's a good catch from Tejwinder Singh, and excellent start from the skipper. Rico talks about it all happening in the 9th. Well, there's a wicket first ball.
Well, I think Ahmed will feel really disappointed with that. That felt like it was a half volley. That could have gone. I think that could have gone. Sort of clothed it off the bat, I call it. He goes, and that's the worst possible result for RBS because Julian DeMay won't be on strike.
Right, so first 2 balls, at least DeMay won't face this concluding 2 overs. I think Ahmed was trying to sit back in his crease and actually create a more length ball, but he probably actually had his weight sitting too far back and then has just spooned it up to Tejwinder, who's come in about 15 metres off the boundary and completed the catch. So Ahmed is out for 1 off 2. 66 for 6. Well, if that is not a scary number for Crayon Hoot to see, then I do not know what is.
Absolutely. So this brings in the young man, Benno Bodendijk, aimed Screech this tournament. A lot of pressure on him. He's a left-hander as well, so 2 lefties. That should be outlawed. Not a fan of that. What can he do?
Ball from Guri. Well, at least he's punched it out for a single. Brings DeMay back on strike. DeMay looking for the second. It's probably his job to take as much of the strike over these remaining 9 balls as is possible, but save for some poor bowling or outstanding hitting. Punjab Lions right in control.
He's the key, isn't he? It's all on Julian DeMay now. What can he do?
Tries to step away. Hits it straight to the man at fine leg. Well, the signal from the umpire.
He's out. What are you?
I don't know. The umpire was just giving a very strange signal. I'm not sure what he was waiting for. DeMay just with his head looking up to the sky.
I think that was just a bit of, I think it was more disappointment from Julian DeMay because he goes for the ramp shot. He gets a bit of bat on it. He picks out the man, and then there was an odd little conversation. We don't know what that was about, but he picked him out beautifully. Maybe he was asking if he was in the ring or not, but he definitely was. And I think it was more disappointment and disbelief that he played the ramp straight to him. And I tell you what, this is going to be a massive boil over. The little team from Cyprus, the Punjab Lions Nicosia, are about 5 minutes away from guaranteeing top 3. You know what that means? They're guaranteed finals Friday. That means on the Thursday, you're going to see Mallow, Farmers, and Gek from Corfu. 2 of them are going to go. This is a huge, huge upset.
Huge upset. And tell you what, I suspect we'll have a big crowd of the Cypriot community converge on Cartama Oval over those final 2 days. Book your tickets for finals Friday.
Cheap flights, Ryanair, I'm on it now.
Guri full ball, low full toss, just driven to cover fielder. It's just going to be an easy single, but they've just really got to complete this game without too many errors, and they have secured 3rd spot.
It's unbelievable. So RBS, Pakai Karen, and the Cypriots will take the top 3 already. We haven't seen this in any other group where it's been so locked in so early. But I mean, RBS need to take some confidence from this somewhere because they're going to play them on Super Thursday.
The Lions are just roaring. Length ball, has got underneath it. Probably enough to take it for a Maximo. It's a nice shot. Haven't seen enough of those in the last few overs. Bodendijk, nice stroke. That was a really, really well-timed shot over mid-wicket.
Well, Screech, the bell hasn't rang just yet. He's staying in there, and he got every piece of that. 6 runs to him. Can he go again? Can he keep a little bit of belief for the RBS supporters? And definitely needs to find another boundary deep in the crease.
Not sure he could be much deeper. It'd almost be standing on middle stump. Good bowling. Guri Singh knows he wants to go over to that mid-wicket region. Pushes it about 30 centimetres wide of off stump. And at the end of the 9th over, RBS, they are 74 for 7 and need Only 27 off the last 6 balls, Corey. You think that golden ball is still a chance?
I went a bit early, didn't I?
A little bit
yeah, look, you don't know me too well. Sometimes I can fly off the handle. I feel like I flew off the handle there.
Touch premature, I think, is the apt description.
First time I've heard that. But yeah, 74 for 7. They didn't really get going, did they?
Certainly not, but tough task. Made even tougher here. Taranjit Singh bowled a good first over. It's just drifted onto the stumps, slapped around for what should have just been a 1. Field a little bit pedestrian coming in, but he's completed the dismissal. It almost looked like the Cricket 96 video game with the fielder coming in very slowly, taunting the batsman to take a second, and runs him out quite comfortably at the batsman's end.
I hope there's a man on the ground here. That's Cartama Singh, the captain. I hope he's okay. That's happened from mid-off on the other side of the field. So I hope he's okay. We didn't see that, but on the bit of fielding, it was a good bit of fielding, a good pick-up, and the 1 bounce throw gets it to skid on, and nice hands from the keeper there, Mazumdar. And I hope the captain's okay. Just out the corner of my eye, seems to be gathering himself, and Stefan Vink, he'll be out, run out, but what an interesting sort of game this has been. RBS in this run chase, it just feels off. They've never, it's like going to a party and not dancing. They've just sat there. It's just weird. They never have got going in this game. Even the openers were just playing respectfully.
They're effectively the wallflowers of the party who just haven't engaged, haven't given the eye to anyone on the dance floor, have just essentially said, just can't really.
It's like the weird second cousin at Christmas, just not doing anything.
Bodendijk's out there trying to do something, but he can't get the strike at the moment as the wicketkeeper Scholter comes in. Nice driven, but it's going to be the single.
Nice shot for 1. I'll give him some confidence, obviously, but yeah, they're going to fall about 20 runs short in this game, and you sort of feel that they just held themselves back a little bit at the top.
Punjab Lions, to take my word from earlier, still confounding team at times though. I mean, they've been absolutely pantsed by Marlow, who hadn't won a game in game 1 today, and have come back and actually been all over Crane Hurd. I mean, there haven't been many times in this match where you felt like they haven't been in control.
Well, I think this is a bigger wake-up call for RBS. They're going to finish in the top 3, and they still deserve to, but someone in that middle order can't always be the openers, you know. But we were talking about fairy tale stories. This is one of the biggest upsets in the world of cricket in the comparative of the group. I mean, no one gave them a shot. They're going to be in the top 3. Well done to them.
Top 3, and they could even go further when it comes to Super Thursday and then Friday as well. Good ball, just spears it into the bottom of the stump. It's going to be a run-out chance. Oh, he's gone ultra-conservative.
Shot put.
Won't want to be putting that one on social media for the replay later on.
Oh, yeah, he's not the greatest throw I've ever seen. He did go conservative with it, didn't he?
Probably could have gone full Jonty Rhodes and affected the run-out as it was. Just missed the stumps. Bailout on the run out.
Nice option. They've put a gully in late.
Yeah, great attacking field for the last 2 balls of the game. Well, almost born a wicket actually. They opened the bat face and the gully thought he might have been in the game. As it is, just gone out to deep point.
If you're from Mallow, Geck or Farmers right now, how are you feeling? Are you in a bit upset as well because you're confined to that bottom 3 now?
You might be, but I think probably as all of them would have approached today, it would have to an extent been just as much about trying to find their combinations and getting in the right frame of mind for the knockout sessions. And as he's beaten the batsman all end up, it's a good final 1 of the game, and keeper's gone in to effect a stumping. We'll see what the technical call.
Well, he's appealed, so that should be given run out because the keeper's appealed and the batsman never re-entered his crease. So that, I think, will end with a run out.
Probably the only person happy about that will be Taranjit Singh getting another wicket in his column, but well deserved. He actually bowled well in the later stages of that game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, that brings an end to the affair. And well, Punjab Lions, they run away deserved winners by 21 runs. And I didn't expect to be saying that at the start of this game or at the start of the chase.
No, certainly not. And particularly after their batting spluttered from time to time. We didn't have skipper Guri Singh come out and annihilate the bowling attack as we might have expected at one stage, but it was just a comprehensive and confident performance with the ball from Punjab Lions. Taylor Warburg started with the nice little tickle down to fine leg. Big chance for Guri Singh. We wondered whether they might regret putting that one down, but as it was, they managed to secure both openers. Tobias Visay, the big wicket, and Tiwari, that was a huge scalp for him.
Yeah, and credit to Tarawi. I mean, they were still giving themselves kisses in the dressing room, but he ended up taking 3 wickets, and he took 3 for 5 in his last 11 balls, and he got the big fish as well. He got Tobias Visay, Majinder Singh, and then he got this one, Teo Warbright, the reverse Malachi. See you later.
Yeah, the reverse Malachi didn't work for Teo on this occasion, but Tiwari, hugely impressive. I think he's going to be a big weapon as we get into the final stages of this tournament. They tried hard, Cranhill, but it was that incredible Yorker from Kasim Anwar after he'd just been taken to the cleaners by 30 Vink on 3 consecutive balls. Just an outstanding delivery. And speaking of outstanding, the little kiss on the mush with the kookaburra from the skipper, but he managed to affect the catch, and they were generally pretty good with their catching, Corey.
Yeah, they were good overall in the field. They did the little things right, and even little catches like this. I know Julian DeMay was dismissed. Was it the right shot at that time after he played nice drives? Probably not. You could see how disappointed he was, but that basically closed the curtain on this clash, and there were some consolation wickets for the team, but they were just the better team overall in the field and with the ball.
Yeah, well-deserved win, and makes a bit of a mockery of their fairly ordinary performance in Game 1 today against Marlow. But Marlow were much improved as well, but that is a statement win for the Punjab Lions as we turn our thoughts now to Farmers up against Marlow, the two teams sitting at 1 and 3, and this is all about building some confidence for the upcoming games over tomorrow and Friday. Corey, who do you like for this one?
Well, I'm not too sure. I think Farmers just, but this is important because if you finish in 6th, that means you play an elimination versus 5th, and then you play an elimination versus 4th. So this is a big game because if you win that and you finish 4th, you're giving yourself at least only 1 elimination to get through tomorrow. So that might change the group around a bit. We have a look at the scorecard, and the little engine that couldn't. They just couldn't get going. They just lacked a bit of fire.
Yeah, disappointing performance from the Dutch, and that actually means that they've now lost 2 on the trot. So after looking a really secure bet to be a strong team and probably one that was eyeing off at least getting to the final, if not winning their group, just a few questions being asked, and particularly about their batting lineup at the moment as we see the bowling figures, and all very good. Probably Kasim Anwar is a little bit loose at times, but came with that searing Yorker just to hold things when Graham were getting a little bit of momentum. But that momentum just never seemed to be captured in multiple overs. You can see every time they managed to hit a double figure over. The next one was pretty underwhelming. Lost a wicket there in the 8th over when they were starting to build back up. Just not a good performance all round from the Dutch, but Punjab Lions, Nicosia winning the match by 21 runs. That is a very good comeback from them after a disappointing performance this morning. And Corey, they've got to find themselves in with a real shot of causing a massive upset in this group.
Well, they've already surprised a lot, and this means that now that they're in the top 3, they will play on Super Thursday, Pack I Care, and Harvey S. So we look at it's so split. We've not seen this before. So that's the top 3 confirmed. You've got Pack I Care, Harvey S, Punjab Lions, and the bottom 3 they're confirmed because they've only got 1 game left each. So that means Punjab Lions, they'll be saying to themselves, tomorrow we play Harvey S again, we knock them off again, we get the double chance for right. What a story. Pack I Care, I think they're showing they're the real cheese, and at the bottom it's not over yet because there's a lot to play for there. Net run rates, what's going, but if you finish 6th, you play 5th, and 5th plays 6th in the first eliminator, and then you play 4th. So these teams now do not want to play 2 eliminators tomorrow.
No, completely right, Corey, and I guess that's why these next 2 games up today are actually huge.
We never have a dead rubber.
No, it's one of the great things about this format, actually. The 4, 5, 6 teams all involved in the next 2 games, and in particular, Farmers versus Marlow next. One of those teams will end up as 2 and 3. The other one will end up with 1 and 4, and then get Corfu. Big game for them, but they're tough contest coming up against Pack I Care, Badalona. They could end up with 1 and 4, and yet after the first day, we all looked at them and thought, actually, these guys have enough star power, they can be a real threat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been an amazing week so far and a very different sort of group. We haven't seen this in the previous weeks. And, well, I just hope the Axis returns for the next game because I'm out for the day. But what a sensational game, and congratulations to Punjab Lions Nicosia. They played a really good game at Group F.
Yeah, well-deserved win. So we've got Farmers versus Marlow coming up in about 17 minutes. come back and join us then. Plenty more European Cricket League action out here at the Cartama Oval in beautiful Andalusia in Spain. There's a lot more action to go. 2 games still today here on the Group E European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. Please come and join us then. Massive thanks to Corey Rutgers for joining me in the commentary box. I'm Andrew Ryan. We'll have you with Vinny Sandhu and Rico Full coming up in about 15 minutes.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
So European cricket fans, welcome. It's time for Game 4 of Day 3 of Group here at the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. And all of a sudden, this clash becomes a big one. Marlow taking their first win this morning, and then Farmers also doing the same thing in Game 2. These combatants both riding high on confidence. It's time for the toss. Hand over to Sir Rob Kemming.
Thank you. Okay, your call.
Okay. Keeper.
BET2BALL. Okay.
So there we have the toss. Marlow had the call. They chose Kibarinu, but insane stuff. It is BET2BALL that's come up. Unfortunately, Marlow losing a 50-50 contest there, but they'll be looking to pick up their second win of the day as they take on Farmers from Jersey. Well, Marlow, haven't they revived their tournament this morning? Absolutely wonderful performance. We've been waiting for them to come good. They've been getting progressively better throughout this tournament, and they showed the full range of their skills this morning against the Punjab Lions. The batting started very well, inclusion of Zulfi Shah, who did well at the opening spot, the left-hander, but Conrad Greenshields, and supported well by Najam Shazad, they were the guys who really pushed. And then in the middle, when things just started to fall away, there were enough contributions from the later order. They managed to get themselves a strong enough total, and they defended it with ease. In particular, Najam Shazad, he was a bit flat yesterday, but came back with a vengeance and bowled a couple of great overs to really get them rocking and rollicking. On the other hand, their opponents, Farmers, they were also without a win up until the start of today, but they came up with a commanding performance against Corfu in the second game. I mentioned about the two tribes. They were the two main contributors with the bat, and both showed a lot of composure to get the Farmers their first win on the board. This is going to be an extremely close contest, I think. Both teams, formerly down on confidence, are really feeling like they've worked their way into this tournament. This is going to be a great game indeed. It's going to be a great one to call as well. I'm going to hand back to Vinny and Rico, who will take us in the commentary box for this contest between Farmers and Marlow.
Thank you very much to Rhino there as we look at this magnificent view of the Cartama Oval as the players make their way out to their field of dreams, the home of the Champions League of Cricket. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and it's time to see the Farmers again. They came out here today looking to prove themselves worthy, and they certainly did. They got a very good victory under their belt against the champions from Greece, and now it's going to be another tough one because they're up against a team that have found their form. And you have a look at the fantasy dashboard there, the Farmers. Well, I think the Tribe brothers, they certainly did well, and the Pershards, they're playing pretty good cricket here at the same time as well. Well, Marlow, they've been much better ever since they've had Conrad Greenshields in their side, and certainly though they didn't bat well the last time, they did get to 98 thanks to a big push towards the end. 25 of the last 2 overs against the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, but it was what they did in the field that was spectacular. Can they make a good start here? Zulfikar Shah was one of the main contributors with the bat. He's out there, the left-hander. I think that's a good move. Get him up there early, and if he can get going and get themselves to a good start. Plenty of noise out there. It will be Chuggy to start. Important match. Now, you'll probably see it maybe to keep your eye on the tables that will come up after the second over, because the bottom 3 have got everything to play for. We've got a ball to start off with. This one goes past Siam Ali. Change to the opening partner for Zulfikar. Burchard once more. Oh, look at the swing on that. This is a delivery that got him a wicket in their previous match. Gets it to really swing in a long way. But negotiated well by Ali, gets himself off the mark. Now needs to get the field set for the left-hander, and of course, Chuggy, we need to get the line right as well. Very good afternoon to you, wherever you're tuning in from, Global Cricket family. A lot of activity on the live chat again. Maya's on there. Come on, Marlo, she's saying. Hit it hard. Well, I'm sure they'll try. A very warm welcome to Michael Daub as well. How you doing, Michael? Hope you're well. Oh, bowled. It comes round the wicket to the left-hander, and Bouchard gets that perfect. Turned out to be a beautiful day for cricket as well here on the Costa del Sol. Nice warm temperatures, around 20, 21 degrees, gentle breeze. In the air, chance first up is a dolly, and it gets put down. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that has gone down. And, well, this was an absolute dolly. And, well, what can you say about that? He shakes his hands. He can't believe that he's put that down. That's Rick Firth. And Chuggy, can't believe it either. That's a big opportunity that goes down. And it's the left-hander, Zulfikar. He could have gone for a duck. Unbelievable. We've seen great catching today as well. I don't think that we've seen any dropped in all the matches. And Chuggy's just got to put that behind him. And well, the ball is thrown from the keeper to Firth. And he does take the catch from the fielder, and everybody gives him a round of applause. I think it's got to be done, hasn't it? It's a family affair. It's a friendly club. And they will laugh. And this is really well bowled. And, well, they're going to be laughing even more now. Big smiles on the faces. It's not Zulfikar they get, but they get the other opener. Ali has to go. And this is all about getting that ball to swing in. Just slightly short of a length as well. It pops up. And he's nowhere really playing this. And a good catch taken by James Burchard. So the two brothers combined. Look at the movement on that. Hits the deck. This one he cuts it in. You've seen him get the swing. This is cut in. It's the vicious cutter. You can see the batter is moving away from it, but not able to get, well, not able to stop himself getting an edge onto it. Catch cleanly taken. And the Burchard brothers combine once more. And that's the end of Saeem Ali. Gets one on the board, having faced 4 deliveries. New batter makes his way out. And it's Conrad Greenshields. A lot of people on the chat. I've been waiting for Greenshields to come in. Well, somebody else who's coming in is Vinny Sandhu. Comes into the commentary box, and he'll join me for the remainder of this very important contest.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Hello to you, Rico. Hello to our viewers again. It's great to be back in the box, and yeah, a really good start for Farmers as we see Will Burchard second over. Wide. It's one of those ones that's judged at the point that it passes the popping crease. Get a bit of a look at this one. It's hard to tell exactly when it goes past the line. It's a difficult one for the umpire because he's 20 metres away from that, but still, the bowler, it's their responsibility to keep it inside.
This one's been hit high up in the air, and it will go all the way. Ball, manos arriba. And Tyrone Peters puts them up in the air. That's 6 runs. That's a good, hefty hit there from Zulfikar.
That was a moonshot, wasn't it? From Zulfikar Shah. I've seen him contribute some useful runs. Marlow, particularly domestically. Now he's on the big stage. And this one could have been orbiting the earth for years to come. Burchard back in his court.
So he's played out to the point area, and Greenshields calls Zulfikar for the run, and they complete it.
What about that that last game, that last result. Something about match 13s, right? Something about match 13s. Yeah, for those of you that are superstitious, and of course you go back to Group A, that was the game where 13 minutes of madness, we called it at the time, when we saw Dreux of France knock over the 88 target of Tunbridge Wells. Just 19 deliveries. It was a strange game, wasn't it?
It's down the leg side and it will go to the boundary. It's not a good delivery. The first one that's bowled to Conrad Greenshields is short on the legs and just helped along. So if kept the runs going, if nothing else, even though they have lost that early wicket.
Skip ahead to week 3, Group C. That was the game that we had our lowest score of ECL 22 when Zayt Brenda Zafar from Turkey were bowled out for 22.
Yep.
So how do you see this one then? Got 2 teams on the rise that have kind of hit their straps this morning, but one of them is going to be back in the losing column after this one.
Yeah, it really is a very important game. I think a lot depends for me on how Marlow bat here, champions of Portugal. If they can get to that 100 mark, I think they fancy themselves with what they did in the first match of the day. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. And I think, does this take anything on the bat? I think it may do, you know. I think this is a chance.
What flies away to his right, and you expect the captain to hold on to this one. Not an easy one, but he's a high-class wicket-keeper. You just have a look at this. Big edge. And yeah, just kind of falls. Wasn't balanced to take that. He scrambles. This one goes down. Lucky moment for Greenshields.
Oh, that's a big let-off. Taking him on. If he hits, he's gone. Oh, well. He's done really well. He does accelerate. I think he's maybe just made it. He accelerates just at the right time, I think, Vinny.
He says, I'm all right. That's what Conrad says. He's saying to his partner, don't worry, I'm all right. No, I'm not so sure. This is really close, I felt live. And he had to negotiate a bit of traffic there. Have a look at this first. See what had to happen. He had to... Oh, I think he probably is just okay. Well, wind that back. We're not going to see too much from that.
It's going to be...
I feel like that's in anyway.
You're guessing.
Yeah.
Maybe just.
I don't know if we get another... We'll slow it down here. See if we get one. I don't think you can give that on that evidence, because that is a front on and you're not getting a good view. I think this will be not out.
You've got to assess it on if you think the bat has gone past the line. And like you're quite right, from that shot, the last image you saw, it's difficult to give. You needed a side on. We haven't got that. And
told you it was close. Conrad, he felt he was home. Well, he's either a very good judge or he's being optimistic, because that was a line ball call.
Yeah, I think that one has to go in favour of the batter there. But he just gets the acceleration in when he needs to and gets the bat down in time. Oh. It's very close.
You don't get a great view of the back edge of that line there. That's what I'll say about that replay. Anyway, good fielding. Pershad with the ball now.
And this time he's got to get down, and he does. That's a really good stop. That gets past you. It goes to the boundary.
Good running, says Sam Houghton. Good to see you in the chat. And to everyone else, to Tarek, who's joined us, and to Maya, to Luke. See that there's a lot going on in the chat, a lot going on here as well. 16 for 1 after 2 overs. Let's have a look at the table. And yeah, actually, not often you can say now with 2 matches to go, we actually know exactly the composition of the top 3. Pakai Care in first, RBS in second on net run rate ahead of Punjab Lions, who secured their top 3 with that upset win in match 13. Now, whoever wins this, it would appear, can't say for sure, because it's possible that Yet could smash Pakai Care later on today, but it would seem that they will finish 4th. And that would mean they basically get a free pass tomorrow. And 4th, well, that's been the spot, hasn't it, the last couple of weeks?
That's been the one.
It's been the qualifying spot. But, yes, that makes it a big game between 2 teams that are both fancy himself, well, shopping there. One about Crew. Good start. This from the bowler, Pershad, who's gone around the wicket, and he's going to try and now take that ball. Still swinging it left to right, away from the left-hander.
Starts well. Zulfikar, he's got 1 big shot under his belt already. The boundary he's got is the 1-6.
Got to say to our production crew, did really well in that run out. Got every angle we had, still couldn't tell.
Bowled again, and Zufka doesn't look comfortable against Chuggy here.
Greenshield's just going to have a word to him now. And you know what he's going to do. That's the thing. If you're Zulfikar sharp. And that's what makes it's interesting here with Pershad. See if Chuggy bowls one maybe across the seam now as a variation that slides in, because I think the batter's probably playing for a bit of swing. But having said that, he's not playing it very well because he hasn't hit one yet.
Well, he goes for the shorter one, and Zulfikar says, thank you very much. That'll take some of the pressure off. That's a nice shot. He waits for it, doesn't try and hit it too hard, and just sort of helps his way to the boundary. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, it's too short for a guy that's moving the ball sideways. He bangs it in, and Zulfikar picks it up pretty quickly. Nice shot. And so, steadying boundary for Marlow. Just say I was enjoying spending the last game in the fan zone. I know you were there as well. We left the patients in charge of the asylum, didn't we? With Corey and Rhino, but great job, guys. Really enjoyed it. It was a great game as well, wasn't it?
Fantastic game, yeah.
But
bit of a twist. I didn't
upset.
expect that.
Yeah.
And he's sure he's got the edge. The umpire's not moved, and the batter is not convinced. And the Vinny's not convinced. Says Vinny.
Hit the ground there. They tried to put a good appeal together, but their heart wasn't in it. I think, see this, it just wafts the ground.
Yeah, nothing there.
Between bat and ball there. As a keeper, don't worry, I'm screaming my head off for that.
Yeah, you won it.
My appealing was so good, I reckon that gets given out if I'm keeping.
Oh, that's another good delivery.
It's really good bowling. And what he is also doing is stopping the runs for the most part. Look, we did have that one boundary in the over. Jersey looked like a completely different team today, didn't they? With a bit of confidence. Especially to have that target under control. It's a good partnership by the Tribe brothers to finish the game off, but this is an important one.
This will be a wide. See what he's tried to do here. He's tried to get this to come back around his legs.
I think, yeah, that might have even been an attempt to push it kind of just straight, one that doesn't really swing, but he just misses his spot. So it's pretty difficult. And they were talking this morning about trying to swing the ball more, less cross-seamers. There is a risk there with control, but I think it's a risk worth taking because you can get top order batters out with that sideways movement. Last ball, the power play coming up.
It's a fair bit on this. Takes a single. They have a go still. Well, that could have been dangerous because you can see that Chuggy, he sort of gets really low. He's maybe expecting the ball to be thrown in his hand so he can get the dive in at the stumps. But it gets fired in, bounces before him. It was like facing a bouncer.
I think basically trying for a direct hit here, and I think there's a bat plug situation here. Have a look here. I don't think he ever gets there. Bush. So that was a chance. And we have seen direct hits from that position before, bad as it is. And Zulfikar will survive, and that's the end of 3 overs. End of the power play. Marlow, 22 for 1.
Yeah, 22 for 1. I mean, we have a couple of boundaries there. I mean, like I said, Zulfikar's hit one big 6. Conrad Greenshields has hit a boundary as well. But, other than that, it's not. I mean, I'd say at the moment that Farmers would be happy with the way things are. What they won't be happy with is the 2 chances that have gone down. Zulfikar was dropped on 0, and at sitter it was, and Greenshields was dropped on 4, and that could come back and haunt them.
2 fairly elementary chances, you'd have to say. But how about the bowling of Chuggy? He's bowled very well today, moving the ball around. 2 and 6 came off his overs, so 1 for 8. Now here is the off-spinner Reece Palmer, and this one beats everyone. It's going to find its way to the rope. 4 byes.
I like the expression there of Greenshields. He hasn't moved. He still hasn't, but he's moved now.
What happens here? He just doesn't quite track the line of the ball there. So that right foot never gets moving, and so he lets it get outside his eye line, and he's probably guilty of thinking that's going to hit the stumps. And it is a particular skill to try and put the batter, put the stumps out of your mind. Because if the stumps weren't there, I think he probably gets across and stops that.
Yeah, Greenshields just stood there, and he moved in the end. He's just talking to Zulfikar, saying, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? We've had to talk about this.
He's saying, relax. It's 4 runs.
Big barely call. Yeah, we heard that up here.
Yeah, that's been need to do. When the batter doesn't know where the ball is, non-striker then takes over. Because they can normally see where the ball is. Big loud no from Greenshields.
Palmer. Quick ball, but it's been picked beautifully. This is a lovely shot. He looks almost like he was waiting for it. It was in the slot. He gets a swing in and bang, boom, shakalaka.
What a good shot that is. It's a challenge kind of length from Palmer. He doesn't get whacked down the ground too often because he bowls pretty good speed for an off spinner. Pushes a lot through. This one will be quicker. Again, Zulfikar. It's 5 to close call, but now makes him pay. He's up to 20.
Oh, this is really unlucky. This is, well, who want to be a bowler? And that's going to be 4 runs. He gets a little bit of inside edge on this, and it just goes all the way along the deck to the boundary. And, well, sometimes they say luck favours the brave. And Zulfikar being a little bit brave here, goes for the big shot again, gets that little tickle, and to the boundary it goes. And Palmer says, I can't believe that.
Wow, that's so unlucky. Talked about Jersey being pretty close to France. That's the French cut of the highest order for 4 more.
Yeah, and just drops in front of the fielder. Starts to come in, but doesn't carry to Zach Tribe. So another bit of luck there. Tiene poquito de suerte. Tienes Shah. It's Conrad Binshaw's turn. Face Palmer.
Last ball the over.
He's just trying to just play this away, tickle it away and get the single. It doesn't do it. End of the over. The score remains at 37 for 1.
Well, I certainly hope that you're enjoying your ECL experience. We know that we're enjoying ours here. And always keep an eye on the live chat, of course. Rico, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. Rico Full. Got Louise in the chat. And Louise is saying, this is Louise Walker saying that she has her eyes on her husband. That's in the fan zone all the time. So watch out. Eyes are on you.
Mr. Walker,
And,
be careful.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm just going to get the exact name there soon. But yeah, Louise is in the chat. She's watching. She said she's never really watched cricket before, but she's really enjoying it. That's what we're all about as well.
Thank you, Louise.
We know that a lot of people that already like cricket, they enjoy what we do, but introducing it to new people and making it accessible, that's really important to us. So if you have any questions about the rules, even the basics, there's no silly questions. Let us know the rules, the tactics, and kind of what we're all about. This is the ECL. It's the Champions League of European cricket.
Absolutely, and we've picked up so many new viewers, so many people that didn't know the sport, didn't understand it, and well, between ourselves and wanted to get accommodate as well, we've got
And
you in the game.
It is Ken Walker. Eyes are on you. Behave. Here we go. 5th overtime.
Short delivery and another opportunity, and goes for keeper's end there. I think it was probably Zulfikar Shah that was a bit slow going there. Conrad makes the call. He was going to get there. Zulfikar, he weren't too short.
Yeah. So, see, I think it's probably home. Conrad gets that one not quite out of the middle, but a bit of bat. Trying to protect the stumps another way now. George Richardson, he's actually the cousin of William Pershard, if you'll believe it. And the thing about George, he took a triple wicket maiden earlier today. 3 wickets in an over without conceding a run. He's gone to Greenshields.
Oh, just got a lovely smooth action and still challenging Conrad to get there. He survived one very close one, but this time he gets there pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it does. So they're taking some of those marginal ones, but getting away with them at the moment. And I know that we've also got Tracy DeGruchy, who's watching from Jersey. I don't know that Jack is in the side today for Farmers.
Bit bad on this, I think. And again, they'll attack. And this time, it's the end that Zulfikar's running to.
The thing is they can
Given
throw
leg
the
buys.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, may or may not have a tiny edge, but
Zulfikar saying, hey, that hit me back.
he's like,
I want the run, he says.
That's classic. He's pointing at the umpire. Come on, come on.
I want it, he says. It's mine. Give it back.
You can throw the ball around, though, when you've got confidence that the fielder's going to back it up. So that's why they're having a ping at the stumps pretty often here, the Jersey guys.
And this has been picked up beautifully. He goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro. Eso es una grande shaka.
Yeah, nice shot. This wasn't that short from George Richardson, but Conrad picks it up. You see, fairly deep in the crease, picks up the length. He knows not the longest boundaries here. That one's into the jungle for 6 runs.
That was sweet. Picks it up so early and executes it really well as well. Good shot.
So 46 for 1 now. Par kind of run rate around the 10 mark.
Slower delivery. This has been well struck. And, well, the two fielders have collided. And just have to check that they're okay. He's still on the ground. I think he's hit each other with the head.
The thing is at 4 or not, I think they're not realising what's going on here. Now the ball must have gotten through. Well, I have no idea what's happened here. All I know is there's been a terrible collision.
Yeah.
Both of them slid in along the ground. So have a look here. See if we pick up what happens to the ball. Does it get through? I think it's probably 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, what happens?
I think it's the foot. I think the foot makes contact here. Look there, you see, it's got him on the head. I think the ball was in contact with the fielder as it made contact, but that's not what we're worried about at the moment.
Well, the Jersey supporters in the background, obviously they're pretty concerned. As we see, it's Will Pershard who's on the ground. It's just taking a bit of friendly fire there. At least it's one of those ones where they're on the ground sliding in, and often you're not travelling quite as fast. He's up and about, so that's good to see. I'll probably check him out. And good sportsmanship as well.
Yeah, big round of applause. And so it should be, because he's taken the right foot there, right on the head.
I'll lose the ball here. I mean, I've got no idea where the ball is. Yeah, so he's going to have a quick drink. See what that is, because I've got no idea at the moment. It'll either be 2, 3, or 4. Because I think Creeshields was a bit unaware of what had been going on. Yeah, I think. All right, let's just get a quick check out. It's good to see the medics are on site here. Magic Spray Mary coming into focus again. It looks like that will be given. You think it's 4, do you?
Yeah, I think it's 4. I think he's the one that had the ball had made contact when it was in contact.
Ball was
with
under
fielders.
both of them, and one of them was on the rope, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so 4 was given.
It was a delightful shot, well timed, but you could see it was always going to be a danger with the two fielders coming together, and there was a collision. But
100% commitment. That's a tough one, because it's hard to even call that, because you're both just trying to see if you can reach it, you know? James Smith comes on as 12th man.
Oh, this is a fantastic stop. What a stop this is from James Pershard. He saved 4 runs here.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a fantastic stop. Pershard spilled one earlier, but he saves 4 for his team here. The radar's all off. Good early movement, good footwork, good lateral movement. Gets him there in time. It's all about kind of anticipation as a keeper. Steals an extra metre or 2 and he gets there.
And allows this one to go through. Winchills, that is the end of the over.
Yeah, I think he just realised he was looking for something else, and then the ball wasn't there. I think he was looking for something over the offside, and he knew, look, if he plays a shot at this, he's probably just going to pop it up in the air. So I think he just says, look, I'm just going to take it on the chin, let it go through to the keeper. Bit of test match about this, dropping the gloves, getting one glove out the way, escorts the ball through to the keeper, and that's the end of 5. Marlow are 51 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, that 50 came up. The ball that went to the boundary for 4. Let's just hope that that injury sustained is not too serious. But it's good to see the medics on site. Just to check out the fielder, make sure he's okay. Plenty of noise coming from the fan zone.
Yeah, so we're getting a good ovation as he goes back. And now we're going to see Ben Kinman coming on. He's meeting some of the Kinmans earlier today. And he does this. You see him doing that celebration. It's to do with his mum. So his mum's recently had some medical work done with regards to her feet. So that's just a bit of a shout out to his mum.
So like that. That's good.
Hope you're well. I know it shows that a lot of people have loved ones they're thinking of right now. So a nice little nod from Ben this morning that I noticed. Ben Kinman. They do call him Ken Bidman, which I think is hilarious.
Do you know where it comes from? Where's it originate from? Is there a story behind it?
The name?
Yeah.
It's going to be 4, and I'm going to say, well, what do you think that is?
Is that because they put him in the bin? His first ball always gets put in the bin?
His name is Ben Kinman, so they call him Ken Binman, and then that means his surname's Binman. I mean, you have to explain it even more than that. I mean, if you want me to go into the origin of the name Kinman. I'm sure someone will be able to shoot an article in the chat. Tell you what though, runs flowing now. 50 came up just before the end of the last over, now up to 55.
Oh, he's got to get back here, and he will. Once again, he's another bat plug asking the question, and he's asked the wicketkeeper, and this could be because the bat gets plugged.
And if it plugs after the line, he'll be fine, right? But if he plugs before the line, I think he could be in trouble. Where's the plug? Seen it all tournament. Oh!
Foot gets
safe.
Foot saves him here.
It's quick thinking to get that foot down. It was an emergency plug situation. He had to get out the manual, the handbook, in the cockpit and say, right, what do I do in this situation? He improvises pretty quick to Zulfikar Shah. Gets the foot down. Good appeal from James Pershard. He spotted that something weird was going on. So it'll be a long dot. Fascinating point in this game. I think it's right in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good contest. Shah is getting the runs on the board. And this one's well hit. It's up in the air a long way. I don't think it's going to go all the way to the boundary. Oh, I think does that drop just inside the rope? I think it does. This is 4 runs. A superb effort.
Jeez, really good effort from Zach Tribe, who's done some fantastic bits of fielding. And he just tracks this all the way back, just inside. Yeah, the man coming from the other side of the ground almost had a better angle on that, coming around, but I think no matter who it was, they were going to have a hard time catching it and staying in the field of play because they were moving at pace.
Both men back now, though. Quick change in the field. Slow delivery. That's well played, well watched. And once again, they like having their shies, don't they?
But the fielders on the other side of the ground in the outfield, they're anticipating it and they're coming in, so they're not allowing overthrows. So it gives you a bit of a license to throw at the stumps. And they're good enough to not misfield these on the backup. So a good little partnership growing now.
It is good. Left and right combination always works for me. It always gets my thumbs up. And I think it's the key about this partnership is Shah at the moment is doing most of the hitting. Connor Greenshields is just getting himself in. He's just going at 2 a ball, but we know that he'll be looking to unleash as well at some point. Well struck, well fielded. Good bit of cricket all round.
Brilliant cricket. Brilliant cricket. Good shot, but how's the fielding? Gets around quick, clean pick up and throw. Fantastic cricket. That's what we're going to see. High-level European club cricketers lifting their standards. I said a little partnership, and it's now worth 59.
Yeah.
This partnership between Shah and Greenshields.
I think one thing that Marlow was saying, and even though they got that victory in the first match, is they were critical of their own batting. They were saying we did not bat well. We didn't bat smart. We didn't bat intelligently. We were getting a boundary and then trying to just join the boundaries up rather than thinking about taking singles as well. We were losing wickets when we should have. We were given catching practice. So they've had a short time to put that right. And by the look of things, certainly from the look of these two, they are applying that. They're batting far better, far smarter. Yeah. And one of the things that Paolo Bucci said, he said, look, when we looked at their last power play, they've got 40 in the power play, but there was only 1 6 hit in it. Yeah. Which just goes to show you can still get the runs without going big all the time. And he's absolutely right.
And they haven't had the early wickets pressure. Okay, sure, they lost 1 in the first over, but you know, they batted pretty intelligently and they've been a bit more selective about what they've gone after. Marlow, they had a real crash course in ECL cricket in their first match. It was match 2 when they ran into Pakai camp. In particular, Mohammad Kamran and Mohammad Babar. At one point, they were 7 for 7. There's really no way back from a situation like that. But right now, a couple of days later, looking a bit more comfortable with the stick as George Richardson comes back into the attack.
Bold and take the single. Will be another effort here. But this is a wild throw. It takes 2 to back it up. And they take the single. One observation here, I think with Farmers, I know that you've got Palmer that gives them some variation in the pace, but I think, well, I can't help think that maybe they're missing just one more genuine slow bowler. I mean, that probably would be a time here where I'd probably deploy a slower bowler just to take the pace off, because I think both these batters are batting well against the pace.
Yeah, well, they've got Ace to try, but he went for a few. Second spinner. They've got Palmer. I think still got 1 to come.
Got 1 to come,
yeah. Good observation, Rico. Here's George.
And this has been crashed. It wasn't a good ball. It was Gandhi, a half tracker. And Conrad Greenshield says, muchas gracias, as he puts this away. Seis más.
Yeah, a little bit too short with a slower delivery. One of those off-cutting deliveries. And at Greenshields, he's had this tactic of staying pretty deep in his crease so he can pick up the length. And when it was that length, it was just short of a length, he knew it was just going to sit up nicely. That one was jungle bound. 6 to Greenshields.
Yeah, nice shot from Greenshields, and enjoying his cricket at the moment. He's a key player in Portugal as well. And I think this year, if my memory serves me right, he'll also qualify to play for the national team. So it's another big plus for Portuguese cricket. A shot again out on the offside. It's always nice to see. You can see the quality and the strength of a batter when shots are being played all around the ground. That's what Greenshields is doing. The short ball's been put away over the leg side. Anything that's short outside off, he's cutting.
Yeah. It's been a very interesting 6.5 overs so far. Clash where one team will get an easier Super Thursday, it seems.
And this one will probably race away to the boundary. It does. And these two complementing each other very well as this partnership between them keeps growing and growing. And every time Shah sort of falls behind the pace in terms of the competitiveness with his partner, he comes back with the boundary himself. And this one was a good shot. It was not a bad delivery. It was on middle stump when he's played this away.
Yeah, good batting. And I like Troy in the chat. He's reminded me of my high school English because he's come up with a word I haven't heard for a while after this ball. Just down leg side, called a wide. Good take there from James Pershart, the captain, down the leg side. Well, calling Ken Binman, it's called a spoonerism. A spoonerism. Have you heard of this?
Spoonerism.
A spoonerism is when you transpose the first initial sounds of two words. Sometimes it's humorous, sometimes it's not. But, like for example, the amount of times instead of coin toss, I'll say toin toss. That's me accidentally spoonerizing those words.
Up in the air, I think he will get there and does. That's a good catch. Well, spoonerism or not, that's a wicket. They needed that. They needed a breakthrough, and you could hear the noise from the camp. And Conrad Greenshields, he's still saying there to Zulfikar Shah, hey mate, well done. You've done us proud. You've got us going. And I think he's absolutely right. He goes for this shot again. He's nailed it a few times. This time it comes on the blade, slices up in the air. Good catch taken. They needed that one badly, and that's well done from Jack de Grunchi.
Yeah, well, it's a fantastic fetch. That removes him. That was sliced up in the air by Zulfikar, who won't reach his half century, but he does reach the 40s. Good strike rate as well. And he leaves innings in fairly healthy shape, 75 for 2.
Well, the only spooning bit I know is to do with different positions.
We're easy on. Keep it PG.
I mean, cuddling. It's cuddle in bed.
Edit this out for the censors. Goes to a lot of countries where they don't take kindly to that kind of language.
It's gone past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, well, spoonerism. Yeah, it takes me back all the way to my high school English. So now we're going to see Najam Shazad coming in, and thanks again, Troy, for that contribution. That's what I love about the live chat. You're always getting these little facts and snippets of information. Back to you, Troy. Where are you watching from, Troy? Let us know. We've got a lot of viewers from Jersey in the chat at the moment, as you'd imagine. Likewise from Portugal. I wonder if Diesel's out there. Bruno, are you watching? Last ball, the over.
Nicely played out for a single. I think it's very important here that the Najam Shazad also follows the same script that the two batters that have performed well so far do. He doesn't want to go out there and think that he needs to go big hitting straight away. There they go. Yeah. Nice. Give us a wave. Come on, don't be shy. That's what we like to see. But don't wave with your right hand because that beer's going all over you.
All right, this is what we're looking at tomorrow. We can already fill in some of the blanks because the top 3 set, right? So we'll see the teams in green. They are already guaranteed a spot on Finals Friday, but they will play for position. So the best 2 performers out of those teams in green, the best 2 of the top 3, they'll get the double chance. Now, 4th, almost certainly be the winner of this match. We won't be able to lock it in because there is still a match to go, but almost certainly it'd have to be a miracle for Corfu to smash Paco Care by as much as they'd need to grab 4th. So yeah, one of these teams is headed for Double.
Yeah, this is an opportunity, Vinny. I'll stop you there because it's been taken. It's another wicket. And, well, he's saying, I'm not letting go of this. Zach Tribe takes the catch, and look, they're up and about now.
Yeah.
That's 2 quick wickets, and this is a big one.
Yeah, the crowd goes wild. Zach Tribe, very, very safe pair of hands. And what I was about to say, as I saw that ball skied and it kind of made me trail off, but I was going to say one of these teams is headed for double trouble tomorrow. But the trouble was for Shazad this delivery, as he basically just kind of flat bats that, doesn't get the elevation or the contact to get it over Zach Tribe. So a little bit of a collapse happening at the moment.
They didn't read that script. I said they need to follow the script, and that wasn't in the script. The script was to bat smarter and sensible, and going for the big hit off just his second delivery was not it. And I know that Conor Greenshields, he won't be happy. He'll be a little bit disgusted with that effort from Shazad, because he can be a big, devastating batter.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. They went back to spin, like you said. He said, I think spin's going to be effective. And look, they do have some bowling depth. I mean, there's no Joel Richardson in this lineup. He hasn't played today. The left armour, George's father, in fact. He had tremendous success on the first day with his left arm medium pace. But now back to Palmer as Umar Farouk comes to the crease at number 5.
Yeah, he goes for the big shot straight away, but at least he keeps it along on the ground. Here comes the throw. So what do you think is going through the head now here of Conor Greenshield? Does he have confidence that the other batters will follow the plan and stay with him, or will he think, right, okay, if this is their mentality, I'm going to just go big on every ball as well?
I think you need to be selective. So you're looking to get at least one off every ball, but if you get one in your zone, you've got to go for it. And I think that kind of goes for the other batters as well, because Farouk, he's no tail ender, right? He's no tail ender, so he needs to also back himself to score. Another left-hand, right-hand combination. But yeah, at least one off every ball.
There's a drop just short of Zach. Gets the throw in.
And sometimes you just got to roll the dice, right? So he mishits that one. He mishits that one forehand.
It's ever since that spooning talk, he's lost it.
I mean, he goes for the shot, right? I mean, if he gets out there, you say it's a silly shot, but it's not really, because it might go for 6.
Field seems to be in play here now. There was a period where ball like that sort of shot was always piercing the field. Now it seems to go into it's just amazing just how these matches just chop and change. See, like that one early on, it was finding the gaps, it was going to the boundary, now it's going to the fielders. And that's the end of the over. So 81. 8 overs scored. A good one for Palmer, well bowled, and that's what I was talking about. I just think by taking the pace off just slows things down again. Now they're going to have to look to see who they use. But yeah, Vinny, just talking about that again, this format. Look at Marlow this morning. Yeah. I mean, Marlow, they beat the Punjabi Lions. Punjabi Lions 45 all out. And then their next game, they go and beat RBS Cryner.
Yeah.
I mean, and they played really well as well. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Get your form, lad.
Portugal here, the champions of Portugal here, Marlow, they couldn't bat very well in the first match, and here they are looking at a completely different team. It's just crazy.
You say that, they still put 98 on the board. I mean, a lot of that was back-end heavy.
Yeah, last 2 overs.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But they still, 98 defended it, and it could be something similar here.
That's
what I was going to say is just take your form guide, rip it up, set it on fire, dispose of it.
Yeah.
Smartly. But yeah, this is what we expect from this form of the game. That's why it is so gripping, so exciting. You won't find this kind of cricket anywhere else on the planet as we head to over number 9. Well, it all happens in the 9th, and here's Rick to bowl it. Yeesh.
Oh dear, it's a horrible one, and his day didn't start very well out there, did it? I mean, when he dropped, well, it was an absolute dolly, wasn't it? When he put Farouk down. Farouk, remember, he dropped him on 0, who went on and scored 41 runs. Greenshields, well, he was dropped on 4, and he's still going strong. So those 2 catches are going to hurt them, but that's going to hurt them as well. 5 runs off, 5 from nothing.
Yeah, and especially after following up from a pretty good over from Palmer after the wicket. It was Mr. Palmer and his 5 singles to finish it off. And now 5 for free at the start of the 9th.
This is okay. I think this is a win. Get the single. Well, that's absolutely been fired in. That's not the easiest of throws to deal with. Not sure that was necessary.
Yeah, they do like to throw it around though, don't they?
Paul Pershard, his dad must be watching thinking, what are you doing to my son? What about his dad, Jim? He was the potato farmer. And look, how about this? What's a potato's least favourite day of the week?
Oh, here we go again. Okay, give me a second to think about it.
She don't have seconds. Oh, I'm going to tell you now if you're doing that. Friday.
There we go. Oh, come on. Had to get there eventually. Yeah, hi, Jim. I know Jim's watching in the crowd, and I bet he would have had no idea 45 years ago when they started playing cricket matches. Farmers versus Builders was the first one.
That's correct.
At the end of the season.
That's hit, and it's going all the way. Balle, Kinna Sona, Kinna Bada Shaka. And this is time now for Umar Farouk to go big, and he's hit that big hand on the offside. Big shot, that.
Well, what do you do before you fry the potatoes? You got to slice them, and this one's sliced away. Have a look at this. Great inside-out batting by Umar Farouk. He's got a role to play here. It's not just here as a support role. And, oh, well, Big Rick, he's in a bit of a pickle at the moment.
Well, what a great over this is so far. 13 from it, only halfway through. In the air, should be taken, has been taken, so he does get a wicket. So there will be some smiles on Firth's face, and there's been more smiles on the faces of the spectators, the farmers, as they scream. It's like having Byron in the house, isn't it? But multiplied by 10.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. And, well, Rick hasn't really had the greatest start to the over, but now he has an ECL wicket. It's just a fairly good delivery. Misses the Yorker slightly full, but still not anything that Farouk could get the middle of the bat around. Nice catch taken by Chuggy. Charles Pershad coming to his left. But still, handy contribution of 10 from Umar Farouk. And as he departs, it's 94 for 4.
I want to know whose trousers is Chuggy wearing, because they're far too short for him. Every time he's moving, all you can see is his white socks.
Oh, well, at least he's moving. And Jersey, they have been on the move today, haven't they? They got their first points, as did Marlow. So both these teams started the day without a win. But one of them will finish the day with 2 wins. One of them will be destined for a sudden death showdown in the first eliminator tomorrow. We'll basically need to win 5 straight to win the week.
Hey, how about that? This is something we've started. Caught, new batsman has to go and strike.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be from the 1st of October everywhere.
Willing to take the credit. And to be fair, it's something that we had mused about, and we had talked about it a lot. We did bring it in straight away. The 100 trialled it. Then based on that, we then implemented it from September last year. It's been a very popular rule, and I had a prediction that it would come into all cricket, and happened quicker than I thought.
They stole it from us. We've got a worm, I reckon.
I want to go against the MCC. Just keep them on good terms, I think.
There are several good rules as that over comes to an end. So it finishes on 96 for 4. It was a good over. I mean, Firth did finish well with the last 3 overs, so it just goes for 15.
Are you waiting till the 10th over to bring up all this? Because this is a long conversation.
No. I mean, the wide one we'll discuss over and over again, but they're basically saying if a batter, as the bowler is starting to come in, if the batter does move outside the off stump, then come back, well, the umpire will say, right, that's the point where I'm going to judge the wide front, which I think is fair. But the one I like, and I used to hate it, and I still do, because it still will happen, when a dead ball is called and the batter has smashed it for 6, that's dead ball, it don't count. Well, now, what they're saying is not a dead ball, it's actually going to be 5 penalty runs.
Well, it is if it's for the fielder moving kind of illegally and with intent.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be, for example, though, if a dead ball gets called but the umpire wasn't ready or
No.
something. We've seen dead balls for other reasons, right?
Yeah, for that reason I understand. Umpire's not ready, batter's not ready, and the bowler's coming in. It's that field when the fielder's moving around and the dead ball has to be called.
Yeah.
And it becomes a disadvantage for the batting side.
All right. Here's Ken. Good bowling. So our wide playing conditions are. So you're talking about the laws of cricket there.
Yeah.
Now our playing conditions are slightly different with our wides. We've got a bit of a firmer stance on wides because we don't like to encourage defensive bowling too much. So anything that misses a leg stump that is not between the batter and the stumps will be called a wide in ECN cricket. And
leg side. Yeah.
Most things outside the offside wide line will be as well. But what you're talking about there is the line move. It used to be you could kind of jump outside off, then come back. The line would move out with you, but then move back as you move back if it was before the ball was bowled. But now what they're saying is, look, once that line moves, it's kind of a one-way street. But I mean, I'll reiterate what I think. In our cricket, and maybe just in our cricket, I like to see the line being the line. You should be able to bat wherever you want.
Nah.
Nah, what do you mean?
Nah.
Let's have this argument with 3 balls.
I've got
to
a
go.
good one after this ball. Well played, and Conrad does get bat on this one. He's been a little bit frustrated
Not
first
too
two.
much of the strike lately, Conrad.
This is the one the farmers will love.
Okay.
Hey, farmers, this is for you back in Jersey when you go back.
All right.
Because I would imagine that they've got quite a few animals around where they are.
Yeah.
And it used to be, okay, that an animal could come onto the field, interrupt things, and the ball goes to the boundary because the cow's in the way, for example. Now it'd be called a dead ball.
Really?
Yeah, dead ball now. Any animal, if a dog runs
Hold on a second.
If a dog runs on the
Is
field,
that, have they seriously?
yeah,
Are you joking?
yeah. No, I'm not.
Have actually
If
brought
an
that in.
animal, yeah. So if a dog was to run on now, just as the time the ball is hit and it's by the field and it goes
See,
for
I
four,
don't know. What if
dead
the-
ball.
Oh, I don't know. What if the dog just wanders like 1 metre inside the
Now,
boundary
if
at
it's
fine leg?
interfering with play, if it's not interfering with play, it's different. But listen, we've had that with dogs on the field of play. In the air, and this one, where's his heading? Is he going to go over the fielder? Oh, well, you can see what he's trying to do, but he misses it. He doesn't play tennis, that's for sure, or badminton. And I think he's tried to do the right thing here. The ball does go for 6, so that's a win
Hold on a
for
second.
the batters.
This is
he
why
needed to flip this back.
We can't talk about these things. It's on my mind. Yeah, look, it's a really good effort, number one. Did pretty much all he could, but missed the ball. 100's up now. Okay, geez, I hope nothing happens to this ball, because I don't have to talk through this animal thing. It's going to take me a while. All right, swing and a miss. So
Go
no
on,
run.
go.
So have they literally made a law that says if an animal comes on, does it say interfering with play? Because what about if there's a beetle on the ground? I mean, what's an
Not
animal?
an animal, is
What
it?
if
A
yeah.
beetle's, it's an insect.
Oh, it's an insect's an animal. What if it's...
Listen, why do you
What
feel...
if
I
what
got
if I
one for you.
get bold and I say an ant? It bounced on an ant.
Okay, we've got
anyway,
we've got 2 balls to finish. No ball. We've got another one. This is a free hit, and this is going to be a warning for the bowler. I mean, that's a dangerous delivery. It's right at the batter.
I've got to admit, I never got a
First and
chance.
final.
Never got a chance to read all of them this morning. I heard everyone was texting me saying I'm a genius. So thanks to everyone that messaged me, first of all, for the batter crossing thing. But yeah, well, need to do further reading. Let's put
Free hit.
temporary juncture on this as we've got the last ball free hit.
And he's got plenty off this. He goes all the way. Well, that's how you get 13 of 1, and that's how you lose your Victoria as well. And that's a big hit. It goes all the way. So what a way to finish. And they will finish on 110. Well, that's not a good finish from Ben Kinman. And I said, is there a reason why they call him Binman? Well, maybe there is there, because, well, that's not a good finish.
I think that was put down in the fan zone. I think that's the Jersey supporters that was hit too. That's yeah, it was a big finish, wasn't it? 6. No ball 6. So they basically get 13 off the last half over. Magical mini finish. And still 110. The Jersey bats will fancy this, but well, Marlow, they've come out swinging this morning. You see Tyrone and Steph followed by the Farmers out there. And once again, it was Pershard or Chuggy combining with his brother. And Chuggy has been getting the ball to talk a bit here on day 3. A few hit out of the ground, though, in particular. Zulfikar Shah, 41. He scored off 26. That was really important, wasn't it? And, well, Will Pershard didn't disgrace himself. This was super close. Just making it by about an ant's width.
That beetle you're talking about, maybe.
But I tell you what, this was a key partnership, wasn't it? Just got them in a good position. It meant they weren't really in wicket trouble. They weren't going to get bowled out, and they could really attack at the end. And essentially, that's how they navigated their way to 110.
Yeah, Zulfikar batted really well. He gave him a very easy chance to first early on, but he made the most of it, and that's the important thing. If you get an opportunity, you've got to make it count. He was disappointed probably not to have got to his 100, to his 50, sorry, and that collision, well, that was nasty, wasn't it? And I think the news that's coming through is that everything is okay there. It's all hunky-dory. And things weren't hunky-dory out there in the field, because we saw a couple of times the fielders trying to stop the ball going for 6, trying to knock it back in. They weren't successful. Mind you, there were some that were hit by Conrad Greenshields that were not coming back. And this one was the one that was sliced up in the air from Zulfikar Shah. And that was a big wicket. They broke that partnership, and they were up for it then. But credit to Marlow, the champions from Portugal. They kept on going. It was 51 for 1 at the 5 over mark. So they did get a bit of an acceleration in. Not much of one in the final 5, but there was some good bowling as well. There was some good catching, but there was also some bowling and fielding that they wouldn't have been too proud of as well.
Now, some nice moments as well between the two teams. And of course, they're just thrilled to be here, part of their ECL adventure. Now, that was Bit of Matrix style from the Sumaret. He wasn't able to pull that one in. Yeah, it was a big finish from Arlo. That last one disappeared into the fan zone. They will finish with a score of 110. And I just looked up that law, and now I'm fine with it. It says if any player is disadvantaged by a person, animal, or other object.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Now, it doesn't matter if there's a dog that crawls on in the corner of the field.
But if you're
or there's a
disadvantaged and you're
beetle,
scared, hang on, how about this?
cat runs on the
Cartama Oval, you're fielding there at mid-wicket, and one of those big snakes slithers out, and you go,
That's fine.
then the ball comes over and goes for 6. That wouldn't be fair. That's going to be called a dead ball.
Let me get back to the scorecards. Bill Vickershire, 41, and Conrad Greenshall, 29 not out, engineered that when you consider they scored 70 of these 110 runs. Had a bit of help along the way, and some good bowling performances. I think Shuggy Pershard, he was very good early, 1 for 8 off his 2, has been getting the ball to move around, getting some swing. We haven't seen a lot of swing this week. Reece Palmer, the off-spinner, 1 for 16, bowled very well as well. George Richardson picks up a wicket, was a bit expensive, and Rick Firth had a terrible start to his over, but kind of came good at the end. He took 1 for 15. Some tall towers, just those 3 overs where they couldn't really get too much production going, keeping this to more or less a par total, maybe a few more. I think the average batting first is 105, so Marlowe's got 110 at the moment, but still, Farmers, if they bat well enough, they'll get the win. Remember, the winner of this match will get 4th place. They'll have a much easier Super Thursday, whereas the loser of this match, they'll have to play twice on Super Thursday, both sudden death encounters if they're going to progress to finals day. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. When we return, it will be Farmers of Jersey requiring 1-1-1 for victory. Hope you're enjoying your day on ECN. We'll see you shortly for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to Spain. The Costa del Sol is the home of ECL 22, the Champions League of European cricket. 30 clubs are part of this cricket carnivale over 6 weeks. We've seen lots of clubs come and go already. We're into week 5, Group E action. We're searching for our final qualifier to head into Championship week, which starts on Monday, only 5 days away. So we're very excited to see who will become the kings of European cricket this year. Of course, the previous running of the tournament in July 2019, 2.5 years ago now, saw VOC Rotterdam of the Netherlands, who were able to lift the trophy on that occasion. Today we had the unveiling of the trophy, which is sitting proudly at the top of the staircase as the players run past it onto the field. And right now, 2 teams with plenty to play for. They didn't have any success on Monday or Tuesday, these 2 teams, losing all their matches, but they both registered a win here on day 3. But only one of them can win and this match, and it does look very, very likely that they will take 4th place in a much easier Super Thursday. Yet Corfu could theoretically grab that 4th place, but considering their net run rate, as Corey would like to say, there's more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. Right now, just waiting for the clock to tick over. Looks like Najam Shazad's going to open the bowling for Marlow, the Portuguese champions. As Chuggy Pershard and Zach Tribe open the batting for Farmers. It's 111 for victory. Get ready for a good contest here in Group E, match 14 of ECL 22. There it goes for this straight away. It's a bit of a top edge. He's going to get away with it. And to the tune of 6, Maximo. Chuggy using the whole bat this time, not the middle, but it does get the desired result. A flying start for the Farmers. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me once again is Rico Full.
Chug, chug, chug all the way for 6. And that's exactly the start you need. Can they get off to a good start? We saw a good partnership between the 2 Tribe brothers in that victory earlier. But they would love to get off to a good start. Good opening partnership. That's what they'd like here.
Lucky one though. Another edge, this time bottom edge. So top, bottom. Just haven't seen the middle yet.
Yeah, Najam Shazad, the opening bowler, hasn't quite had the start to this European Cricket League as he would have liked. Not really been able to be too influential with bat or ball yet, but we do know he's a big player. He's certainly done great work with the fielding. He's taken some good catches. This is going to be 4 more. This is a powerful shot, a good one to play inside the power play. There's nobody in the boundary zone there. Everybody's inside the circle, and once he makes contact with this, you know it's just going one way.
Yeah, genuine cricket shot this time. Use the top, use the bottom, uses the middle. 3rd time's the charm for Chuggy. Picks the gap as well. Good batting, 4 runs.
Shazad, pressure on him now. He needs to get this fuller and up. Got to maybe get him playing outside the off, driving. It is Fuller, it's a chance, and they've got the wicket. And it was Fuller. It wasn't quite the delivery I was expecting, but it wasn't short, it was full. And Chuggy, he's sort of, I think that surprises him a little bit. Maybe it was a little bit quicker than he expected, but he just chips this up to the man inside the circle, and long on takes the catch. And now, well, he has to chug himself off.
Yeah, well, he'll be disappointed. This is a full toss that he pretty much could hit anywhere. For some reason, he tries to drag it to the leg side, and that presents a leading edge. And the catch well taken by Said Meister. But that's the ball I think he can drive through the covers, and I think when he looks back at that, he'll agree. And he has to go for a quick fire 10-4, over and out. It's 10 for 1.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed. Yeah, that was interesting. It was almost like you get down by a slower ball, but it wasn't. It was a full toss. Maybe he was just in 2 minds.
Yeah, well, probably he was in about 7 minds, because he could have played that wherever he wanted in front of the wicket. I think straight bat shot would have been the percentage play. I think maybe thinking, because there's no one back on the leg side, that's why he wanted to drag it that way, but he just got the timing all wrong. 6 fielders on the offside, 3 on the leg, so perhaps that had something to do with the decision-making in the moment for Chuggy Pershard. Right now, we'll see Julius Sumarer, who's coming off a duck this morning. He'll be facing up to Portuguese national skipper, Najam Shazad.
goes quickly to the man at third, does really well. And this is one thing that really impressed me about the Portuguese champions Marlow in their match earlier today. And that was the way they fielded. They were really good against some Punjabi Lions. They took all their chances, and that's why they bowled them all out for 45. And they started the same way here.
Yeah, you don't associate them being a great fielding side, but they do have some really good fielders, and we saw it this morning. I mean, how about Shazad's catch? He took a one-hander back in the ECC, and I thought he wouldn't beat that, but I think that one was even better this morning. Last ball of his over coming up.
It's a good pick up. Easy. They say there's nothing easy about this. You're going to make sure you get there, and he does. And Conor Greenshield says, well, that ball is staying in my hand because I'm bowling the next.
Yeah, he will hold on to it. He was getting the ball to buzz around corners this morning, wasn't he, Greenshields? So we'll see him in over number 2. But that first over, 11 for 1. And that's pretty much what they need. Look at all those ones. 11 for 1 off 1, target 1-1-1. And Sarah is 1 off 1.
Oh, look at that.
1 for 1-1 off 1. A lot of picket fence type scorecard there.
Yeah, only Zach let us down there. If he was the one, I don't think I've ever seen that
I guess
before.
if he got a single, then it wouldn't be 11 anymore and throws everything else out like a Rubik's Cube. Anyway, here's Greenshields.
Starts with a wide.
Doesn't swing. See, never know until you get up there and bowl the ball if it's going to swing or not. It's got a nice breeze to work with for the outswinger, and he can swing it both ways. That's the thing, Greenshields. He's a genuine swing bowler, but that first one, he's not getting it right. Held its line.
Yeah, I agree with the comment from Luke in the chat. Back to that in a minute. It's got to be quick here. Good throw, he's in trouble. Oh, I'm pretty. This would have been out. The bat plugged as well. He was a little. I think he was daydreaming a little here, Zach. And we'll see this again. I think this hits when he would have been gone.
Yeah, I think it's a bat plug fail as well. See here. Oof. I mean, he may have got there with the foot, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm going to have to put up a sign. Keep off the grass. Do not try and slide your bat next to the pitch. Can end badly. You run the risk of dismissal.
Luke Belgium was saying that Julius Sumer is due some runs. And yeah, you're absolutely right. When we first saw him, he was the pick of the batters, wasn't he?
Yeah, I still think he is. I mean, he's a brilliant stroke maker. But again, you've got to get through the initial period. You've got to bat for length of time. We saw that with Visay today.
His first knock was a very classy 47 before he got out, and that was on day 1, and he looked the part there, but he hasn't really produced that performance again.
Look, at least they won when he made a duck. I mean, that's got to give him some confidence. There's Andrew, deep in thought. Everyone else is having a good time.
Goes the aerial route, and I think he may get his boundary. He does. There's 3 fielders chasing into 1. Decides he's going to do, well, it's a bit like watching the Olympics and the hurdles there. 3 in a race. Who gets there first?
Yeah, Najam Shazad, he's up to the 3,000 metre steeplechase. Everyone else chasing it to the boundaries. Bermuda Triangle situation. 3 fielders converge. None of them can stop it. So 4 more runs. I mean, no chases 110 plus are going to be easy. I think in this group, where all the teams can turn it on with the ball in the field if they hit their straps.
In the air, chance. Oh, it's popped out. And now, it could be another chance if you get this throw right. Oh, he can't pick it up. It's like trying to pick up a bar of soap for that fielder, and he throws it away. He's disgusted with himself. Well, I'm going to say it. He's utterly disgusted with himself.
Oh, come on.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Well, this bounces out of the palms. It's rubber palm stuff. Bang. About halfway back to the pitch. And then he picks it up. And I always thought I was a good fielder of the stationary ball. I don't think Azim Sawa can see the same, because then we had a lot of confusion between the wickets. Half a run-out chance. Double chance goes begging. Oh, this is going to be 4 as well. And so Greenshield's no luck for him in his over. Not a disaster. Goes for 12. But still, there were opportunities. A bit of luck for the Farmers, but you make your own luck. That's 2 overs down. 23 for 1.
Yeah, look, I don't want to go on about it, but remember in the first innings, when it was Marlow that were doing the batting, you had Zook Shah, he was dropped on 0, and Greenshields was dropped on 4. We know what they went on to do. Zulfikar went on to make 41, and Greenshields 29 not out. So you drop those catches, you'll get punished. And it could be the same here. Maybe someone like And that man we were talking about, Julius, he needed a chance and he was given one. Just saw the tables there once more. Just to recap, this match is so important. The winner is more than likely to go on to finish in 4th place, and that makes a huge difference going into Super Thursday tomorrow.
Yeah, it does. At this stage of the week, if you get a game off, it's pretty handy for you, I think. I think the team's getting banged up towards the end of the week. Here's Adnan Gondal to bowl.
This time they do run quickly, and there's enough bodies backing up. So Gondal, his first ball goes for 1.
So the batters communicating to each other about what they're seeing from Gondal. And Gondal, we saw him really good in the...
For me and you, our minds are just wired up the same way. I'm about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Do you notice the way they always communicate what the bowler's doing when it's a new bowler?
And Gondal's a good death bowler. We saw him in ECS Portugal last year, but it's being used more up front in this tournament.
Gone. And short, wide, straight into the hands of the fielder. And, well, it's Zach. That goes. That tribe, he played very well in their last match. But he put a good partnership together, didn't he, with his brother? But not this time. 36 of 17 he made the last time against Yek Corfu. But here he's going to take a disappointing walk-off. He goes for 5 or 4 or 5 deliveries.
Well, this was a bit short, but to be honest, when I saw this, I called it in my head short. And the second word, well, it rhymes with bit and it starts with an SH because I thought this one had to be hit to the boundary. It was probably going to go for a wide. Somehow, Zach Tribe has nailed that one straight to Greenshields at point, who holds onto the catch gleefully. That is 2 wickets down now, 24 for 2.
Yeah, Greenshields is probably saying to his boys, hey guys, this is the way to do it. You got to take these catches. And that will mean that it's going to be Zach's brother coming out. He's not going to have the pleasure of batting with Zach. And it's going to be Asa Tribe who comes out here now.
Yeah, Asa replaces his brother. So 1 tribe for another. Every team for themselves here in match 14 of Group E. Gondal gets a wicket. I mean, that... Oh,
yeah, I know.
Just had to get it anywhere around that fielder or over that fielder, and that was 4. That was a gift. Nothing worse than that. Get out to... It's one thing if you get out to a good ball or something like that, or it's a necessary kind of risk that you take to get out to, but that one really should have been dispatched. So here's Asa.
Time along the deck. Greenshields does the fielding once more and well backed up. Good cricket.
Good cricket. Nice and backing up. Shows confidence in your teammates. Okay, I'm going to have a ping at the stumps. I think there's half a chance to run out. We saw one yesterday though, didn't we? That was, it went to the boundary off the stumps. It was almost a run out.
Yeah.
It ended up being 5.
Yep.
See everything over 144 matches in the ECL.
Well bowled, well played as well. A little bit quicker this one from Gondal.
Let's have a look at bowling options here. So looking at this Marlow side. The side mice, of course, still to bowl. A few others. Maybe spin from Amir Ikram. So a few options here. Sai Mali was a last-minute replacement for Amir Zaib, who failed a fitness test. So we saw him opening the batting, but we won't have Zaib in the bowling lineups. Hat-trick, of course. So, yeah, just struggling with a bit of an injury at the moment. So we haven't seen him today at all. I mean, they wanted to play him this game. He was actually in the selected squad, but then in the warm-up, just felt something wasn't right, so he was taken out of the team.
So most people on the chat still believe that Farmers will go on to win this match. I'm not too sure. Hey, look, I want to ask you, what's that? You know, has your eyelid ever start flickering? Is there a sign? My right eyelid is starting flickering. Maybe that's my golden ball sign. This one in the air is another. Well, I can tell you something. I know what it means when Rico's right eyelid starts flickering. It means there's a wicket on the way. Maybe not the golden ball. It's another wicket, and it's another poor shot, and it's another failure for Julius. He has to go.
Simmer, big loss for them. You felt he was due for some runs, but maybe saving himself a Super Thursday. It wasn't that short. Had to get it squarer, or had to get it over the top of Syed Meister. He's taken a couple of good catches in that position. So shelled a couple, but they haven't really cost him at this stage. As Simmer, he departs for 8, and now it's 25 for 3.
Oh, what an over this has turned out to be from Gondal. It's not... It's certainly not in terms of what he's produced, being his best, but he's picked up wickets. And that's what all that matters. So that's the end of the third over as well. What an over it was. 25 for 3. Farmers, well, you might think they're still favourites and in the chat, but they're in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, I think someone's going to have to stand up and play a big innings for Farmers. You don't become national champions without having those kind of players, especially in your middle order, the longer forms of the game. You've got to suck up the pressure and give it back a little bit. But now we're going to see Greenshields bowling his second over. Still a fairly new ball to work with. Nice shot. In fact, that's going to go all the way for 4. So this one does get right, ace to try. A little bit short from Greenshields. Not really getting the kind of hoop we saw this morning. He picks up on this length quickly. Does get it. Now the field's gone back. A few more gaps as well. And that is 4 runs. 4 badly needed runs for Farmers.
Yeah, he's played that nicely. And the batter that's come out to join him is Firth at the other end. Wouldn't he like to put in a good display with the bat? Slightly slower delivery this time. Oh, a bit of hesitation, and Firth, he will get there because, again, it wasn't the best of pickups on the field and it wasn't the best of throws. And that one probably should have been another wicket there.
Yeah, man, they really had a long time. They were miscommunicating here. Have a look here. Just Rick Firth very slow to go. Hasn't even faced the ball yet, but it wasn't a great throw from Mian Shahid, to be fair. Just bounced well short of the keeper, giving Firth the time to sneak home. And they're continuing with this kind of offside-dominated field. So they've got 6 of the 9 available fielders on the offside. So you see, there's the cavalry running across to the right-hand side of the screen for the left-handed Rick Firth. That's probably meant to encourage him to try and hit on the leg side, but Conrad won't be giving him anything there. He'll be trying to put the ball well wide of the off stump. Like that.
I've got to say, my eyelid is still flickering. So what do you reckon? You think that's a sign?
Well, it's just not a good sign for batters, judging by what happened earlier in the over. Yeah, we might have to get Magic Spray Mary up here to check you out. I know that there's a couple of doctors that are in the crowd. So if anyone wants to tell Rico how to stop his eye twitching, that'd be...
Another one. Well, this one is okay. I can see the get. Does he must have moved a long way down the leg side.
Well, let's have a look. Oh, that's wide.
Yeah, he's got away with that one, I think.
50-50, you could say.
60-40.
Gets a fair piece of the line.
Played out again. It's good backing up and not the best of throws again. I think you know why some of these guys don't bowl, because if they did, they'd be banging it in short all the time.
Replace the ball with a medicine ball at the moment, because no one seems to be able to throw more than 5 metres. I will say, though, the umpires, they get one look at it, and I do think I'm getting a lot of comments saying the umpiring has been fantastic in this.
Oh, it has been
in
brilliant.
This series. Yes, no one's going to agree on everything all the time, but they do a wonderful job out there in the middle.
Ooh.
A little edge. There's an off cutter this time because the ball's not swinging for Greenshields, so he just rolls the fingers on it. And this takes a little edge, but because it's a slower ball, it's nowhere near carrying to the keeper, Umar Farouk.
Greenshields, really love one here. Last ball of his spell. And he could have one, and he does! Well, it's 1, 2, 3, y suerte! And Greenshields finishes with a wicket, 1 for 19. And when he dropped him 3 times before he got it, well, you like doing a bit of juggling, Vinny. Well, that was a juggling trick for you.
Yeah, it was. Greenshields, he would have been ropeable if this got dropped. He already had one bounce out the palms of the square leg. This time it's fine leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I reckon I got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And, well, eventually, Time Ali holds on. He was the last minute inclusion. Well, Conrad had a word with him after that, but it'll be more of encouragement than anything else. As Asa Tribe, he just picked out the fielder, didn't he, there? So, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to go. So that's 4 in the shed now. Keep losing wickets here. 32 for 4 after 4 overs. Time Ali taking the catch. You see the Jersey Cow, well, flying high in the dugout, but well, certainly in a bit of bother here. Ben Kinman comes to the crease, and I hope that you're enjoying the action so far. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Crucial match here. The winner of this does look like it won't be 100%, but 99% they will take 4th place and have the morning off tomorrow. At this stage, you feel some of the bodies getting a bit sore. That could be really invaluable.
It certainly could be. I mean, you want to get that extra rest in. But at the moment, Farmers not really sure what's going on there. They're making this really difficult for themselves. It's the basic things as well, Vinny. I know that as batters, you can have a bad day in the office if you like, but simple things like the communication between them is not there, not running well together. They're just...
When it goes off the rails, everything can go off the rails.
Just not gelling out there.
But what I will say is, also there's no easy teams to play in this group at all. So, okay, we had, for example, the Turkish champions a couple of weeks ago. No disrespect to them, and we loved what they brought to the table. But if you had a 5 versus 6 against them, you're pretty confident that you're going to get it done. But here, that 5 versus 6, whoever loses this game, that's a danger game against potentially Yak of Corfu. Right down the leg side. So I don't think anyone wants to run into them. And then even when you get over that, or if you get over that, you've got a tough match against the 4th place team, which is your opponent in this match, who you've just lost to tonight. So certainly a lot to play for. Still a lot of cricket still to play as well. Just fallen a little bit behind the rate, about an over behind where they need to be. Swing a miss now. And Kinman's in with Rick Firth, and need to kind of consolidate, but they can't leave their run too late here. They have to keep playing their shots. That's what you're seeing from Kinman there. They would have wanted to have been about 44 after the 4th. They were 34. They want to be 55 after 5, or at least get up into the 40s, preferably high 40s.
Short, punish, big, and that goes all the way. Shaba, shaba, ginna, sona, shaka, lagya.
So Myson comes on. He's another one that we'll often see just bowling at the death and bowling Yorkers. All right, but he's coming on a little bit earlier. And now he's mixing up his lengths. This one is a little bit short, almost one-hander from Kinman. Well, he takes out the trash, 6 runs. And just what they needed to try and kickstart a bit of a resurgence.
Just backs away there. I think there's a little bit of chit chat maybe from the man. 45 there. Just says, hang on a minute. Go back to just walk away and say, right, I'm ready now. Slower, and it could get him a wicket. He's up in the air, and it's been taken, and that's well bowled. And he said, I wasn't ready, walks away, and then when he's ready, goes with a big shot. Well, after getting one big one, this one goes up in the air, and no mistake from the fielder. And Gondal comes in, takes the catch, and they are in trouble now. The Farmers, another wicket. And you got to say, probably another soft dismissal here, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. He sees something he thinks he can drag down the ground, but one thing is this wind, most of the time, the batters are hitting into it when they hit in that direction, so you just have less margin for error. So maybe the shot was on, just not executed by Kinman, who disappears for 6, all off 1 scoring stroke. Now, that's half out already, 40 for 5.
Yeah, there's strange things happening in the day. I mean, I touched on the improvement that the Lions made after their defeat to Marlow when they came back, beat RBS Crinehout. Farmers, they put in a good performance against Yak Corfu to win their first, and now they're in all sorts of bother. And the only team you could probably say that's maintained any sort of form here today has been Marlow.
Yeah, well, true. But Rick Holden asking about the cricket facilities in Jersey, and I just put a link in the chat to this fantastic article about the Farmers' home ground.
Yeah.
And Jim Pershart in particular. And about just over 15 years ago, I think, they created a cricket ground which is now ICC accredited for international cricket. So exciting stuff. Doesn't get a run here, but it's a great article, isn't it? And I've been chatting to Jim. It's a great story, really great story. It spends a lot of time kind of looking after that facility, particularly in the summer months. And it was converted farm. That's why they're called Farmers. And originally it was Farmers that were playing for them.
It's a bit of a full toss. Doesn't quite get it in the gap. Does get runs on the ball for himself, Palmer. So he's now off the mark. You've got 2 relatively new batters out there as we approach the halfway stage now. So 41 on the board. But the thing is, it's those 5 wickets down that is going to be the major issue.
Yeah, it sure is. And now you need 14s. Okay, you need 71 in the second half. You've come up with 41 in the first half. Looking at the first innings of the game, 51 and 59 is what Marlow got in their splits. First half 51, second half 59. So they're just off the pace here. I often say it, that taking wickets slows down the scoring, and slowing down the scoring will take wickets. So they just need something from somewhere. And Firth, he's a man that we did see can clear the boundaries. He was left in a bit of an impossible situation earlier in this week, but did hit a couple out. And now Palmer, what can he do?
He played, get the single.
This is the difference, I think, between playing T20 cricket or even longer cricket, is your middle order role's a bit different, right? Their job's to accumulate runs. The bigger fields, you can knock around 1 or 2s and get your 10, 11 runs and over this way, but there's hardly any 2s out there. So these guys pretty much have to go from ball 1 here.
And gets an edge, and I think that finger is going to come up, and slowly but surely it does. The batter, I'm not sure what the batter's trying to signal there, and he does have to go, and he does.
Yeah, he's actually saying to the bowler, it's really clever bowling, and you got me there. I don't think there was any issue with the fact it was a big nick from Rick Firth. And this is Mohammad Naveed that's come on. See it here. He said, it's a clever bit of bowling. And then you'll see here, focus on the batter. It just says, typical.
I don't know, I don't know if he is saying that.
Nah, he's flashed a smile at the bowler at the end. I think you done me with that one, or words to that effect, as he departs. And Jersey scorecard's starting to look a little bit ugly. It's 42 for 6.
Another one that goes again. I mean, I don't want to be unkind to the bowler, but I don't think it was a great delivery. It just was poorly executed by the batter. And it's Umar Farouk makes no mistakes behind the stumps. And we are now 42, 6 wickets down. Can somebody find the middle of the bat, clear these boundaries, and get them back in this match?
Could see Will Pershant back out there, where he wasn't really in great shape after a bit of a collision with a teammate in the first half of this game, but he will be batting, and he's out there with Reece Palmer. That run rate required is spiralling out of control.
And well, this one has been hit and hit well, and it stays hit. The fielder is there, but he's got plenty of power in it. And well, at the moment, well, we know he got knocked out, he got shaken, but he's come out fighting, and now it's his turn to throw the punches, if you like. 6 runs, big hit.
Yeah, it was a good shot, and he picked that up pretty quickly. The length, that was there to pull, and he did. A few more of those, and it'll be game on.
That's what they've got to do here, believe, and I'm pretty sure that team have been in positions like this before, where they've had to dig deep and get themselves into a winning position, and that's what they're trying to do here. This is going to be a chase on for the fielder. They do take him on. It's going to be, oh, well, you can see there, that hits direct. Or even if the bowler, I think, is in the right position, this would have been close.
It's a spicy throw, so difficult to handle. If he did, I think it would have been out. Almost bounced off him back onto the stumps as well. Close call, but still just a single.
And chase on now for the man at third. He's not going to get there. 4 more, so a couple of boundaries here. Just gives them hope, because that one brings up the 50. That's another thing I think you've got to do when you're the batting side. You're going to say, right, it's 50. Right, from here, now we want to be looking at me and you. We're going to take it to 65 and so forth. And then, if you get to right towards the end and right, okay, whatever it is, 15 and over. And if you've got wickets in hand from there, you can still have another go. Yes. Partnerships are so key.
I'll tell you what, the figures at Gondar looking pretty good, 2 for 2, but everyone's taken wickets that's bowled so far, all 5 bowlers. Look, I think you need to break, when you've got a big problem, okay, you need a plan. So my plan would be, we need to break this down into smaller problems, okay? So, okay, what is it, 58 runs, seems like a lot, but we need 14 and a half and over. So let's try and get 14 or 15 off this over. How do we do that? Well, we need to hit basically 2 6s or 3 4s. So I'm looking to still be selective, all right? I want to execute. When I get one in my zone, I want to go large. I'm not holding back. you don't have to go at absolutely everything. This does him Sawa into the attack.
He played, doesn't quite get the power in the shot. Sawa, one thing we did see from him, they want to take him on, and in comes the throw, and they will do it. Yeah, Sawa, when I saw him bowl earlier, he did bowl quite a few short deliveries, so if you wait for him and you're ready and you take him on, and you get it right in between the two men in the boundary, there's always runs here. Goes out on the offside. Get one. Rashad. William, that is, moves to double figures. And when you look at the scorecard, where it stands at the moment, that in itself is a big achievement. He's joint top run scorer now. Oh, he's going to be gone here. And not a good shot. There's from Palmer. And Sawa, just an ordinary ball, slow outside the off stump, and Palmer goes for it and then stays rooted to the crease, and a very easy stumping for Umar Farouk.
Yeah, it was well executed. I think he decides pretty early, wants to go. Front foot goes early. It's a premeditated strategy to get down the wicket. And yeah, simple finish for Umar Farouk. And Palmer bowled well, but he goes for just 6. He becomes the 7th jersey. Started to fall at 56 for 7.
Another bowler picks up a wicket, like you said. The bowlers have been in fine form and have been capitalising on some poor decisions made by one or two of the batters. New batter comes out. This is George Richardson. He's certainly impressed me with his bowling. Talented young player. Lovely smooth action. But can he produce something with the bat as well?
Yeah, I need a miracle from here. Let's see what George can do. Cousins batting together now. Pershad and George Richardson.
This one goes through as well. Doesn't seem to be very comfortable. That's George Richardson against the slow spin of Sawa. Sawa goes really, really wide. He angles that ball through.
He does. He doesn't really try and rip many. Last one just kind of went on with the arm, flicked out the front of the fingers. Anyway, 7 overs down. Farmers 57 for 7. Yeah, does look at the moment that they're going to finish with that 1-4 record. Heading for a tough Super Thursday where they pretty much have to, well, they will have to win 5 in a row if they're going to win the week. But, I mean, they have played some good cricket at times. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Pakai Care versus Yek. Champions of Spain and Greece going at it in the last game of the day. Well, got some bad news for you. Mohamed Kamran, 12th man, deciding to give him a rest. And so, let's see what Pakai Care do. They've locked up top spot. Still, obviously, you want to try and use your resources, play some good cricket. Mohamed Mochim into the lineup for the first time. And for Yek, well, they seem resigned, it would seem, to being bottom. But with a massive win, they could still finish a bit higher.
It's hit firmly and gets it over the infielder. That would be 4 runs. And some warm applause for that shot from Richardson. Didn't look comfortable against the spin, but no issues there. Plays out really well. Look, I mean, going back to that team selection, that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to finish top of the group regardless, and they want to keep their best players fit. And well, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we? And we can go touch on that later. This one's well bowled, and well, this can be the strangest bye, I think, that you'll ever see. And it's the ball is still rolling around. There's another bat plug, and well, I've not seen a signal from the umpire yet, but I think this was a bye.
Got to be buys.
Got to be a buys here.
Yeah, I mean, let's check this out because this will be entertaining. Is this going to be run out if he hits or stuff?
Oh,
run out.
If he run out because
he's
we go
nowhere.
forward, there's the buy
okay,
signal.
watch out. Here we go. The pole vault. Bang. Well, Let's just say he might be singing in the Jersey Boys choir as soprano after that.
That's just incredible.
Ouch.
Well, they're going to try and do it again. This time the keeper may just hold on to it.
Oh, curious George. That was a moment. I'll say it before, I'll say it again. Keep off the grass. If you're trying to dig your bat into that grass, it's not going to slide nicely. He's picked up plenty of victims.
Look, Umar Farouk's been good, but I would not take him temp-in bowling for sure.
It's a gutter ball. Bat speed. That's hit a 6. He's looking for that area though, isn't he? Square of the wicket.
Just that rate now is just getting to, well, you would say it's a point of no return anyway. He's gone past the 18.
I'm an optimistic guy, but I felt when they were 14.5 and over, they were a chance, but they just kept losing wickets. And Marlow playing with their tails up. Here's Shazad.
Well, I mean, you're trying to get funky. The issue with that shot is, well, if you're having trouble seeing it and hitting it when it's straight, you're going to be very brave and perhaps very lucky if you'd have pulled this off. It was not to be, and I like the confidence, I have to say that, from George Richardson, but not the execution.
Yeah, he's just having trouble scoring through regular means, so that's when you resort to this. He's not really balanced, he's on the move. Shazad says, I'll just bowl the stumps and I'll leave you to deal with it. That's why I think, a lot of people talk about moving the wide line and all these things, bowling wider. Not a bad idea if you bowl straight at the stumps. As George Richardson, he gives him the stumps and he gives up the stumps. Very entertaining innings from him, for probably all the wrong reasons, but it's now 8 wickets down, 63 for 8.
Well, it looks like from here that Farmers, the team, they are a talented team. They're a lovely bunch of lads and they're the best. Got the best supporters as well, but they're going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah.
They won't be the only team, we know that.
Magic Spray Mary.
She is.
See her. Jack Taguchi gets a bat at number 10. Just a little inside. End of the over. It's 63 for 8.
Yeah, that one was over-pitched, but missed out on. And it's Gucci who's out there at the moment.
That's good by Shazad as well. 2 for 16. They've bowled well as a unit, haven't they? Just flicking through these figures, but Naveed is the only one that's gone for double-digit economy. His over went for 12. This isn't a disaster. They've had 6 separate wicket takers. Gondal 2 for 2. Ajam Shazad 2 for 16.
He goes for this one, and it's been taken brilliantly. Good catch, good fielding on the boundary, and it's Gondal who takes another. And we could see Marlow bowling out another team. I mean, they bowled out, as we know, earlier on this morning, the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia for 45. Could they do it again? This is an amazing comeback from them.
I'll tell you what, the Australian Test team, they couldn't get 1 wicket in a day, okay? And now it looks like Marlow might get 20. I guess I always say the issue will be taking 20 wickets. We had our first ECL game earlier today where all 20 wickets fell. It's only about the 5th time it's ever happened. Right now, it's Farmers on their last legs as the score is 63 for 9. Good effort by Will Pershard, but struck that 1-6, scored 11. Now we're going to see captain batting very low. James Pershard taking much lower than number 11, the keeper and captain, giving some opportunities to other players. He knows that this is a task that's a bit beyond any batter. Send Chris Gale out there now and probably still not going to win the match, but let's see if he can put something together. Also a nice chance to get a couple of overs out there in the middle with a player like Degrushi, who we haven't seen much of during this ECL. Sawa with 2 for 4 now. It's wide. And,
it's interesting shot selection for that one. Interesting shot selection.
Classic number 11 sweep shot. Strike 2.
Oh, no. Just gets back, I think. Wasn't the best of throws. I think he may have been better off probably trying his own end, the keeper. But, well, one thing we know, that maybe when Umar Farouk has the ball in his hand, he's probably got a good chance of making it.
James Pershard is my spirit animal, a keeper that bats 11. That's me. So it's nice to see you getting a bat here, James. still think he's a bit better than what he's shown so far. DeGruchy, let's see if he can get a run.
Well, and they do get back. Yes, they do. So
Nice work.
yeah, he gets off the mark. So both these batters will try and back their way through the innings. They wouldn't want, but certainly James.
You know I'm a positive person. There's
Yeah,
been
go on. What are you going to say?
10 batters have scored runs in this innings. Only James Pershard hasn't. So let's see if they can make it a perfect 11, if not a perfect result. Uh-oh.
He will. It's in the most
There we go.
characteristic
Raise your
way.
bat. He gets it.
Well, he gets a good round of applause there as well. Yeah, well done. I mean, he chips the wicketkeeper.
First run in ECL cricket.
Yeah, that's quite amazing. When you look at that score and you know they're 9 wickets down, yet there's been no ducks.
No ducks?
Well,
All right. Somebody order me a bacon sandwich.
what's that about?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all over.
It'll be ready by the time I hit the ground because Gruchy was always going to go after it, wasn't he? And Sawa, well, he's going to finish with the figures of 3 for 7. And so our Farmers, they're going to get bowled out here. They had one game where it kind of clicked for them. And they had their moments, particularly in the first half of this game, but ultimately the runs on the board proving too much pressure. And they go down by 43 runs. It'll be 110 to 67. And Marlow, what a day they had. They hadn't scored a win in the first 2 days. They came out and they played very, very good cricket to knock over 2 excellent cricket teams.
Yeah, look, you got to take your hat off to Marlow. They came out here fighting. They knew they were under the cosh, as did Farmers. But Marlow did one better, whereas they won both their games. The Farmers did win one. And it's interesting, though, isn't it? Just going back a long way back, even before the start of this match, winning the toss and deciding to field first. And I don't know, the way they played the last match, I would have fancied them to have a bat, you know. But they decided that they would chase, and it just didn't work. I mean, that was a big wicket there, wasn't it? It was a very loose, wide delivery and put straight into the hands of Greenshields. And both the Tribe brothers, they got out softly. But yeah, once again, Marlow, it's been an incredible fight back from them. They've done it in style, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, all right, they didn't bat. Once again, they haven't scored a huge amount of runs on the board. 98 earlier today, and in this one, 110. But it's the way that they've been in the field. They've been clinical. Yeah, okay, they've dropped 1 or 2, but they have taken all the other chances. The half chances they've made, they've created chances. They support each other, and all of a sudden, they just look a lot happier and a lot merrier out there in the field.
Yeah, they sure do. And look, cricket's a confidence game, and momentum is so important in these tournaments. Jersey, they certainly had gathered a bit of momentum, a bit of steam up, but yeah, you saw this chase just falling apart. And I think, again, it's difficult, these middle order players, it's a different sort of a game, different sort of a role they have to play in slightly longer form cricket. I mean, this was a complete wipeout, and avert your eyes. It was interesting times for everyone out there. No one could quite believe what they were seeing. And this is a little bit of river dance from the batter, Richardson, who had to go. It's good catching. Probably that's the thing that's really impressed me. Marlow, okay, sure, they shelled a couple, but particularly the fielders in the key positions, they caught really well. And those down-the-ground shots, that's typically where good batters often give you a chance, and they've been swallowing those ones.
You know, interesting thing, just a very quick observation. Well, let's have a look at this first, because this is coming up, and I think, well, if you've seen some changes, as you mentioned, from the Pakai Care Barcelona side, makes sense for me because, well, they've got a big day coming up tomorrow. And the other thing is, and this is, of course, a big if they were to go on and win the week and win this group, then they're back here again next week.
Yeah.
So you want to keep as many players as fresh as you can.
Yeah.
So if you've got a match coming up which really nothing counts on, and this is the only one they're going to have which really nothing really counts on, then you've got to make those changes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's basically a training session for Pakai Care. Yet Corfu, well, maybe if Pakai Care muck around too much, they might sense an opportunity to win the game well. Just think about some of the players they've got, like Manusis, Carvelis. I really like Bogdos as well today.
Yeah, he played well.
But Pakai Care, if they were smart, I'm probably not bowling Mohamed Babar. Cameron's not in the 11 at all. I think it's a good chance to give them a bit of a rest because they will have 2 matches tomorrow and then, of course, finals Friday. Well, nobody scored a duck, but nobody scored more than 11, as Will Pershard was the top scorer down at number 8. Charles Pershad at the top made a promising start, but things started to go off the boil when he was caught at mid-on off Najam Shazad. Pretty disciplined bowling, I think, as well. 4 wides in there. And a score of 67 all out. Would have been good enough to win the Group D final last week, but not good enough to win match 14 here in Group E. As we see all 6 bowlers taking wickets. Sawa ends up taking the figures after cleaning up the tail. 3 for 7 for him. I liked Condell's work. 2 for 2. Good work from him, although one of his wickets was probably a bit fortunate, short and wide, but you take the luck you get. 2 for 16 for Shazad. The rest were single wicket takers. As we have a look at the chart, like I said, they didn't end up getting to the 10th. Bowled out in the 9th over for 67. And now get confirmation that Marlow 110, defeating Farmers 67. So Portugal may get the honours against the Jersey champs here. Still one more match to go. Still, it's always interesting. Expect the unexpected. We know on ECN we've had all kinds of upsets before. So who knows? Maybe Yak will be able to do a number on Pakai Care and hand them their first loss of the week. Certainly, we have not seen a team at all yet go through the week undefeated. Can Pakai Care keep their streak going? Find out when we return in about 10 minutes here for the last match of the day, match 15, the final match of the round robin stage of Group E. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day, and we'll see you shortly for more cricket, action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
reached Game 5 here on Day 3 of Group E here at the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL, and it's a clash between Corfu and Pakai Care. Pakai Care, the absolute front runner of this group so far. They are undefeated after 4 games. It's going to be the final toss of the day. The man who's had to hold the giant coin all day. It's over to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss.
Your call.
Yeah. Cabaino.
It's a runner.
We're going to bat first.
Well, the toss insanity continues. The call was made by Corfu. They have called Kibarinu, but once again, it has come up as BET2BALL, so the call went to Pakai Care, and they have elected to bat first in this final game of Day 3 here for Group E at the European Cricket League. Well, Pakai Care, haven't they been the front runners for this group the whole way along? They were probably one of the favourites coming in, and they've shown an immense amount of power with their batting and a huge amount of fire and pace with their bowling. It's been Mohammad Hassan and Mohammad Babar who have been instrumental at the top of the order. They've gotten the team off to a rollicking start in almost every game inside the power play, and frankly most of the other teams have been unable to stop their momentum at all. But they also know they've got plenty of depth in this batting order, and they really could use this opportunity against Corfu to give some of those middle order players greater chance to get themselves set up for the Thursday and Friday of this week. On the bowling side, we've talked a lot about the speed of Mohammad Kamran, but actually I'd prefer to focus on Atif Mohammed, who's come in and bowled some of the middle overs, tall, young left armour, but boy, he can generate some pace when he really gets worked up. And I think he's going to be a key as they play some of the better teams in this competition. As for their opponents, Corfu, well, they started off with a bang and looked very promising after day 1, but when their big guns, Tassos Manusos and Ari Cavallis, haven't fired, they simply haven't had enough support from the rest of the team. When those two have played well, they've managed to put some good scores on the board. They really need one of those two to come through with a strong innings today, and preferably to bat through as much as possible. Their bowling lineup's shown a little bit more strength, but it just hasn't reached the levels of consistency to allow them to be a strong performer throughout the entire group. Nonetheless, they'll be looking to get their campaign back on track before we move into the knockout stages Thursday tomorrow. I think this game's going to probably be closer than we anticipate. Corfu would be looking to spring a surprise. Going to swing back to the commentary box. We've once again got Vinny Sandhu and Rico Full. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much to Andrew Rhino. Rhino doing a magnificent job today with his introductions, and I like what he's saying as well. I would agree with him. His comments he made about Pakai Care batting on. It's a good opportunity for them to maybe just change things up slightly for them, and maybe rest 1 or 2 off the big guns. They're not thinking about it because that big gun is still going out there to open the batting. That's Mohammad Babar and well, Mohammad Ishan as well. And I know these guys, if they get an opportunity to bat, they will bat. Neither one of those two will want to give up their spot. I'm just wondering though, I would still agree with Ron. I think maybe someone like Sikandar Ali, he's been out there but hasn't really performed well with the bat. There was 1 or 2 other hiccups there in some of the innings that they had. So they do, I mean, apart from yesterday really, they haven't really had the opportunity to show what they can do with the bat. But yesterday, of course, we saw exactly what they can do. 142 they put on the board, and it's the highest score by far this week. And well, first of all, it's going to be once again Carvelis that's going to open up. This is it's still a big game for Corfu, because one of the things that, well, we know that strange things happen in sport, and you just think if they can blow away Pakai Care battle on it cheaply here, get the runs pretty quickly, they could find themselves taking maybe that 4th spot. Who knows? Because anything is possible. You can see a blue around the Pakai Care battle on it batters. So this is the team, the Spanish champions based in Barcelona in the Badalona region, up against the Greece champions. Carvelis. Bit of a miscue here. This comes off the toe end of the bat. You can see, you heard Vinny Sandhu say towards the end of the last match, there's probably 1 or 2 players and are just starting to feel a little tired, starting to feel a few aches and pains, and Carvelis, somebody like him, who's such an important player for them, a big all-rounder, One's short, but being punished. What a lovely shot this is. That is absolutely awesome. Really awesome. This is brutal. He muscles this over the offside boundary. That is a tremendous shot, but they're liking it. And there was a few gasps as well. What a shot that is. Have a look at this. That is a crazy, that's insane. And it goes all the way into the fan zone as well. And then a good reply from Carvelis. And BET2BALL just respects straight a ball. That's one thing that we certainly noticed. I know I was talking to one or two people in the fan zone, and they were saying that what they're noticing a lot more with some of the European cricketers is that they're a little bit more choosy about their shots. In the air, this one is going to be a chance though. Has been taken, good catch. And that's Arslan Ahmed running across, takes a catch. So BET2BALL, after playing an extraordinary shot outside there on the off, then blocks the next one. And just when I was saying that, feeling that some of these batters are being just a little bit more choosy about the shots they play, he goes and gets out playing that one. I do think that that's the right shot. Have a look at this again. It is short, but he's maybe just been beaten by the speed. He's a little bit late on it. And even though we know that Arslan Ahmed starts from inside the ring, he's got enough time to get himself in position to take a very good catch. So BET2BALL goes early. He's normally being the one that gives them a good start. He only contributes with one big scoring shot. So it's 6 and out for Mohamed BET2BALL of the 5 deliveries that he faces. And for now, that will be seen as an opportunity for another batter to go out there and score some runs. But if they were to lose a few more quick wickets, I think then we start talking about it being an opportunity for Yekoufu to maybe not only cause an upset with the result, but do themselves a massive favour in the standings of the group. It is Sikandar Ali. Well, I was talking about, well, maybe Sikandar Ali could have done with a little bit of time at the crease. Well, he's going to get that with Mohamed BET2BALL going with the ball to go. He's going to have to face this first delivery first, and I'm sure that that man there, Carvelis, who casually chews the gum, or whatever it is he's chewing, comes in. It's going to make it an uncomfortable one ball for him. And it's well bowled right in the block hole. Good Yorker length delivery, good finish to the over. He did get creamed for one. Just a one scoring shot in that over, which went for 6. Other than that, nice and tidy. 6 for 1. Carvelis in the wicket straight away. They puts his shades on, though I must say the sun's just disappeared for a moment behind one or two of the clouds. Just have once again look around this ground, and there's the Spanish flag flying proudly. There's regardless of this result, back like here, Barcelona, champions of Spain, a team from Barcelona. There's the hitman with camera. He's take it easy in this one. He's the 12th man. Yeah, they will finish on top of the standings. And the catch comes into bowl, and this has been picked up beautifully. What a lovely shot that is. And that's a shot of a man who is in good form. Ishan yesterday was, well, he was scintillating to watch, wasn't he? When he scored that 64 of just 17 deliveries, which earned him that player of the match performance against RBS crying out. Just flicks his away. It's a shot that he plays with minimum effort. Nice shot, effortlessly dispatched. Still no change in the field, so they're sticking with the 2 men straight. Ahmed looking to hit back, goes short, and Ishan doesn't go after him. And that's the point I was trying to make before when it was Mohamed BET2BALL that let me down. Doesn't automatically go for the big hit. He's already got his boundary, and he just says, okay, I'll just defend this away and take a single, get myself a strike. So Sikandar Ali gets shapes up to face his second delivery. Not off the mark yet. And he may not get off the mark. He won't. It's a really nice catch taken. He goes for a duck, and well, how about that from Georgios Nikitas? Takes a really nice catch, nicely done. I like the way he's dived forward here, and then he rolls over as well, making sure he doesn't hit the deck hard with his elbows. There's no way that ball is coming out of my hands, he says. Oh, that's nice, Nikitas, liking this, and there's a little bit of sexy cricket going on here. Beautiful catch, and doesn't mind losing his baggie while he takes that one. Zagindali goes for a 2-ball duck. Right here now, we're starting to see it. Maybe the first time though, as I said, makes no difference in how the standings finish, but first time, a little bit of pressure on the champions of Spain. Maybe we're going to see Mohamed Yassin perhaps going out now. He's usually partners Ishan very well. No, it's not. It's going to be Abid Mahboob. Do change things up slightly. Plenty of noise from the Corfu players, their supporters out there as well, and their camp. So both the openers picking up a wicket. Aslan Ahmed, who takes this away, gets himself off the mark straight away. Okay, that's the first thing he wanted to do. Takes a little bit of that nervous energy out of the equation. Shan goes for pull shot, leg side. Finds the fielder. It's nicely fielded down Manusis this time. Just reorganising the field now to the new batter. That's clever, I think. You see that long off comes in when it's Ishan, but goes back to the new batter. And this is why just goes wide of him. Manusis is able to stop it, uses his feet to do so. End of the over. 16. 2 wickets down. Ishan, he's going to be the wicket that they want to try and get, and know how dangerous he can be. We don't really know too much about Mahboob. So will be the captain who will have this over. Aslan Mohammed. As the sun starts to caress this magnificent ground once more, with Babar doesn't look so happy, and that's the young man there in the front of the picture there. That's Mohamed Atif, that Andrew Wang was talking about. He's looking forward to seeing him do the bowling. The first thing that Spanish champions will want to do is get a few more runs on the board. So Aslam, captain, is ready to. Oh, just having a slight delay here. Looks like the umpires have just had some communication that's come through. Not sure what's going on here. It could be maybe just some gloves. Change of gloves for the batter. Not sure. And he said it just come out there, Mahboob, so I'm not really sure what the issue was there. Obviously didn't feel comfortable. So that's a new set of gloves. So there's a bit of a discussion, a bit of a conversation there between the captain and the wicket keeper. Looks like we're getting ready to get back to the action now again. Nice shot there of a young man who really has impressed with his leg spin. Glanis, good young talent. It finally does start short. It's dragged out to Manusis. It's another single, so just a couple of boundaries so far, and it's a low-key start for Pakake Badalona compared to what we're used to from them. Gone. Yes, finger goes up, and he may not like it, but Ishan will have to go, and the captain, Islam Mohammed, has got his wicket, and a very good bit of keeping as well from Spiros Bogdos. Takes the catch. These are never easy when you're standing up, and no mistakes. And well, the champions from Greece have got Pakake Badalona on the back foot. Yeah, I think it's a pretty wide delivery. You'd expect a player of the ability and quality of Ishan to put that away, but he gets a bit of bottom edge on it, and the catch is taken. He's not a happy man. He goes for 8. Just 4 deliveries. Well. Maybe there is going to be a surprise here in the script. It's a new batter. Makes his way out. And it's going to be, well, some more changes. It's going to be Shiraz Ahmed. The captain comes to face the captain of the fielding side. He wants to get off the mark straight away, and good bit of fielding, good bit of cricket all round really. It's a sharp single, good communication between the two batters. Maybe a little bit of concerns there in the camp. That's sort of just the coach there, Malik. And also the Federation rep, Saeed. Slower delivery, drags it out to the fielder, stops it really well. That's travelled fast. And well, Niktas has been sharp out there. We've already seen him take one stunning catch. Nothing's getting past me, he says. That's a similar delivery that Ishan managed to get a little nick on. Clever bowling from Aslam Mohammed. This is an ugly shot, plays all round this, and that wasn't good at all from Mahbub. And that is the end of the over. So the power play is completed. 18, but how about that? 18 on the board and 3 wickets down. Rico full here, one man who comes back into the commentary box will be a little bit surprised with this scoreline. It's going to be Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, well, surprised to an extent, but you got a team with something to gain versus a team with little to gain. So I would expect it to be a bit closer than their previous records would suggest. And Yak, they want to get something going. And Pakake, they proved themselves. They are the front runners in this group, no doubt about it. They've beaten everyone they've faced so far. Yak, you know, with a very good performance here, they could even pinch 4th spot. Yeah, that might seem a bit what's the word? Unlikely. But they need to make about 1.6 in net run rate on Marlow if they're to win this. So to give you an idea, you know, if they could keep them to roll them for 60 or something like that. And Pakake, that's happened before. We've seen that before, and they could knock over the runs in a few overs. Then they could actually get 4th spot. It's not that unrealistic. It's unlikely, but it's certainly not unrealistic. As this one is pulled out, Manusis patrolling the boundary out at deep mid-wicket, contending with the sun. So I mean, I think you have to just consider this as a really good opportunity to build. Yeah. It does seem likely that we have to win at least one, probably 2 elimination matches tomorrow. So just want to be playing good cricket. This isn't a practice session for them. They're playing to win. They're trying to play their best cricket. So, like good chance for Galanis to roll out a couple of overs as well. And they're already into the middle order here. We know Pakake, they're pretty dangerous top to bottom though. Showed their batting depth yesterday.
Flights this up and he gets hold of this. This goes all the way. Nicely hit. Shaka Lagia.
Nice shot. It was tossed up by Galanis and he went shopping for a wicket, but Mahbub, who's been a little bit slow to get going, he makes pretty good contact, I should say, with this. And I think the main thing is he does hit it straight, does make it slightly safer.
This time he goes leg side, there's a fielder there, and he puts it down. Oh, and well, he does catch up with it and stop it going to the boundary rope, but that is a big opportunity.
He's out from behind the stumps, but the ball's still following him. Yorgos Niktas, who we saw keeping the last couple of games. This one, grappling with his son, loses the battle, and the next one, turned away for one. One thing's for sure, if you're going to try and roll Paco Care, you better take your chances.
Yeah.
So that's not an easy one. It's hit flat. Yes, he was wrestling with his son, but I think the bowler will be particularly disappointed, Galanis, that he should have had a wicket there. As it is, it does take us to the end of the over. And so 29 for 3 after 4. As we welcome you once again to the beautiful Cartama Oval. We've had a great day here, haven't we? Sun's starting to peek in, which means it's late in the day. Look, we're very late in the round robin now. We've kind of had the top 3 there sorted out. 4, 5, 6 still not completely fixed, and it's going to be, it'll be dependent on this result, but it does seem that Yak are likely to finish in the bottom 2. Even if they win this game, they have to win it really well to jump to 4th. But still, I mean, what a Super Thursday we've got in store for us. I'm sure we're all looking forward to that, and more information about the scheduling as we know it. Right now, we'll go back to the live action. Tassos Manousis is going to come into the attack with his off spin over number 5.
Yeah, I like this thought. I mean, why not keep the pace off the ball? Try and pick up a few more wickets, because you know that the Spanish batters are certainly going to go for it. And this one has come out of the middle of the bat, and it's the captain, Ahmed, that goes big now. He gets his first boundary, and he does it in Seis Carrera style.
He does. Hits with his spin. And Manousis, he's kind of bowling. He'll bowl that kind of challenge lengths and hope you make a mistake. Clever bowling, though. It's a little bit slower, a little bit wider. Manousis showing all his experience here. Whereas Ahmed. It goes for it again, and you can forget this one. This is top of the tree stuff. Well, Timber says Carreras. Okay, they're swinging for the fences, and they get 6 right here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big shot, and well, you had them, you were taming them for a while. And then now the captain decides, well, he quite likes this. He's going to go after Manousis.
Oh, short, but he's completely messed this up. Manousis is after it. Oh, and he can't quite get there. It probably was Manousis that had to get it, but he had to contend with what was coming the other way. And there was a steam train in Galanis who was coming in. I think Manousis just probably bailed out a little bit towards the end, trying to avoid a collision, a potential collision.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you call perfect placement. It's the one place where you could put it, and nobody can quite get to it.
Now, stumped. I think he'll be gone here. He's already walking. He's been given out on the field. And so he wins the battle in the end, as he's been trying hard for a wicket. And, well, it wasn't the batter that had the close calls, but Manousis does finally get the wickets. Mahbub has got to go. Nice bit of work behind the stumps from Spiros Bogdos as well. And after that, it's 42 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that, this is a wicket that there's one man who's going to be very happy about it, and then that's Niktos, because he did drop Mahbub. I mean, Niktos, though, has had a great time out there in the field. He's made some good stops. He's taken a great catch already, but that's not going to hurt them, because all he's gone on to do is add 2 more runs to the ball. But clever bowling from Manousis, because look, when you've just been hit hard for 2 big 6s, I mean, I know it's a different batter, but you still got to keep your cool. You still got to keep your nerve, and he does. And he just sort of drifts this one slightly wider of the batter. And I have to say that the reactions from Mahbub were very slow, and he just ends up being stranded. He knows he's gone and just literally walks off. He doesn't have to wait for the decision from the umpire.
Yeah, exactly right. So this will bring Majid Hanif to the crease. Manousis showing all his wile here. As he has been hit a couple of times, but does get the wicket. 1 for 13. Last ball of his over. This is a genuine outside edge. It's going to take some chasing. And in fact, the ball will win the race. So a bit of bad luck there for Manousis. As Hanif gets off the mark. Well, Richards does the fielding down there.
Hello,
And,
Richards.
we lock him in the cube. He's actually got a chain for his ankle. He's not allowed to leave the cube. But luckily for you, Richards, the ball came inside. Now come on in, come on down. 4 runs, finishes the over, 46 for 4.
Yeah, it's lucky. That's all you can say about it. Bit of suerte. And Richards, well, he's having his time out there. And look, just shout out not just to Richards, but all the crew here. They've been absolutely fantastic from Spring Productions, bringing you the best coverage that you could ever ask for. And so many people actually in the fan zone have all said and all commented that the production is absolutely fantastic. So credit to Spring Productions. This one's been hit pretty hard, and it will go for a 1 bounce, 4 runs. Well struck. It really does get behind us. Gives it a bit of oomph, doesn't he? And shows Ahmed. He's out to attack, and they've gone for Carvelis here to try and see if they can get another wicket. They believe that get 1 more or 2 more, and that they're certainly in here. This one's gone up in the air, just drops in front of the fielder at third. That could have been the wicket that they wanted. The captain here, he's chancing his arm. Is Ahmed. So far, he's been fortunate. Carvelis now has an opportunity to have a go at Hanif.
Yeah, so Carvelis, the easiest bowler to go after, we know that. Now, edge, no, he's flying away. I think he gets a bit of leather on this, but it's going to be 4. That's a very good effort from the keeper. There's a bit of pace on this, Rico. Look at this. I mean, he couldn't have done a lot more, to be honest. He got a good step and launched himself. Fighting gravity was Spiros Bontos. Got something last over. This one, I don't even know if you can call that a chance. I mean, he extended as far as he could, and even then just got a little bit of the end of the finger on it. Carvelis will be fired up. In the air, and a bit of work for the outfielder. Well, the Greeks, I know they won the Euros a few years ago. This isn't going to win too many footballing trophies. It's booted over the boundary, 4 runs.
Well, I think he's actually booted this onto his chest. He sort of stopped it and then chested it over the line. So that's a bit of an own goal, that is. Hanif living dangerously, 2 edges for 4, and then gets this one, a bit of an assist.
And then he went for the handball. It was a bit too late by then. You're right, it was a bit of a unwitting juggle.
It's going to make Carvelis angry.
Might make him bowl quicker. He's only got 2 to come, though. Once again, bangs it in. So, yeah, the fielding's so important, isn't it? And we see all varieties of fielding, I suppose. That's part of the charm of European cricket, is the fact that there is a large kind of range of cricketing skills in all facets of the game. Carvelis at the top end, I think, with the bat and the ball in his hand. Last ball of his match 14. Goes for the Yorker. Well dug out, though, by Majid, who gets 1. That's the end of 6. Score 60 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being a good over for, I can't care about it on a few runs from it, but they weren't convincing runs. You have to say that. It's that edge again from Hanif. His first two scoring shots were 4 and 4, both edges. And then the third one was a bit uppish. Just got it over the infielder, but, well, there was the kick. We should call it the kick over the boundary to the boundary as well. So 60 for 4.
Aslam Mohammed, good over from him. I think he's one player really impressed me in Corfu. I don't think we've quite seen the best of Aslam Mohammed yet, but bowled a good over, 1 for 2. Also think with the bat, he can be a bit of a wild card. Speak of the devil, so I see he's about to come on. Not saying that's the devil there, Mohammed Kamran.
Not a good look,
it's like a prize fighter. You know how we were talking about the boxing analogy last night? He's got a little hood on. Oh, this is in the air. This could be a chance. He's got a long way to go. Carvelis, whoa, what a good effort. Oh, what a good effort that was. He might have banged the ground when he lands. It almost cost him a pair of sunglasses. He couldn't have done any more than that. He was always curving away from him as well.
Yeah, he's all right, though. Look, as long as the shades are good, we've had that before. We had a fielder step on his own shades.
We did. Well, rest in peace, those sunglasses. Those ones, well,
good effort. Really good effort.
Yeah, very, very good effort. And this one won't be caught by anyone. Well, not on the field anyway, because that one's out of here. Maximo! Charles Ahmed, who's up to 27. Powerful strike. Aslam Mohammed just seems to be bowling a little bit within himself today. More kind of off-spin type deliveries, a bit of a hybrid in this one, no doubt about it, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's been well hit, and it's once again the battle of the two captains.
Goes again, and you can fetch this one, Aiden. He backs off. I don't know about that bit of fielding from the ball retriever, but I tell you what, it is Maximo back-to-back Shiraz. He swings Pakakare up into the 70s.
I think he's smart, Aiden, there. He knows if he goes for this and drops it, me and you are onto him.
Yeah.
He thinks, nah, just let it drop. I'm gonna keep my record clean.
Yeah, asking for it again. I think about 2 here. Don't think it's quite there, considering it's only a short throw for Galanis. So Shiraz Ahmed, he's the one looking dangerous. And this is how they bat. Pakakare, they will throw the bat. They'll back one of their teammates to come in and keep up the pace, even if they do lose wickets. So they're basically a 6-hitting factory, aren't they? The Spanish qualifiers. It's well bowled. Just dragging it wide of the off stump. I think this is probably the way. I think he's more effective. I know he's gone for a couple this over, Aslam Mohammed, but I think he bowls more of this off-spin type. It just takes pace off. I think he's probably more effective. So once again, beats the bat. So a good finish to his over, but does cost 16 across his 2 overs. The score is 74 for 4 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, we have Super Thursday. We already have the playoffs in place because we know Pakakare, they'll finish first. And RBS Grindhout, they will finish second. Punjab Lions, Nicosia will finish third. They'll play each other in the first, third and fifth matches of the day. And the best 2 performers out of those 3, they will get the double chance on Friday. We can't fill in 4, 5, 6 yet because we don't quite know. It does look like Farmers will finish 4th. They'll play the winner of Yek versus... sorry, it won't be Farmers and
not Farmers, no.
It won't be Farmers. It'll be Marlow that finishes 4th, pardon me. And they'll likely play the winner of Farmers and Yek in eliminator number 2. But we can't confirm that because it depends on the result of this game. And Yek, they'll still have visions of maybe having the innings of their lives and knocking these runs off pretty quickly. And they could snatch 4th, but they'd have to do it super quickly. As we're going to see a change bowling. And it will be Ilyas Bardis into the attack. Left armour, might get a wicket first up, and he does. So first ball, first wicket, as Georgios Galanis takes the catch and makes the little love heart signal. Oh, I'm loving your work out there, 17-year-old leg spinner. This time he does it in the field. And what a moment for Bardis as he takes his ECL wicket. And it removes a dangerous hitter from the equation. Shiraz Ahmed, he goes for 34, and the score is 74 for 5.
Yeah, that's a really good moment, and this is what this is all about. It's making these European cricketers' dreams come true, and it is Bardis. He knows that the captain of the Pakakare Bangalore side is going to go after it, but if he miscues one, then he's going to be in trouble, and he does miscue this, doesn't get the hide on it. Really good catch taken by young Galanis, and it's celebrations around the ground, and I think in the dugout there of the dugout of the champions of Greece. Good wicket, a nice wicket, a nice feel about that one. That's something that they wanted, and it's a good moment for the bowler, Ilyas Bardis.
Yeah, very, very good moment. And yeah, it's kind of ball you probably think he might be able to drive out of the ground. But yeah, first wicket for Ilyas Bardis, only the 1 over previously in the tournament. It cost 15, but yeah, great experience for him. It's taken ECL wicket as you can see Asad Abbas coming to the crease. To the bottom half now. Oh, he almost gets a second. It's just chipped straight back over Bardis. They think of a second. They think better of it. So look, I like what I'm seeing from Yek. I think that they're trying their hardest to bring some intensity and challenge the front runners in this Group E.
Yeah, I mean, that was well bowled actually, because he almost had, if he'd beat Abbas there, he would have had him stumped.
Now this could be another wicket. It should be a simple catch. And he's dropped it, and now we might have a run out. And we don't. Well, Alexandros Animogiannis. Great name. At that time, wasn't a great piece of fielding. Now, Rico, talk me through where he went wrong here.
He dropped it. We've seen 2 dollies today. And this one, that's the big dolly, and the other one was in the match before, wasn't it, from Firth?
He could have run him out too. They'd given up. They thought there's no way he's dropping this. And now this will be probably a wide. I can't believe that one. You can't blame the son. He's out of ideas. Poor Adamajanis. We've all been there.
Oh dear. You got to feel for him.
Bardis could have had 2 for 1.
Loving the look. That look there as well from Bardis.
Short. Hit me ball. And Galanis. Well, he'll do it. 2 great catches in the over from him. Well, double half time. And, well, you can hear the Bubazella in the background as Corfu. Well, what an over. Tell you what, I'll take Bardis on. Give me a pair of pads and a bat. He's handing those out. But I tell you what, Paco Care just miscued a couple that over. 3 chances, 2 were taken. And now 77 for 6.
Well, I like this because after the earlier drop, Bardis says, come on, give me some love. And that man, Galanis, he likes to give some love. Takes a really good catch again low down. Really good technique from him. And, well, I said give me some love. And you saw he's giving us the old heart again. So Asad Abbas goes out there. He was lucky to survive the first ball, actually. Only just managed to loop it over Bardis. Well, that drop catch, I suppose, did bring him back on strike. And there was no mistake from Galanis. Really good work. And, well, Bardis, he's got 2. He could have had 3, but he ain't finished yet.
Yeah. I mean, he could have had 3. I also think he could have gone for about 18. He served up a couple of half trackers, and I thought were jungle bound. And that can happen sometimes. You still got to hit him. Love what I'm seeing, though, from Bardis. He has his first 2 easier wickets in his first over. He's making things happen. Atif Mohammed in at number 8. And he goes again. And he's caught again. No, he's dropped it. No way.
Oh, it could have been a hat-trick off, well, the 2 there working combined together. Bardis and Galanis. I think he's hurt himself here as well.
Oh, I mean, this one had 4 chances out of 5 balls. Oh, we did.
I think he might just landed hard on his knee. I wonder if as he fell on the ball here. Look, it goes up in the air.
Has this for a while, I think. Oh, yep, just rolls up the wrists and out. Back to live action. And this was almost a chance as well. And it's going to be 4. And, well, everything happening. It all happens in the 8th maybe here, Rico. Because at the end of that over, it's 82 for 6.
Oh, well, what an unfortunate... Look, it could have been another
chance.
Oh.
That's 5 chances in 6 balls. 2 were taken. And 82 at the end of the over. Well, bring them on from both ends. They were only bowling at one end.
Well, how about that? That's incredible. I hope Galanis is all right there. He's still hobbling around a little bit. I think he just, when he went down, he just hit his knee, sort of an awkward angle. He seems to be okay. He doesn't seem to be calling for any attention. But, yeah, I mean, what a moment that could have been. Bowled Bardis, caught Galanis on 3 occasions. But, well, I suppose...
Well, we had 5 genuine catching chances, and the 6th one looped over the bowler.
Yeah.
So you kind of had 6 false shots in and over. Maybe he is the best bowler in the world. I don't know. Anyway, here's Arslan Ahmed, who's going to continue. Oh, bowl.
This one goes right through him and somehow evades the stumps. Oh, that was so close to knocking the leg stick out of the ground.
Getting some good information from Carvelis, who's fielding in front of us. You'll love this. Now Elias.
Ooh, well, that one.
That was a bump ball.
Yeah.
Listen to this.
Yeah, go on. We
Elias
heard this.
Bardis,
Tell the viewers.
He's only been bowling for 1 year, and he taught himself to bowl during COVID lockdown. So he's been teaching himself to bowl, and he's just bowled. I've never seen an over before, and I've done, 1,100 matches plus. We've seen 6 chances in an over. Yeah. Well, 5 genuine ones, really 6 false shots. Well, this is sliced away. It's behind point. That'll go to the boundary. So that, I think, is gone for 4. Yeah, 4 is the call. Hanif moves into the 20s. But how about, I'm going to go back to Bardis. Rico, isn't that what European cricket's all about?
It's all about, and I'm telling you this now, I'm gonna write a sign, say Bardis, because I want him back to bowl the last over.
I don't think you can take him off. I mean, you probably can.
Where's that marker pin? Where's that marker
pin? So to go for in the ECL, to take 2 wickets, and you're First over, second over. It's pretty good, and this is also pretty good from Arslan Ahmed. We've lost 6 wickets. Well, you're trying to, Rico's trying to write a sign. You could just tell Ari to pass on the message because he's right under us here. You're gonna have to write it very big. So,
I'm on it.
B-A-R.
You watch the game.
T-I-S. You want me to? Here we go. Another swing and a miss. What are you doing there? Here we go. No, that's as Rico said. Who's the captain here anyway? Rico says he wants more Bardis.
Get Carvellis' attention. Carvellis.
Yes, Rico's made the sign. Who's captain?
He can't see. He's got his shades on. Look.
Who's captaining the side now anyway? All right. There is some contact on this time. So it's the end of the over. About to find out.
Here we go. Bardis. Let's get the fan zone in it. Come on, all together now. Bardis. We want Bardis. Come on. Are they listening? Is anybody listening?
Looks like Galanis is going.
He's hurt his knee. He can't bowl. He's hurt his knee. Take him off, Skip.
Let me tell you something.
Tell me.
Game's in the balance here. It's 88 for 6.
Yeah.
So if they think Galanis is the man to bowl, then fair enough. But I tell you what, 5 drop catches, not 5 drops, 2 drops, what was it? 2 catches, 3 drops, and a kind of false shot in an over. Elias Bardis can be very happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe they're protecting his bowling figures.
Yeah, true. Pretty good figures. Could have been better.
It would have been great if Bardis ends up taking the catch at Galanis. That'll do for me.
All right. Now Galanis isn't there anymore. Looks like Cavellis has gone to cover it. Now they're thinking about a second, trying to manoeuvre Hanif back on strike, but they won't be able to. They do say if you do anything, 10,000 hours of anything, then you can master any skill. I've heard that. He practiced for 10,000 hours.
Is that right?
Yeah, but I don't think he's had 10,000 hours to practice.
I'd almost wanted to fly a plane. Swap, bounce 4 runs, and that takes him into the 90s. But how do I start doing that?
Yeah, well, you have to start at the beginning, I guess. But if you
10,000
could easily
hours?
learn to fly.
The internet. I'll have a look at the
1,000 hours.
internet. Must be something on YouTube.
I think it's more than just being on the internet. I think you meant to actually practice.
Yeah, who's going to get
in a real
on a plane? That's going to happen, isn't it? Nasty play. This is out to the man on the offside.
Well, no one's forcing you. I mean, the point is, I have heard that. Have you guys heard that before? That if you practice anything for 10,000 hours, then that's how you become an expert. You can normally get a few in as a kid. That normally helps. Well, I thought this might be a stumping chance, but he does get some bat on it. Now slight fumble. They're going to go for 2. They're going to gamble to get him back on strike. It's going to pay off. Hanif gets a couple.
Yeah, it's not the best of running, I have to say. I think rather than looking where you're going, he's looking at the ball all the time. Got to get your head down and go, but he does get there. So we're approaching the 100 mark. Hanif, 27.
Yeah, a few people wanted Marukas to get a bowl. I think he's into the side as well, but he won't get a chance. A bowl by Galanis. So, I mean, look, this is a really good opportunity. Look, whether they can do it in time or not, I'm not sure, but very good opportunity to try and get a win on Pakai Care, who are missing Cameron. And we know they've got some quality bats as well, Corfu. Last ball. Cut away nicely, and this will go to the fence. So, Hanif, pretty handy contribution. He's going to finish 31 off 18, and they do bring up the 100 off the very last ball. Pakai Care, they're going to finish their 10 overs, 100 for 6.
Yeah, I think that's a good... If I would say a fair score, that's a fair score, because I think Pakai Care, Barcelona, the champions of Spain, I think they showed in that innings where they mixed things up slightly a little bit, but they still showed a little bit of class and ability, and Hanif there was one of those. I think he batted really well, but also, take nothing away from Yap Corfu, I think they also showed some class and ability, fielded well, took the catches, and I like the way that the captain also, for me, Islam Mohammed, used his bowlers. I mean, 1 or 2 didn't work, but he brought himself on. His first over was really good, not as productive in his second. Carvellis, he started well because he got that big wicket of Mohammed Babar, and you know when you get him and you get him early, well, that could be a difference of, well, quite easily 30, 40 runs and the rest maybe. It was a nice start from Ishan. You know that he can play some nice runs. He's dangerous, but well, this was a great catch. I'm loving that. That was Nicholas. He got Sikandar Ali. It's The second rally hasn't really hit form. And then there was this great bit of keeping. And, well, Ishan didn't like it, but the umpire there, you saw, saying, you've got to go. And another wicket went. Well, this one went. This disappeared in the trees. Where did that go? Says Mohammed Atif. And this one, when we know where the batter needs to go there, it wasn't a good-looking shot. Once again, the wicket-keeper, Spiros Bogdas, was in the action, taking the stumping. But they did find a way to get the run. Some were sneaky, and Hanif, he had some sneaky moments. And Richards, he had his moments as well. And so there, it was all happening at one point. You couldn't look away. It was an action-packed, entertaining innings, and there was Carvelis almost taking what would have been an unbelievable catch. But Hanif kept hitting the ball well. I think in the end, thanks to his contribution, they got 100 on the board. Well, there was Galanis take the first, and he was giving the hearts out. And this one should have been taken. That was an absolute dolly that went down, and it was all sorts happening. He wasn't the happy man, but don't worry, Galanis was still there to give more love to the bowler, and Bardis does and did get his second, and there's the love being spread out. And then there was this one, and it could have been a third, but this just goes to ground. But he's okay, he's hobbling around, don't worry, he came back to bowl there at the end as well. But an entertaining innings, and this is all about, okay, what happens here now? Now, yeah, Khufu, do they really decide right? Have they working it out? Have they got the calculations out and worked it out? Because if it is at all possible, I think you've got to get your big hitters out there straight away. But before we concentrate on that, a quick look at the scorecard there. Look, contributions there from Shiraz Ahmed, the captain. He batted with no fear, 34 of 14, and a good knock there. Not out 31 of 18 was Majid Hanif. And they really did make sure that the team did get a good score on the board. The last thing that I think the Spanish champions would have wanted there is to get a really low score around about 60 odd runs, and all of a sudden people would have been talking, oh well, really, are they there for the taking? They showed there that even without the best team on the park, they still can get a good score on the board. And bowling, I think everybody bowled really well there. I mean, the only bowler who wasn't able to get in the wickets there was Georgius, but everybody else I think did really well. I'm really, really pleased for Ilyas Bardis. That's an over that we will remember for a long time, and so will he. That for me is what this European cricket is all about as well. The stars of the future, not only the youngsters coming in and showing what they can do, but people who have never even heard of cricket, have only watched it on the TV, learning how to bowl in your own living room, and then here you are at the big stage, and he's taken 2 wickets for just 8 runs. It could have been more, but good bowling all around there. Carvelis was good. I think the captain, Hassan Ahmed, bowled really well there as well. So they've restricted Pakakea Barcelona, the Spanish champions, to 100, so 101 will be required from them when we see them back. And well, I really do think that the calculations will be done. I'm sure Mr. Maximo, he'll be doing a few as well, so when we come back, maybe we'll be able to tell you a little bit more. But for now, at the moment, the Spanish champions, 100 on the board, 101 for victory required for the champions of Greece. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we come back in about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the second ever ECL. The European Cricket League is the Champions League of European Cricket, brought to you by BET2BALL and keeper Inu. It's great to have your company for the last innings of the round robin stage in Group E. And right now it's G-E-K Corfu, or Yek, as they would say in their own language, Yek. They are trying to chase down 101 for victory. It'll be the first loss for Pac Ikea, the Spanish qualifiers, who were able to secure the Spanish spot in ECL 22 by winning the Spanish Championship weekend back on the 30th and 31st of October 2021. A 4-team mini tournament of champions in itself. And here they are, the Champions League. And I don't know if we had that forward to the target, but Rahman Babar has just bowled the ball over mid-off's head. It's gone to the boundary, so I was a bit distracted. But right now, it's a great opportunity for Yek to register a win against the top side. What I will say, though, if they're going to do it fast enough to get fourth, they better get cracking, because they need to do it in 4.5 overs. Don't think they'll be thinking too much about that. I think it's just about getting win on the board. Babar with the first over. Pretty high, I think. It's a good call. They might have had a run out here as well, so a bit of chaos to start things off. Wouldn't expect anything less. Aslan Ahmed, he scrambles to the other end. Here's a man who spent plenty of time with on ECN, and I'm always loving every minute. Whether we see eye to eye or not, Rico falls back in the commentary box. Yeah, good opportunity for them to get 2 points here.
Yeah, great opportunity. I think that's what you've got to focus on. I mean, of course, yeah, it would be an incredible boost if they could do what sounds like the incredible. But the focus has got to be, have the confidence going into tomorrow, knowing you've beaten the team at the top, and the only team that's beaten them. That's what you've got to focus on.
Yeah, sure, maybe not full strength with a couple of players missing, but still very good cricketers in this Pac Ikea lineup. It's Manousis, gets off the mark with a nice little whip. Chases on. The foot fielding from Hassan Ali. That's probably one area. We see a bat go down.
Another bat that goes down. When you need that, go back and pick it up.
The fielding is probably one aspect I think Pac Ikea they can improve. There's the bat go down here. Is it a bit of an accidental bowler collision?
He changed his hands.
There we go.
He tries to change hands.
Another
again.
one. He needs to get that string around his wrist like a surfboard to keep the bat with him. Not quite the double bat ejection we saw from Jersey yesterday. Still, Manousis, pretty accomplished player. Zimbabwe under 19 representative some time ago. He's a good cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good all-round cricketer. He's chosen to continue to do what he normally does. He's opened the batting and he's opening the bowling as well. Just wondering if he would have preferred to take a bit of a rest as well. But like I said, I know him pretty well. He's a very competitive man, and I'm sure he was probably given the option, a former captain of Pac Ikea, Badalona, and he probably said, I want to bat, I want to bowl.
Rack up the stats. Can't do that on the bench. Howard Babar with the bat and the ball. A little bit of bat saves him here. Otherwise, I think he's stone dead LBW. Ahmed gets off the mark in unconvincing fashion.
Yeah, you got that right. If that goes on to just pad only, he would have been in trouble.
I think we hear the Boobazella here. I hope we do. It's Spero Spogdos, I think, is in charge of that. The Boobazella, whatever you want to call it. Big horn. Remember that Football World Cup when they were going off?
Yeah, I do indeed.
South Africa. It's cramped for room here. There's no bat on this. This will be a leg bite. They're just trying to get things moving. I think it's a matter of getting that 10 and over. That's what they need every over. And I think, look, rather than throw the bat, trying to win the game, this is pretty unrealistic. I think you just pretty much can focus on putting together a good chase, and that's going to be a good experience in itself for tomorrow. Yeah. It looks like they'll have 2 crunch matches. They'll have to win both to survive to finals Friday. Goes after this, picks it leg side. That'll be a pretty good contest. Another bit of foot fielding. It's dangerous from Atif Mohammed, who thought he was about to step on the ball.
Yeah, I was speaking to one or two of the Badalona players, and we were talking about being here and how great it was of them to be at this ground, at this facility, and they they pointed one thing out to me, and they said, yeah, we're batting well, we're bowling well. He said, we were really good the way we batted yesterday. He said, but our fielding, he said, one thing we can't change is the fact, and that sums it up there, that fielding at the end. We don't slide, we don't dive, because, well, I know where they play, and anyone who watched the night series that was played in Barcelona, the last one, will know the outfield, it's just little bits of stone and grit, and you dive on that, that's it, you've had it. Not only are your trousers ruined, but you're bleeding a good one. So that's why they don't do it, but it's being able to change that mindset. But that will only happen when they start to play regularly on pitches like this.
Yeah, that's true, but it is something they have to sort out, I think, whether they need to try and practice it here or something, because assuming, it's a big assumption, of course, if they do make it next week, the fielding could be the difference. They're going to run into 4 very, very good cricket teams.
You're absolutely right.
Championship week. All right, here's Hassan Ali. He's bowled with a bit of fire this week, bowling to Manusis. You think it's a bit like, have you ever gone to a play or a musical or something like that, and they say, ladies and gentlemen, the part of Hugh Jackman will be played tonight by Terry Smith, and they got the understudy in, and I just feel like Hassan Ali here opening the bowl in with Babar. So everyone's rocked up. He's bowled really well this week. There's nothing against Hassan. He's a good bowler in his own right. It's not quite the hitman though, is it, to face? Outside. I think this is a wide. I think he flicks his pad with his bat. Yeah, that's what creates the noise there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good job. I suppose we haven't sold loads of tickets to people that wanted to come see Mohamed Kamran, but yeah, I mean, but still, yeah, you take nothing away from the guys out there. I mean, Ali,
Ali's had a good week.
He has
one ball that took off more than anything I've seen all week. Almost went over the keeper. Works this away. Gonna have to hustle, but they do get there for a single. It's just the boundaries that they need now. You need to kind of hit a boundary and over. Pretty much keeps you on the pace. If you have boundaryless overs, I think we'll see that required rate climbing a little bit.
Oh, that's nice to see. Look at that. Isn't that a lovely sight? And that's Peter there and his daughter. They're playing a bit of cricket.
Hit hard and hit for 4. Nice shot. It's taking a bit of time to get going. Up, there's the Bobazella. I hear it loud and proud coming from the Greek dressing room as they get their first boundary of the reply.
Yeah, lovely shot. This is beautiful, beautiful timing. Just rocks back, hits it, and saying, yeah, we don't need to run for those.
Yeah, really nice looking shot. A few issues getting the middle of the bat on Babar, but Hassan Ali, that time getting driven handsomely through the covers. And this time he'll go leg side, and well knocked down. This time I think it's Mohamed Mokshim who's into the lineup. Well, that's a nice little moment for him as he saves 3 runs, prevents the boundary.
Yeah, well, they were ready to blow that horn again, but Mokshim stops them.
Yeah, just a little bit straighter. Good batting, Hassan Ahmed. Decent top 4 or 5. Corfu. Players like Aslam Mohammed to come, players like Harry Cavalis, they can afford to take some calculated risks. Mooses tries to take this one over the leg side where there's nobody back. Can't make contact.
Look, one thing we didn't talk about when we were talking about the new regs coming in, one thing that is staying, it came into effect because of COVID, was using saliva on the ball.
I think that makes sense. I think
apparently done a lot of research to say it makes no difference. And one of the things that I read I didn't really realise, but well, we'll go on to that after the delivery. I mean, you probably know all about it. I wonder if our viewers did.
Bang. This is well hit by Manusis, right in the wheelhouse. Well, look who's after it. Who let him stick around this far? Well, he's flat out. The horn rings, and there's Corey. Well, is that another drop? I have to put that on the sheet. Regardless, it's going to be 6 runs. Maximo to Manusis.
Well, it's another dry cleaning, Bill. I don't think it was anywhere near it, to be fair. But this is a lovely shot. This is a beautiful pickup. Really good pickup.
It's nowhere near that. What is he doing? What is he doing?
Trying to break his phone, I think.
Do not try and charge that.
But look, going back to that, apparently players used to eat sweets and things, sugary stuff, and then that was used to put on the bowl. And
it's grey area because, you know. Because you're not meant to use that, but you can use saliva, or you were.
You were, yeah. So I like that. Yeah, why not?
Not getting
That's good.
industrial chemists in to test what percentage saliva is in the being put on the ball, are we? Anyway, so 2 overs down, it's 23 for no loss. And I'll give another reason. It's just a bit gross, isn't it? It's just a bit gross. Must admit, I was a chief offender, though, when I was a swing bowler as a teen. Now, COVID times, never get away with what I was doing. Anyway,
What were you doing?
Look at the table. No, didn't have any saliva left. I was trying to swing the ball so much. Yeah, so you see Corfu, they could go to 4 points, which would put them ahead of Farmers. But I just don't think they're going to do it at the pace to catch up on that run rate to Marlow and grab that 4th place. So it does seem pretty certain what we're going to see tomorrow. Still, what we're seeing right now is a cricket match, and now we're going to have a run out here. Oh no, and look at this. I mean, this is an absolute
mess up.
Yep, I was going to use another word.
I saved you. I saved your bacon. This is terrible cricket. This is not good cricket, and it's not a good advert for those boys out there. They're better than this. And it's just, look, he had so much time in the end. He just rushes, doesn't really look up. A bad throw.
See, he rushes there, Muhammad Isan. He had plenty of time. He rushes to the stumps. It doesn't take the ball with him. It wasn't the worst throw ever from Sikandar Ali. He picked it up quickly and released it quickly.
Yeah, it wasn't a difficult one to deal with, was it?
Just had to take it cleanly. Had forever to take the bails off. Manousis now, will he make the most of it? Well, he's going to try, and he's going to get 4 here. So, horn ringing loudly. Has 4 more to Yek, taking their chances, making the most of the missed opportunities from Pakai Care. They move to 27.
Yeah, nice shot. This is hit absolutely dead straight. I like the way he gets his feet into play, but what he doesn't do, he keeps his shape, so he gets to the pitch of it. A lot of batters would have just swung wildly there, would have lost their shape, and would have missed out on it, but he kept his shape nice and straight, hits it over the top, good hit. And Baba there, showing what you can do. You can use your sweat. Taking plenty off his forehead.
Yeah, see, should you be able to do that? Yeah, it's be a one-hopper again. Manousis riding his luck, moves to 15. Should you be able to use sweat? It's hard to regulate sweat, isn't it? Because sweat's everywhere.
Yes.
It's on your hands, it's on...
Yeah, sweaty's all right. No issues with that.
What about if you just had a big bucket and everyone could use the bucket to slide the ball? Or everyone gets a wet rag at the start of the innings. Every 10 overs you could refresh it. I don't know. I feel like body fluids and sport should never mix, really. But, all right, give us your opinion in the chat. We do appreciate it. Hello to Yannick, who's in the chat. Well, hello to you, as always. Great to have you in the chat. And he's missed the Vuvuzela. It's been a while. Just a pull. Just not short enough to do it with full enthusiasm. Has to run.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's 2 reasons why this is good. I think it's good for the team, their confidence. It's good for team dynamics going into a big day tomorrow. And they will also know that their confidence will be high from good performance, whereas the Farmers, it's going to be pretty low, isn't it? And that's just a good place to be mentally if you get a good performance in here in that what's going to be a really tough elimination match tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. So, just going to keep it ticking here. They're on the pace, so they want to be 30 after 3. It seems like they will be. Also, let's see who they get bowling at them. I mean, again, the squad's not huge, so it's not like you can have a whole bunch of players you haven't seen, but maybe they'll use players a bit differently. Baba, wicketless. Doesn't always go wicketless. Not wicketless once, I don't think.
That's another example, isn't it? We saw the example with a missed run out with this one here. I mean, Baba needs to stop this. I know it's only 1 run, but you've got to stop it. In closer matches, these are important, the vital. There was nothing in that. It's just an easy stop. It doesn't stop it, goes through him, and they get a single.
Yeah, good point. So it's the end of 3, end of the power play, 31 for no loss. And hello to Joe Wegasani, who's joined us. It's always great to have you in the chat, Joe. You did some great work behind the microphone for us, and alongside me, actually, in the 9th series at the start of the year. Hello to you. He tuned in just in time for the Mini Sandu sweat bucket. If you did, just tune in. We've had a few interesting conversations today about the change in the laws. I should say also the laws are set out they can be kind of overridden by specific playing conditions in tournaments. So, okay, for example, that wide one, it won't really have too much effect on how we interpret wides here because we have our own playing conditions surrounding that. Anyway, it's going to be Scandarali with some spin. It's a good turn. Isn't it nice to see some actual turn from some spinners?
Skander, he's a very good bowler, good player. He's coming back after an illness as well. And Pakakea battling at work. Very keen to keep him in the team. It's nicely playing straight to fielder. Will they get it right this time? It's a good, well, not the best of throws. Keeper's got a bit of work to do. Wants it in his gloves there, really, over the stumps. Or thrown in, so he's taking it on the bounce. But good running from the two batters as well. Yeah, going back to Sukhinder here, bowling this one. As you watch that replay, yeah, he's come back from an illness, and they said, well, rather than not include him, he's been part of our setup for a very long time. They wanted him here, so that's a nice touch as well.
Yeah, really nice touch. So, yeah, let's see how the left-hander deals with the off-spinner. Tassos Manousis. Sliding down leg. Not the best appeal I've ever heard, but will be a run. I think there's a fair bit of bat in that. Might have been pat bat, but still a run to Manousis. Rico, how would you have dealt with that appeal as an umpire? Maybe a lot of umpiring experience.
I would have coughed. I would have coughed.
Not like a little, excuse me.
Yeah. If it's happening too often, you address it, but if it's not, you just sort of, a bit of a cough. You sure? Well, I would have said, do you want a sweet for your throat?
Ball probably just sneaks in. Yeah, just. Scandarali. He's a key component of their bowling attack, isn't he? Provides variety. Certainly in their best 5 bowlers this week, I think, Pakakea. Goes after it now. This is into the gap, and I think this is going to be 4. So a bit of boundary relieves the pressure. And I think 1 and over just keeps you in the mix. And, well, cue the horn music. It takes them up to 37. Nice shot by Aslan Ahmed.
Yeah, that was a nice shot all along the ground. It's the captain that had to give it the chase. Not able to get to it. Sukhinder, ball to go. We want to finish well. 6 off the over so far. And this gets chopped into the ground. Will be a single. Could have gone anywhere. Could have quite easily chopped this back on the stump. So it does finish well. 7 off the over. The score moves to 38. 4 overs down.
So, game in the balance. Who knows? Could be a golden ball thriller. You never know. As you are joining us for the final innings of the day, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. Well, I actually like this time of the day because the sun is coming in nicely. When we first get to the ground, the sun's just come up, hasn't it? And earlier in the tournament, it hadn't even come up at all. And so, yeah, we're making the most of the daylight. It's an innovative concept. 6 weeks, 144 matches. No one's ever done a cricket tournament at this scale before. It's so exciting to be a part of it, isn't it?
It's absolutely fantastic. And days like this is what it's all about. When you see, that story there about Bardis, he's learnt to bowl watching cricket. And I suppose watching the European Cricket Network, wherever we've been, he's watched that during COVID, and here he is, and he's out there, and he took 2 wickets and over. That is fantastic. That's what it's all about.
And he could have had more. He could have had 5 for.
Could have had more.
He'd 1 over. But yeah, that's great. It's what it's all about, spreading the game, growing it, and also providing tremendous entertainment for our viewers, whether they're in Europe or otherwise. Here's Atif Mohammed with the ball. Left armour gets pulled away. It's just 1. So, yeah, it's still pretty much where they need to be. They'd want to be 40 off 4. They were 38. Don't want to have any boundaryless overs. I think that's the key. Akib Iqbal, he said he's missing the sun because he's back in Austria. Akib, we're sorry we won't see you on Championship Week, but you guys certainly, okay, mate, did your club and your country proud.
Yeah, hello, Iqbal. And Iqbal is the name, and his ball here is very good, and we're trying to suss out what he uses. A mixture of wax and hairspray, I remember him telling me. It's the most immaculate here, and this has been immaculately hit. It goes all the way over. Balle, Hinna Sora Shakalagya.
Really good cricket shot, isn't it? Really good cricket shot from Manousis, who just leans on this one. Look at this. There's nothing extravagant about the swing from Manousis here. And I knew pretty much straight away, Majid Hanif, he was just going to have to watch that one sail over his head. 6 runs, and that's the boundary. They needed it from the over.
Yeah, I like that horn. I think it goes well. It complements my balle. Maybe we can get one. I'll do the balle. You blow the horn.
So let's do a bit of sharing of my life outside cricket. Did you know that I was a bit of a trumpet player back in the day?
You?
I was a trumpet player.
And look, I've seen you play the piano, and you play the piano very well. Trumpet as well?
Yeah, I haven't played in a long time.
That would explain your lips.
I've actually played, well, you know.
You've actually played
a few
what?
tricks.
Come on.
I've actually played trumpet at the Sydney Opera House. So that was a big highlight for me.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Anybody in this area, the area of Malaga, if you own a trumpet, please bring it to the Cartama Oval. Remember, it's the A7059. And it's on the road between Cartama and Coin. Bring a trumpet and, well, I want to see you play. You can play it at one of your coin tosses.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah?
We'll do that.
Done.
Teef Mohammed with the comeback ball. Nooses gets a pretty good Yorker. Takes them on. They don't throw in the end because no one backing up. So they allow the single. What I remember about playing trumpet is you get fatigue, right? These long practice sessions. And it actually would push your teeth back. I remember my teeth were sore because you're pressing.
Push your teeth
It
back.
pushes because you're pushing the trumpet into your mouth and against your front teeth. And I remember it pretty painful at times. But they had the
At
sacrifice.
least you didn't need braces. You saved your parents a
probably
fortune.
didn't need braces and never had them. But I'd say as a trumpeter, I was a pretty good piano player. That's probably what I'd say. I wasn't the best.
Look, we can't bring a piano to the middle for a coin toss, but a trumpet can be done. So there you go. Anybody in the area that's got a trumpet?
I want to know
bring it
in
down.
the
What do you
chat,
wanna know?
tell us your skills that you wouldn't expect, that we wouldn't know about you. Tell us something maybe outside the cricket sphere. Tell us some skills. Like I can juggle
things
3
that we
balls.
can talk about, people. Come
Yeah,
on.
please. game 5, but yeah, tell us your skills. Okay, yeah, we talked about juggling before, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
So I talked about how I can't juggle that well. My brother can juggle like things that are on fire and knives and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I can't do that, but I can juggle balls, fruit, and that kind of thing. Do you have any useless skills?
I'm just looking up to the field, just wondering what's going on here. Is it just maybe the batters? There's a little delay. The batters take the opportunity, just to get a bit of water. But okay, anything, mate. Well, I can.
What can you do?
I can. What can I do?
You
Well,
speak a few languages.
I do.
that's
I
one
mean,
thing.
you play the piano and you play the trumpet. I can play not drums, but Indian drums like the tabla, the dhol. I
yeah?
can play those. So yeah, maybe we can.
That's a pretty good one.
We can have a bit of a sort of a duet-y thing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
how
And
about-
listen,
Go on.
my big one, I've got to say this
Go
one,
on.
it's very important. My big one is writing that song, the
Oh,
cricket song, which
yeah.
Johnny G, if you're listening, Johnny G in Malta, he did the lyrics to it.
That is brilliant.
And Mark Casio as well. And that song, I haven't heard it for a while, but every time I hear it, it really floods all these memories of what we see here on a
It's
daily
beautiful.
basis.
I know that you wrote that at the end of the 2020 season and it has featured on our coverage from time to time. So yeah, there's a slight technical break out in the middle right now. I think they're sorting that out. It gives us a chance to chat, and I might have a look in the chat and let's see has anyone come up with some skills. There we go. Aki BET2BALL says table tennis. Anyone up for a challenge? Well, how are you table tennis? Because we've had the table tennis tournament. And the good thing is my players keep either leaving the tournament to go back to work or getting injured. Because I was drawn against Richard Lake, who's done his calf injury. So I'm just cruising at them. I could win it without
So have you actually played?
I have played. I played twice.
Yeah.
And I won both. But I should be better than I am. I've got really good reflexes, but the table's just not big enough.
You're
Table's not big enough to
perfectionist,
control
aren't you?
me.
You always have to be you're just a perfectionist. Well, look, come on. Tell people. You've mentioned the trumpet. Tell people about what you do some evenings as well, back at base.
Oh, yeah. I used to be professional card dealer as well. That's how I learnt to talk through games. I did so many games I'd have to talk through. That was perfect kind of preparation for this.
I was thinking more about the singing.
Oh, yeah. Do that as well.
Yeah, a little bit of Suspicious
I'm
Minds.
not- I'm
He
not a
does a
great
good version
singer.
of Suspicious Minds.
I'm passable. I don't think I'll be doing too much singing professionally, but yeah, a little bit in the past. Hey, I'm going to talk about Jamie Dodger, who was saying that his left eye was flickering, and your right eye was
really?
flickering.
What's his name?
Jamie Dodger. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's asking, Rico, is your left eye still flickering? Was it
No,
your left or your
mine
right?
stopped flickering, but I mean, some people, I know that when I was younger, my mum used to say that if it's your left eye, it means you're going to get some good luck. I don't know if there's people out there that have heard that before. And I'm sure if your left is good luck, your right is something else. I hope it's not bad luck, but I thought maybe if it was a golden ball, I was going to say, there you go. Now, we talk about having the tingle is the eyelid, but it wasn't to be.
Trying to think of other skills that I've got that people probably wouldn't realise. I'll give you one. That I used to do this kind of thing on the weekends, but not during the week. I've done kind of MC work and this kind of thing for about 15 years in conjunction with my cricket. But I used to spend whole days planning for my events at the weekend, and I wouldn't talk to anybody. I'd just sit on the computer and plan. So those days are long gone.
Antisocial behaviour, that. Antisocial behaviour.
I'm actually quite comfortable not talking, but well, I do really like what's going on with the ECN now. I'm so excited to be a part of it.
Bully there, nice to see Bully.
Yeah, look at that. Have the French in, do we, as well? It's enduring a victorious Cerveza at the end of a long day. So sorry for that slight technical issue at the ground, which forced us just to halt play momentarily. But it looks like we're going to get going again very, very shortly. Atif Mohammed has the ball in his hand. With the game, yeah, it's kind of in the balance, isn't it? They'd want to be 50 after this over. They're 39 at the moment after 4.1. And see, everyone's about ready to get back into it. I think players in position.
Look, while we got this little delay, what are your thoughts then on these teams that we've got so far that are coming back next week? Is there any team that really stands to mind that he says, yeah, that's the team that may go all the way? There's one thing that mine comes to mind. I'll share mine with you, and that is I don't think anybody wants to play Al Bizami.
Yeah, for sure. Will they have another slow start? I mean, that's the thing. They're going to come back and have to play again on Monday, obviously. So, yeah, Al Bizami definitely one. No, I actually have my eye on this, and this is we can now release our European Cricket Series schedule, and we will stay here at Cartama for an extra week before we head to Portugal, then the Netherlands, Bulgaria and Romania. So for more information, you can check our website, europeancricket.com. But yeah, really exciting. I know you'll be doing the first one with me here as soon as we finish the ECL. Steve Mohammed's back, and we're back doing action with a dot. So it'd be great to go to some places that we have visited before. So, yeah, Cartama. First time we've had an ECS right here. So that'll be super exciting. And Portugal for a 2-week series and then just 1-week series there in Netherlands, Bulgaria, Romania. So stay tuned. More ECS action. Big swing and a miss. Upsetting the rhythm, I think, of Arslan Ahmed, who's played some nice shots, but
yeah, I think when you have these little breaks, I mean, I think it probably affects the batters a little bit more than the fielding side. The batters, especially if you're in the groove, and these two were in the groove. They were batting pretty well. Now they've just got to get back into that mode again. It's a couple of wild swings.
A few people asking in the chat how you know Hindi so well, Rico. Maybe you can give us that story after this ball from Atif Mohammed. You have a very interesting backstory, don't you? Because you've lived in Spain 22 years, but you're a man of the world, aren't you?
Man of the world. I mean, my parents are Indian, so I'm of Indian origin, and born in the UK. So at home, yeah, we did speak Punjabi Hindi, and obviously that's where the English came from. And then moving out to Spain, picked up the Spanish as well. My wife, my lovely wife, Charlie, she's Gujarati, so that's how I also speak a bit of Gujarati as well. So yeah, it's just picked up along the way, I guess.
That's one thing that I wish I had, is these kind of language skills that you do, Rico. But
well, you're picking them up.
Young, yeah, little by little.
Okay, you can do the next 6, okay, in my way. There you go. Or a wicket. You know what to do.
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to put you in the spot. Okay, there you go.
I don't do a great impression of you, but I should know by now. Anyway.
I just hope it's not a 4.
Oh, this one is to the boundary.
Go.
Quattro caderas, chocalagia. Both the batting, timing, Siggy, placement, Siggy. Quattro caderas.
That's good, you see? Look, I'm doing my best, folks. Come on, you know what I've got to work with here. No, well done. Yeah, that was a bit of, a bit of Spanish and a bit of the Indian as well. Well done, indeed.
Well, they say monkey see, monkey do.
We were getting on so well for a moment there.
Yeah, I like it.
That was a very nice shot from Manusis. Hasn't he batted well?
Yeah, he's batted Very well. Dead ball called. What happened here? Did the batter pull away here? Took my eyes off the play because I saw some Spanish in the chat, which I like. To see that. So, just don't think everyone was quite ready, so get on with it. Manusa's facing up. Gets lucky, gets a French cut, and this time they do get the hand down. Try and get you up to date with the score. We will, after 6 overs, it was 46-0 loss. So now we've had 5 runs.
Hola, Jorge. Jorge habla poquito de español. ¿Qué tal? It's a nice shot.
The issue we had, it was a technical issue, and that was just forced our on-screen graphics to disappear for now. So we do apologise for that, but I will keep you up to date with the score. At the moment, it's 52 of 6.3 overs. 52 of 6.3. So we'll keep you up to date with that as we go. Gets lucky again. And so this one almost hits the stumps, but it will be one. It'll be 53 off 6.4. So, again, apologies for lack of on-screen graphics, but we do have to finish this game before the sun goes down.
Second back into the attack as well. Second Ali. And, well, this is going to be another edge, but this one will go all the way to the boundary. He's been unlucky again, and you can see he just looks at the captain and says, what am I supposed to do? Keeps getting the inside edges, and this time the outside edge. He goes all the way to the boundary. So 4 more to Aslan Ahmed.
Getting my info, I'm not super sure that what I'm saying is correct, so because I feel like it should be a few more than what I'm saying. Anyway, this is the way we have these. Someone tells us what the score is. It's much easier than me counting it. Oh, 4 byes coming up. Let's go straight over the stumps, and Isan just doesn't quite cover the line of the ball here. And the Vuvuzela is operational. As we get 4 byes to finish the over. And I'm going to say, is that the end of the 6th over? It seems too quick to be the 7th. I think that's the end of 6.
Yeah, I think that's
so.
6.
Wait, just be patient with me. I'll get the right score in a second because it's pretty important that we know. But there you go. 6 overs now. It's 61 for no loss. I knew that was only 6 overs. So they're on track. 61 for no loss after 6. So what do they need now? They need 40 of 24.
Just having a look around, see what they're going to go with. It's interesting here. They're going to go look with the Adil Shukat to bowl. They're going to go with a bit of spin. And trying to get this breakthrough. Very good partnership here at the moment. So you see there, Joe Foster just saying right arm over. It's the action.
All right, let's go. Gets a fair piece of this. Doesn't quite carry to the fielder. So that'll be 1. And so that one will make it 39 off 23.
No, to the right-hander, it's going to come over the wicket. Waiting for his field to be in place.
Drags this, but I think it'll be just another single.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Hassan Ali's got an over that he could call back on him, but he went for a few. Went for 15 of his. Baba has bowled out. Up in the air, shouts and catch it, but this is going to go to the boundary. It's 4 more. Nobody's catching that. Both अच्छा shot से timing पूरी सी फील्ड ने कोशिश की थी पर लग गया चौका.
Yeah, well, they need a boundary every over just to keep up with the rate, I think, and so that's the one they wanted. That one makes it 34 off 21. Buster finish on the cards here.
Nice shot there from Manusis, and he certainly is playing a beautifully timed innings here at the moment, and You can see that the Spanish champions, they're looking to get the breakthrough. They now get a wicket here, and that can really slow things down because these two at the moment are just cruising.
Yeah, need a wicket here, don't they, just to settle.
Short, hit firmly, looking to get that gap again, but this time is fielded. And get the single, and that is all it will be. And you can see there, anxious moments, nervy moments. They know the importance of this victory for them.
33 off 20 now.
And take him on, and we'll get there, so he gets the single. Notice one thing with the, certainly Secondali and here, with Shafkat as well, tend to push the ball through as they don't really elect to flight too many. See here again, it's pretty quick for a slower bowler. So pretty defensive, I think. They don't, even though the field is set, they're not fancying just giving that a bit of flight. That's the end of the over. So 7 overs down now.
7 overs down. So, well, just a reminder, this is what we've got coming up tomorrow, Super Thursday. Starting to put the pieces together. We now know, we can probably fill in now, actually, that Marlow will be in 4th.
Yeah, Marlow will be in 4th. What a great turnaround for them. What a day they've had. Fantastic performance. Bowled 2 teams out. They fielded remarkably. And with the bat, well, though it wasn't perfect, they were gritty and they grinded and put scores together. And 98 in their first match, but bowling Punjabi lines out for 45.
Don't forget, join us 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India tomorrow for more ECL 22 action. Mohammed Atif will be the bowler here in over number 8. Again, apologies for the lack of score graphic at the moment. Confirm. Yeah. 31 required off 18.
This is well hit. He's got it over the top of the infielder, and it goes to the boundary. 4 runs. It's always brave when you don't go for 2 men straight. And they've opted to go. I think that's an error, you know, if you ask me. I'm pretty sure that's an error. And the schoolboy error as well. He got to the left-hander. Long on was back, but long off was inside the ring. I'm trying to spot where the extra fielder was.
So 27 off 17 now.
Just loses his touch there. Does Atif Mohammed. The pressure on the young bowler. Certainly when we've seen him in Barcelona at the Montjuic Olympic Stadium. We've been there for the European Cricket Series. He's been an inspirational player. It's good to see him doing well here. Quick, up in the air. This is an opportunity. Will it drop short? Oh, it does. They think about 2. In comes the throw. And, well, the bowler's done really well here. It was a sharp throw. He does have players backing him up. So take the single. Well, we're going to have a very, very interesting finish to this match. And Spanish champions, Barcelona, are probably finding that this match is making them work a little bit harder than perhaps, maybe, they expected. Wickets needed here for the Spanish champions. Undefeated so far in the group. Big swing, that's clever bowling from the young bowler, just takes the pace off it.
Top ball makes it 26 off 15 balls. 26 off 15. So, pretty exciting finish to the day's play. It goes. Now how much? Not enough. But somebody's after it. Team Mohammed, he wants it. What a good catch. What an excellent catch from the youngster. He had to go back with the flight. There were 3 fielders converging, and it was the bowler that had the best chance. He took it as he ran in the same direction. Excellent bit of fielding, and maybe that can just turn this match back towards Pakai Care. 26 off 14 required, as the score now is 75 for 1.
This is an incredible call and bowl. It really is. Look, I don't think any of those other fielders running in wanted it. They were half-heartedly coming in. And I think the young bowler, Atif Mohammed, decided, okay, if I want it, I've got to make it. And he takes a really, really good catch. And we say sometimes that maybe one of the things that some of these teams and their players need to learn is to get the slide in, and he gets that perfectly.
Yeah.
Gets the slide, takes a catch away from his body, which makes it even harder. To get the first wicket, look, big man Carvelis comes in, and maybe he's the ideal man to come in here now and see this victory home.
Yeah, I've got plenty of batting still to come. That's the benefit of just losing the 1 wicket so far. So Carvelis, can he finish the job? Look, by sliding and taking it low down, you've actually got more ground you can get because you're letting the ball get lower. And so you're able to kind of buy yourself an extra metre or two. Really good catch that from Atif Mohammed. Harry Carvelis. Well, here comes Hercules. They need 26 off 14 balls at the moment. So 2 to come in this over. Carvelis pushes and runs. So now it will be 25 off 13 deliveries. Last ball of the over coming up.
Yeah, cleverly played. I think Carvelis is probably saying for me to come in and just try and hit the first ball to the boundary. Probably he's not going to make too much sense, but if I can get a single and say to Manusis, who's been there a while, okay, there you go, you've seen it well. I'll leave you to hit the boundary. Makes more sense. So big, big delivery this one. The last of the over.
Yeah, for sure. Last ball of the over. It's probably wide, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been called a wide, and now they've gone to, well, they're asking for the stumping runner. I think stumping. I don't think the batter's tried to take a run
he
here.
Tried to run. He's fine.
No, he's fine. Just getting a little bit excited there.
I'm going to go. I think it's a good wide call.
Look at that. He's quick.
Yeah, I think that. Had to the crease. You see what the keeper's thinking? Was he on the line there? Was he on the line? I think he wasn't.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Good call. And I think the bowler a little bit disappointed for it to be called.
So it's a good call, I think. Batter at the crease, it was over his head.
This is well hit. Is it going to go the distance? The fielder jumps up and gets fingertips to it. He's trying to keep this in the fielder play. He's not able to. A huge roar, and they're up and about there. Galanis and the captain. The captain's looking pretty cool, Aslam Mohammed. And Galanis is, well, he's happy about that, and that horn is being blown time and time again. What a good shot this is. Good timing. Great effort there. And I think that's Mohammed Babar. And he's not able to stop it.
So it's the end of the over. It's 83 for 1. There's 18 required off the last 12 balls. So, well, I keep him like that. They won't go 12 balls, but still, you feel like this one could go right down to the wire. Apologies for lack of on-screen graphics. We will keep you up to date. Thanks to everyone in the chat who's keeping track of the score. Not often we've had these issues. Certainly a sign of the improvement that we've had over a couple of years on the European Cricket Network, but 18 off 12 we can confirm is the score. So 18 off the last 2, and they're going to go for Mohammed Mochim. Interesting time to throw him into the mix in the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, as we like to say. Let's see what happens in this 9th. Last couple of overs of the day coming up.
Oh, he starts with a full toss, gets away with it, hit straight by Carvelis. Now look, that's the sort of delivery. He's very, very lucky. He bowls that to Carvelis. I think if that is bowled to the left-hander, it would have been dispatched. But it is the left-hander on strike here now, Manusis. And you don't want to be bowling that to him. And the captain having a chat now with Musim.
17 off 11 now. 17 off 11. 5 to come in this over. What a good finish to the day. Just shows you, last against first. It's a cracking game of cricket.
Luke Belgium keeping everyone informed in the chat as well. Thank you, Luke. In the air, opportunity. The keeper leaves it to the fielder, who does really, really well. This is moving around in the air. That is a big catch, and they know it. Mohammed Cameron is up. The coach is up as well. A good catch taken.
Yeah, they needed Manousis, didn't they? And that'll help. Not just a wicket, but also dot ball at this stage. So both openers gone now. So 17 required off 10, and that makes the score 84 for 2.
Yeah, what a good catch that is. The youngster up there on the boundary. And Manousis, well, he almost sees them home. That will be a vital dot as well, but also means that a new batter will be coming out. It's going to be Aslam Mohammed. Yeah. Makes his way out now.
Very good innings though from Manousis. You know, had a bit of luck early, let's be honest, but made the most of it. He's a class player. And so he departs at 84 for 2. He would have been hoping to get them all the way. 17 off 10. Aslam Mohammed, really experienced player to come to the crease. I think these two, they would back themselves to get Yek home. Still, Mohammed Mochim being thrown in the deep end. At the moment, he's swimming like a dolphin. He's now 17 off 10. It will be Aslam Mohammed on strike. Goes straight away, but he might have found the fielder. No, just short. Don't think the fielder could have done a lot more there. Hassan Ali coming in from deep mid-wicket, but it's just one, so makes it 16 off 9.
Mochim, he's keeping his cool, isn't he? I mean, he's been thrown in here at an important stage to bowl this 9th over. And so far, he's done pretty well. Shabba, 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 shabba is what the Kakir Battleland boys are shouting towards him. And he comes once more.
16 off 9. Goes for it, doesn't get it. There's going to be big trouble here. That's going to be caught. That's the big man gone. Hercules misfires. He just tries to drive on the up, doesn't get it at all. Mohammed Bamar takes the catch. And that will make it 16 off 8. So 3 wickets now. It's 85 for 3. He's never got on top of that one, did he? And never really got under it either.
It was just a bowl. It was clever bowling, actually. He's bowled at, for me, the ideal line. And isn't he happy, Mochim? And so he should be. Babar taking the catch. Yeah, he's bowled that in that, outside that off-stump corridor. And doesn't put it in the arc, if you like, in the swing zone for Carvelli. So he's not able to get the power in the shot. Nice catch taken. So it stays 16 required, 8 balls. Another wicket goes, so you've basically now got 2 new batters out there who haven't scored a run yet.
Yeah, so Spiros Bogdos is going out there. Again, another player. So lucky that they didn't lose those any early wickets, because despite the flurry here, they've got some recognised batters to come to the crease.
Yeah, but it's still difficult, isn't it? I mean, whether you're a regular top order bat or not, you're coming straight into firing line, and you need to really be, well, it's 2 a ball really. That's what you're needing.
16 off 8 now. Here's Mochim. Oh, they've been wide. Hits it. So I get a single. 15 off 7. Well, Andrew Batchelder asking, did Cameron break the speed of sound today? Well, only the sound of silence, because he was left out of the 11. Electing to rest the hit man. Probably knowing what's ahead on Super Thursday and Finals Friday. So 15 off 7 now. Aslam have been waiting for him to click with the bat. He can hit a really long ball. Might be 50 years of age, but he's certainly one that can give it a thump. 15 off 7. Last ball of the night from Mochim. Slower, shorter delivery. Dot. Really good over. Very, very good over from Mochim, who comes into the side.
Yeah.
And I think in the end, the score was 83 at the start of the over. It's only 86 at the end, so 3 off the over. Also removing the key batters from the equation. So we will be 86 for 3 after 9. 15 required off the last over. Can Yek get across the line and hand Pakakare their first loss?
Interesting one. I mean, what are your thoughts on, I mean, I'm just thinking top of my head, I'm thinking of the batters that have performed and hit the ball well for them. I think this would have been a good opportunity or a good time to have Bogdas out there. He batted really well earlier.
Well, I think they do have, Bogdas has just come in, I think. number 5. And he's wearing number 5, so you get your wish, Rico.
There you go, he is, and there you go, I like it.
Yes, and look,
and he's on strike as well.
He is. Yeah, he batted well earlier today, didn't he? Just want to say hello to some of our fans in the chat. To Orvin Sharon, who said he's the top fan of European cricket. He wanted to shout out. Hello to you, Orvin. I hope you're going well. And I hope you stay with us because it's about a week and a half of ECL 22 left. I can't wait to hand out that trophy next Friday. We unveiled the trophy today. All right, 15 off 6 and Shafkat with the ball. Miscued. Will they try for 2 here? Well, never mind that. I thought for a second they might get 4, but that's a really good bit of fielding. Yeah, I thought it's a lot of work for the fielder to grab that and hurl it in. In the end, it's just a long single. So we
14 now 5.
14 off 5.
He's done, look, this is great fielding from the captain.
They need a boundary. Hit hard, and this one don't think will be stopped. Aslam picks it straight, picks it well, picks the gap. That makes it 10 off 4. So I thought maybe they should have tried a second. Aslam, well, he set up camp at the striker's end. He certainly did the business. Next ball with that crucial boundary for Yek.
Plays this really well. Look, stays inside his crease and picks the length and thumps it straight. I wonder if they're thinking of bringing those 2 men a little bit finer. And I'm not sure about where Mohamed Babar is here as well. He's sort of inside the ring. Well, they've kept it open.
10 off 4. Clunks this one. He might want to, but there's no chance he's going to get it. He was just too slow to get going. He's flat-footed, Mohamed Aslam. That makes it 9 off 3. Not a disaster, though, because you do have Bogdos. Yeah. Well, this is possible. I'm just going to say that could be in Tingle territory. 9 off 3. Yeah. At least they get something. And Dot would have been a disaster there. So it's 8 off 2. Now you need to make sure you at least score and you take it to the last ball. But obviously here you're trying to hit a boundary.
Yeah, but you've just got to run, and Bogdas has to run no matter what here. And that's what's got to be the communication.
8 off 2 or 7 to tie. 2 more balls. All right, let's go.
We know all about that part of the ground. And when that ball was coming this way, I thought, oh no, not again.
Well, yeah, that part of the ground has created some entertainment. So simple, 6 to tie. 6 runs for a golden ball. Yes, Bogdos needs to send this one out of the ground. Oh, he can't do it. So, well, credit to Pakai Care. They're going to hold on. Not by much at all. I think 6 runs will be the margin. And, well, look, credit to Yak. They pushed him every step of the way, but
yeah,
even with a slightly different looking lineup, Pakai Care, they remain unbeaten. They'll finish top comfortably, the only undefeated side here in Group E. As I believe the final score will be 100 to Pakai Care. It's 95. So, look, a highly entertaining game, but still a few runs in it. It is Pakai Care that take the honours. But look, credit to the Greek guys as well. They certainly pushed them every step of the way.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was a really interesting game and an exciting game. Once again, apologies for the graphics just going there towards the end of that innings. But you can see all smiles there from from both sets of the players. That's one thing that's been good, and you can see there the Mohamed Ishan doing a little dance. That's always nice to see. The youngsters playing a bit of cricket, and Peter doing a great job with his daughter there. With some nice shots earlier on. And that partnership was key. It just goes to show that, doesn't it? If you lose wickets at a crunch time, then you can be in trouble. And one man's in trouble and his phone's in trouble. That was Corey there, sliding and diving all over the place. So this one was a big opportunity to break that partnership. And how expensive that could have been, how costly a mistake that could have been. But, there were some nice shots. I did like the batting. Arslan Ahmed and Manunis, he was very good, playing the ball all over the place. And that man there, well, he was playing that horn, and fairly often, because there was quite a few shots being played. And well, if you drop a catch, you've got to do 20 press-ups. That's what they say, and that's what was happening there. This one, Sakina Ali, he was unfortunate today. And in that over, he found the inside edge twice, the outside edge once, and then the 4 bites that went through again. But they didn't care because it was boundaries. And Manus is there saying, bring it on, I'm in the mood. This one was a great catch, and take nothing away, that breaking that partnership, that was the key moment. And the cordon bowl, that was Arsenal Namid by Atif. That one, he said, what do you want me to do about that? Well, this one had to be taken. It was important. It was taken. Another good catch there. And that was Mahmood. And he certainly enjoyed his introduction into the team. And then Carvelis just not able to get enough behind it. And Babar, well, he says, when I can reach him, I can take him. And at this point, they were still not out of it with that boundary there. Made things interesting because that took it to 10 of 4 deliveries.
Yeah.
But then, well, Shafkat, give him his due. I think he bowled really well. He bowled the very important 7th over and then the 10th.
Yeah, couldn't quite close it out. So now we can give you your Super Thursday fixtures. And see, Paco Care against Punjab Lions Nicosia. They'll be first up in the morning. Those green matches, they are the playoff matches, and that's just to see which 2 of the top 3 get the double chance on Friday. So that will be their seedings that we'll take into the finals day. Now we'll see that Farmers versus Yak. Well, that'll be a really interesting match, and that is not an easy match for either side, as Farmers hold on to 5th spot, and then Marlow, they will take on the winner of Farmers and Yak. So those red matches, these teams are on the chopping block tomorrow, starting 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Make sure you join us, whether it's on Fan Code in India or whether it's on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Certainly going to be very, very exciting to watch. So look, we hope that you've had a great day. In the end, it was 100 to 95, only 5 runs in it. But Pakai Care, look, they've set the pace, but you know, their most important games, and they know that after speaking to them today, they know their most important games are ahead of them on Super Thursday, Finals Friday, and they still have a lot to do if they're going to qualify from this group.
Yeah, they have a lot to do, but like we say, the teams you learn and gain confidence for matches you play. Marlow certainly have done that. I think that's a good game for Pakai Care. I mean, they weren't full strength, just with 1 or 2 players out the team, but they needed a game like that as well to challenge them, to test them, and they still came up winning it. That's going to do their confidence.
Yeah, and
good as well.
Mochim coming into the lineup, you know, he bowled a real key over. Yeah. So look, I think it just shows you the sense of stability they have in their squad, the fact that they can throw opportunities to other players, and the fact they perform so well. Great catch by Atif Muhammad as well. He's been in and out of the side this week. So look, I think they're looking strong, but like I said, we have seen every team normally has had a blip somewhere along the way. Was that Pakai Cares we just saw? Maybe, maybe not. Join us tomorrow to find out. But I just want to give a big thank you to everyone at the ground, all the spectators we've had, all of the Blue crew, the ECN crew, of course, all the officials, and everyone in the logistics side of things, everyone from the Costa del Sol Cricket Club and the surrounding cricket clubs for their support and the fact that they volunteered their time to make this event work. To our TV crew, to everyone from Spring Production, thank you so much as well. We really have enjoyed working with you guys. We're really lucky to have you guys, and again, another great day, guys. And look, most of all, I do want to thank the viewers. You've been with us, and of course, we had another long day, and it's really hotting up. We've got Thursday and Friday to come in Group E, and then, well, it's hard to believe we are just 4.5 days away from Championship Week. So there's a lot to look forward to. In the meantime, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out what's going on there. A few good articles. Today I just released the schedule for ECS cricket, which will see us go to... We'll stay here for a week, then off to Portugal for a couple, and then we'll go to Netherlands, Bulgaria, Romania. So really looking forward to the next few months of cricket as well. And our social media at European Cricket, great place to go to get your fill of European cricket, all the highlights, all these things that are happening around the ground, a few behind the scenes things as well. I know you're doing quite a few things with the players and with some of the characters around. So plenty more to look forward to here, and well, hopefully the weather stays good. I think the weather was a lot nicer today. I think we'll get more of the same tomorrow. I'm going to see a Super Thursday coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. Looking forward to it. Thank you once more to everybody. A lot of love here, and there was a lot of love out there on the field of play. I love it.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone that sends us messages as well on social media. We love you. Thank you so much for your support. It does mean the world to us. But for now, we're going to leave you. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow, 8 a.m. GMT. It's 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. But until then, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network, alongside Rico Full, on behalf of Andrew and Corey and the whole European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for Super Thursday on ECL 22. European Cricket Network will be back tomorrow for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. Good night.